Boy, howdy. So, some stuff to cover. Um, we normally start off with the video, but we're waiting on Sammy before we really get fired up. And I thought that I would have Doubting Thomas, who has been catching a ration of shit lately. Just an absolute. It's just been a lot of crap slinging. And look, me and DT used to not get along like at all in the very beginning, but it didn't take long for me to understand why everyone respects him and why most people like him. I can understand some of these asshats being upset with me, but not DT. I mean, he has argued with me and fought against me as an ally so often. I mean, he stood up for the community so many times, but all that gets forgotten when it's when it's convenient, when it's profitable to throw him under the bus. So without further ado, I'm going to bring on the man himself, Doubting Thomas. Welcome, DT.
Thank you, sir. Give me like 2 seconds or so. I got to piss.
Cool, classy. Since we're already live, I guess I'm just gonna. Could you take us with you and maybe just like hold the phone near the? Okay. All right. Well, no, I guess that is weird. You're right. You're right. Don't say no more. Let's pretend I didn't say anything. All right. So today we're going to be talking about Sammy and Vekl and their experiences in the wilderness of woke, being tempted by peer pressure, being manipulated into groupthink. We're also going to talk about some of the predictions that Sammy made before this shit went down. Hillary says the cam's not on, but just tinkle so we can listen. We can't make DT laugh. He'll piss all over the seat.
No, I'm good.
he was gonna piss on the seat anyway. It didn't matter.
No.
All right. So
where is the watch link? Midnight wants to know.
The watch link. What does he mean, like the YouTube link? I guess I need to put that out there for him.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks because I've already had the other screen ready. But yeah, give me just a second. So while I'm doing that, go ahead and fill us in on what you've seen happen over the last few days, if you would, DT.
Well, what I've seen is a lot of polarization, I guess. And for me, it has left me in a bit of a quandary, which is good, I guess, because I'm revisiting my opinions about things and kind of trying to absorb two different messages I'm getting between, for lack of better terms, conservatives and liberals. Fuck, I don't know, man.
Is it hard to know what each of those terms mean anymore?
It is. And like I'm seeing, I've been a Democrat and left leaning my whole life. I don't know if I ever would have. I don't know what the fuck a liberal is. But yeah, left leaning.
Because you were raised. Were you raised in a like a Democrat household, or?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you could say that. But I come from a very large family, and I have siblings that are all older than me, so that'll tell you something about me.
Are they
that
all
are
francophonic syrup suckers like yourself? You can kill
no,
me later.
no, that no. That's what I was getting at. Is I have siblings that are on both sides.
The
So
states
we
as well?
were. Pardon me.
In the states as well as in Canada? Or you mean on
No,
both
no. I
sides
just
of the political spectrum?
both sides of the political spectrum.
Oh, okay. They're not newfies, are they though?
No, no. I'm the only newfie in the family.
Okay, so we won't talk about you then.
But what I've experienced this last week, I guess, is rather there seemed to be an attempt to garner me as an ally, but what has actually happened is I've watched what has gone on, and uh, I've been, but the behavior that I've seen exhibited has distanced me a bit. So now I'm in, but yet I'm not. I don't hold conservative values. I wouldn't
You didn't
say,
move.
but
You didn't move. You didn't change.
no, no. I'm pretty well. I've moved more towards the middle. I guess I don't know. I'm still trying to figure all this shit out.
Is it possible that you haven't really moved from your original position, but the organization, the left as an entity, has moved farther left?
That's a possibility. Um, yeah, that's interesting. And I wrote something somewhere in a chat earlier that uh, that I'm seeing a part of the left uh, this last week that 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 I've never like. I guess I've actually always been a part of, but I'm seeing it from a whole different light this week. Um,
Now,
like
wait,
maybe
wait.
I had blinders on,
I-
so to
If
speak.
if it's you, then maybe can you name any of your positions that have changed on any of the ideas that you've held, just to find out if you might have moved to the right or not?
Uh, no, that's a good point. I don't. Maybe that's a better way to put it. I don't see that I've really moved positions, but I see uh, maybe the left is moving further left. I don't know.
Do you think that the community has been sort of hijacked by a new element of what would you call it? I'd say rabble rouser or not rabble rousers, shit stirrers.
Yeah, maybe. And I understand. I understand. Uh,
Thinking about
I
myself, to
think
be honest, but
I think I understand, and I'm empathetic with the message that is trying to be put out. I guess, but the way it's more like the way the message has been delivered. I guess.
I've heard some things lately that I thought was I was kind of shocked. I've heard to be a good ally, you have to shout down the opposition's opinions and not let them speak, especially if it's potentially offensive, whatever it is they may say. If you don't do this, you're not a good ally. And I was blown away by this.
Right, and I experienced this. Um, and whatever, I'll just throw the fucking chips out on the table. I've experienced the same thing. Uh, Approximately a year and a half or 2 years ago with the Raging Atheist and John Peterson. And they basically said the only way to deal with people like that, whatever that means, is to shout them down. And I told both of them, like, I don't see it that way. And you're telling me there's only one way to do YouTube, and that's your way, and then I have to shout people down. And my pushback was, I don't have to do that, for one. And also, I prefer the approach of, I don't need to shout anybody down. I just need to let them speak. And people can make up their own fucking minds. I don't need to shout anybody down.
No, I can agree with you there. That's fair. I mean, it's like you get to shout, but you don't get to shout somebody else down. You can shout as loud as you want, but you can't silence your opposition because then you're violating their right. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. And there's also, like, when somebody tells me, and that's basically what I said, is you're telling me, what you're basically saying is there's only one way to do YouTube, and I have to fucking do it that way. But in reality, some people have different approaches. And for instance, to be fair, that's what Dr. Bundy and Maya and others have been saying about you this week. Well, now William has just told us who he is. So did they really, did they really have to shout you down, or were they letting to try? I'm like, I'm so confused. Well, I'm not super confused, but my head is spinning a bit, for sure.
Look, I don't think that you expected to wake up and find out that the people that you care about are about silencing free speech.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's accurate or not, because I just don't know.
Well, maybe I have it wrong. Be
charitable. I just don't know. This is the way I'll put it, and I put it somewhere. Over the last week, I've been called a bigot, a transphobe, a racist, and there's probably something else in there. And if that's the label people want to put on me, I don't have any problem with that, because I know who my friends are, and more importantly, I know who I am. So you feel free to label me whatever helps you sleep at night, I guess. I don't know.
I take it that this is a new thing for you to have people call you all these phobias.
Yeah. And I'm not taken aback by it, or my feelings aren't hurt. It's just like, what the fuck is going,
Well, so they're wrong then. You aren't all of a sudden all of these things. I gotta check.
No, I'm not all of a sudden all those things, and I've
okay, good.
And I don't think that I've been those things. And I don't, just so everybody out there knows, I disagree with you. And I don't know what we've disagreed on constitutional issues. And just recently something came up about your being in the militia, and I was like, well, fuck me, I forgot all about that. Right?
I wish more people would forget all about that.
Well, and we've had disagreements on what that means, right? But if you don't fucking shout back or clap back, you being in a militia, in some people's eyes, makes you a fucking white supremacist. somehow.
Don't clap back. I don't know the rules to all this. I'm used to it because I've been called all those names for quite some time. But I've known you to be pretty well received in just about every chat that I've seen you in up until recently, and I've noticed that a lot of people are calling you out by name, and some of them. I mean, I'm not trying to put you on the spot because I know you're a rough and
No,
tough
it's all right.
lumberjack of a
I
man.
put my name out there
Well,
when that's fine.
hold on just a second for me.
Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that I had a signal here. My Wi-Fi looked like it was dipping. Okay, so anyway, I've heard you be called a few things. The first thing that I heard that I thought was interesting was I heard Leo mention that your opinion didn't matter. What?
Yeah. I would, I'd like to have a chat with Leo about that. Maybe in private or maybe publicly. I don't know. But I would just like Leo to make a statement. The statement he was, and I went back and rewatched this just to be sure. And I have to paraphrase because I don't have it right in front of me. But he basically said, I have never been discriminated against. And I would just like to know from Leo, tell me about my life, Leo. Tell me what I've been through and what I haven't been through. And then to tell me I've never faced discrimination. Like, how much do you know about me? To just come right out with a blanket statement.
Well, wait. I think he knows that you're straight and that you're white and that you're a male.
Yes, and that I'm older, which
Oh,
seemed to be important too. I'm nearing 60.
you don't look it. You don't look it. You don't look a day over
thank
58.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. So, and the other thing I've noticed is he claims to be anti-bigotry or not anti-race. I don't know what he claims to be, right? But anyway, when I hear him making claims like that or standing up for other people, and then in the next sentence go into a hillbilly accent and basically make fun of white people. And I do have hillbilly heritage for sure. It's just like, what the fuck is that all about? And how do you not see that? How do you stand up for one group of people and then just turn around and fucking mock the other side?
You did say that you were raised in the on the left, basically. So you've been in the fight since you can remember, since you were able to vote, since you were able to drive. You've been defending left leaning causes. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I've never been like a political activist for sure, but
I don't know. You've thrown me a couple of beatings in a political discussion before, so
yeah, yeah.
okay.
But and like I said yesterday, I hope publicly, with Brojo, the thing I value about, I guess, Brojo's Hangout, the 420 Cafe, is there are people there like yourself and Brojo, and perhaps other people that are on the right side of the fucking political arena that I can still have a discussion with, and we can still remain friends. And I don't have to say fuck you because you're conservative. I don't, and that's that's 95% of the problem with the states right now is it's polarized. Mm-hmm. And there seems to be this drive from both sides. If you're from the other side, fuck you. I don't even want to hear you. I don't want to listen to you. You're fucking wrong. And I've seen it. I've seen it in my workplace. I've seen it in not so much of my family because we're that's a whole other story. But anyway, there everything is just so polarized. Like, and it's been said before many times. Just because I disagree with you doesn't mean I hate you.
If you had to predict what would things be like in let's say 2 years in the community if things continue on the courses that they're on the course they're on as far as the two sides, what do you think it's going to look like in 2 years in the community?
I predict. I predict. It's. I don't know. I see headed towards another civil war.
Good.
Things are so fucking divided, and I don't even know. I don't know if that's possible, but I would be naive to think that it's not.
I wouldn't even know where the lines would be drawn for something like that politically. I mean, just in one's own life, how would you even know if you were left or right anymore?
Yeah,
Like you
and
would be a little confused. I would be a little confused. I wouldn't even begin to know who to fight for anymore. I know that the extreme on both sides are ridiculous. I think that we're moving away from each other as a group. We're losing our humanity when it comes to dealing with each other. We don't see each other. Like I was told in the stream that I'm going to review here in a few minutes that everybody besides Vekl and Maya were NPCs in the chat that I was having,
yeah,
and that was a
yeah,
little dehumanizing. An NPC, like we just didn't matter.
right,
And so if that continues and that attitude keeps going on, I mean, I can see things getting, like you said, pretty bloody when we stop seeing each other. The other side is also human, as also family. You know what I
right,
mean? It's so
yeah.
tribal.
It is. It's very tribal right now.
So you caught a lot of flack for some of the comments. I say you caught flack. People noticed the comments that you were putting in the side chat there, and you were making some really solid points. And I'll be pointing them out during when I go over the stream. But um,
Yeah, I've heard comments made like, "Oh my God, I'm shocked. I never knew Doubting Thomas was a so and so or a this and that."
well, the
And it's like, I
accusation is,
haven't changed. I haven't changed.
do you feel like you
I
become a
haven't.
bigot?
And then with that, there seems to be the assumption that I've been hiding something all along, right?
Yeah.
And now I've come out of the closet, and I'm not any different than I fucking was.
What have you
Yeah,
been hiding in the closet reading Milton Friedman books or some shit like that?
I don't
Posters
even
of
know who
Thomas
that is.
Sowell on the wall. Okay, yeah, that's okay. But that would have been more of a right leaning, almost libertarian kind
I
of thing.
I guess I think I've heard the name.
Yeah. But you haven't, I mean, in your mind, you haven't changed. You still feel the same way you have on all the issues that used to be considered Democrat issues. And now
Right,
you're no longer, your voice doesn't matter.
right, and now, yeah, now I'm an NPC, and now I think a lot of assumptions have been made, and not just about me. I think a lot of assumptions have been made by people who maybe didn't know who their friends are, or that they have. I don't know. Like, does that make sense?
I mean, because I don't know your relationships. I did hear Maya say that y'all have been dear friends for a long time, and then I also heard her say yesterday that she disowned you, whatever, or disavowed you. Disavowed. That's what it was. Disavowed. Which I don't
Yeah.
even know what that means
I,
in relationships. You two.
yeah, I don't know if we've ever been like close friends. I've been friendly for sure. but it's not
Okay.
like it's not like I've represented myself as something I'm not, and then all of a sudden this last week I just jumped out of the fucking closet and said, "Ha ha, got ya!"
I
Right?
never yeah, I never heard you call yourself an ally. I mean, I've had you come at me to try and whip my ass over some shit that I've said about abortion and all or things like that. But like, I've never heard you say, you've never advised me to be a better ally. You've never come to me and said, hey, the community wants you to do this or not say this anymore. Like, I've never heard you try to correct me over my speech or anything else. The things that I'm seeing happening now, and I'm seeing it happening to you, and I'm seeing it happening to Sammy. And oh my God, I don't know what Jay Bundy was trying to do talking to Vekl. Like that's going to work out for him. There's only a million and one things that you guys are going to argue about. So,
Well, that and the interchange or exchange with the Bundy and Vekl. The most telling thing about that was for me was uh, somewhere in there, like a Vekl. I wouldn't say he defended you, but he told what he saw.
mhm.
But then he told Bundy, like, I don't even understand why you're here talking to these people because they have no moral objectivity,
Objectivity. Yeah, I did hear that.
right? And I'll ask Vekl about this if I get a chance. So by you saying these people have no moral objectivity, and I don't know if he meant because we're atheists or igtheists or whatever the fuck we are.
Yeah, because you don't believe that God's law is the right one.
Right. But my question then is, does he see, does Vekl see Bundy as having some sort of moral objectivity from not Vekel's God?
I
Like how
caught
the,
that. I thought that was interesting, like the way that he was trying to appeal to Jay Bundy, by saying that although Jay is an atheist, and like I don't know where he was going with that.
right. Yeah. I don't even think well, I don't know. I think he might have not thought about that beforehand. But to me, that implied that Bundy is tapped into some moral objectivity that I can't.
Special morality. That's what's going on there. It's
I guess.
the special atheist morality that even regular atheists don't know about. Only Jay Bundy knows about, and Vekl. I don't know. It was a weird conversation, but I think a lot of it, Vekel's answers were coming from a place he was really catching the peer pressure. He was having his black card pulled. He was having. I mean, they were putting him in all types of positions to try and make him feel outraged about something that he would normally be. Him and Jill would just pile in on this if they weren't involved, if Vekl wasn't actually in it. But Vekl was
Right.
trying to be really polite and try to field these answers without saying. I mean, I think he was kind of like, me and Will don't get along, but I know Will, and of all of his issues, it's not that he's racist or is trying to make me out to be a coon or something. Yeah, I think he said that pretty much. But there was a division going on with Sammy too, and I noticed that Maya came in to work on Sammy and tell me to basically shut up most of the time. And then when Sammy
Right.
offered some pushback, she freaked out and started screaming. Then Jay comes in, and within a few minutes, he starts screaming. Now, he doesn't know this, and I'll point it out in the video, but I gave him 3 wishes. I granted him 3 requests before I started being rough on him. I kicked people out of my room to make it better for him. I pulled up the article that he wanted me to pull up. I read the article, and I granted these wishes like outright. I was like, okay, I'll grant your request. I'll grant your request. But when it comes to yelling and telling the white boys that they need to just shut up and listen, I thought that was kind of racist, and I'm catching a lot of hell now putting him backstage and telling him, get to the back of the bus. But I mean, one good turn deserves another. If you can do it to me, I can do it right back to you, and I'm liable to do it just to see if you're a hypocrite or not.
Right, and that's something I'll point out right now. That, in my opinion, is childish behavior on your part, but not beneath me. So I'm going to clap back a little bit there. But what I found telling about that interchange when Dr. Bundy was speaking to Gurr last night, your comment came up about back of the bus. And that was all that was fucking said. There was no context. And my question to Gurr, or my hope for Gurr, is that he would go back and look at that and see Bundy's behavior preceding that comment.
Well, proceeding, and then what followed too, with the Massa comments, the lashes,
yeah, Massa and whip me and all that fucking bullshit.
Right.
Like, what the fuck, man?
Well, Richard was right there, Johnny on the spot, to call that shit out too. And then, well, there's a lot that goes on, and I'll cover it in there. But you're not the only one that feels like everything's kind of turned upside down. There's a lot of people. I know I see Pixie in the side chat. She's caught a ton of heat. Poor Ox is. I mean, I think he's in the same position all of us are, just kind of going, "What the fuck just happened?" There's a new element in the community, and it's pretty toxic. But everyone's trying to decide: is it the raccoon gang? Is it the new raccoon? Because everyone thinks that anybody that changed their avatar to a raccoon was supporting me using that avatar, not understanding that it was about my deconversion and people showing support and shit like that. But there's just been a lot of assumption that the raccoon gang is the toxic element, even though most of us have been here for forever, almost at a coon's age, but that would have been racist.
Right.
And so, but there's also kind of the element now that's the shut up your opposition and yell down your opposition element, which is fairly toxic in my opinion. So I guess these two groups are probably going to have to butt heads for a little while. And I mean, it almost feels like, that this will go either one of two ways. Either we'll exhaust each other out in the next couple of weeks, or this will go on for a long time. But I mean, I just can't stand being told what to fucking do by people who don't even know me.
Right. And what I've heard, two things I've heard are, you're either pro-trans or you're off the stage, or you just need to shut up and listen. Right?
Yeah. And like a good NPC.
And yes, exactly. And if you're the people that are saying either pro-trans or off the stage, or you just need to shut up and listen, you are pushing people that may have been in your corner, or may have been, you're distancing people. But maybe I'm wrong, and maybe that's somehow good for their cause. I don't know, right? But I read something. The more the left eats itself, the stronger they are.
I don't know how that's. Yeah, I don't know how that makes sense. I guess you're just refining it down to the most extreme elements.
I guess
if you're just
right.
If they're wearing away, because think about all the different I want to call it the victimhood Olympics. Everybody is weighing in, and I noticed that Richard caught something during the stream, because Stephanie asked permission of Jay Bundy to ask Vekl a question, and Richard pointed out why Stephanie felt the need to ask Jay Bundy if she could ask a question.
Right.
Yeah, and that was an interesting thing what was going on there because I think what we were seeing is there's a hierarchy in the order of the victimhood Olympics, and for some reason I don't know what Jay's qualifications are, but his qualifications supersede whatever the victimhood qualifications that Stephanie has. So I'm not sure how
Right.
that works. So it could be just because he's got two PhDs. He told me that two PhDs. Did you know that, DT?
Yes, I did. I've heard it.
I'm
And
gonna.
I did make a comment that may or may not be helpful, but I found funny. It's like you have two PhDs and wrestled Kent Hovind to a draw, which is probably, probably better than I could do with Kent Hovind. So,
I don't know about that, but I've never
who
seen
knows?
anybody who's running around claiming they have two PhDs throw tantrums like an 8-year-old when they don't get their way. So I
That
mean,
is
he must be like Doogie Howser or something, you know.
that is that's interesting. God, I had another important point and it's escaping me. Oh, yeah, that's it. Richard Madsen has been, yeah, marginalized, I guess, to put it mildly. And Richard and I have spoke often over the past couple of years, and I don't think Richard would mind me saying this. I've had off-air conversations with Richard where both of us have been in tears for
Hell yeah.
whatever. I was at a pretty emotional moment in my life, yeah, and Richard was there for me. But and the thing, I clapped back, maybe not real hard, but I tried to get Maya and Bree, like they want me to scream down anybody who makes a derogatory comment. And yet, when I pointed out to them, like, what are you doing right now when Dr. Jay Bundy is putting comments in the chat calling Richard Madsen Space Jesus Boy in all capital letters? Like, if you want me to fucking clap back, you need to clap back too. Like, how do you not see that? But somehow when I or others point that stuff out, we are all of a sudden just getting lost in the minutia, or it's fucking hand waved away. So I don't know, but I'm gonna have to go soon.
You got anything that you want to say in closing?
Uh no, just thank you for the platform. William Freeman is a friend of mine, right? And I'm also friends with other conservatives. Not that saying that you're a conservative.
Right, man.
Yeah, and it's I will say this publicly. It does no good to intentionally misgender somebody. I mean, I get it, to poke fun at them, but it's not. I will stand for that at least. I mean, and that's always been me. And I don't know if it has to do with politics or what. That's just me. If you want me to refer to you by whatever fucking pronoun you want, I will honor that to the best of my ability. So,
Well, I've learned that you ain't got no backing down in you, and I respect that, DT.
I'm fucking stubborn to a fault.
You and me both, brother. We'll have fun at the hockey game, and win me a prize. Win me a prize, Daddy.
All right, I'll get in on a 50-50 draw or something.
All
And
right, brother.
I'll join you later if anybody's around. And
right.
And thanks for all the support I've got.
Yeah,
From everybody out
chat
there.
loves
There's
you,
lots
brother.
of people out there. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
everybody in the
thanks.
chat's showing love. All right, brother. Be
And I
safe.
wish Sammy was here. Sammy's fucking.
He's in
Sammy
trouble.
and
Is
I
what
need.
he is.
Yes, and Sammy and I need to get to know one another a bit better.
Yeah.
As do you and I, for sure.
Yeah, right. Some biblical knowledge. I got you.
Yeah, consummation.
All right,
All
man.
right,
Hit me up in
later.
the chat when you get back in, man. I'll throw you another link.
All right, we'll do.
All right, later, brother.
Bye.
All right, so that was great that DT made the time to come in here and do that. I really did not plan to have him on first, but he's got a hockey game he's got to go to. And Sammy has vanished on me again. It's the second show where I'm like, he's like, we're ready to do this. We're ready to go. And I start up the show and I'm like, we're going. And there's no Sammy. But that's okay. We're going to do the best we can right now. Give him a little time to get here. I'm going to go ahead and start off and point out, because I've been looking at this material pretty steadily since it happened, because there's just some really fun moments here. But I'm going to point out that our buddy Sammy may have some sort of superhuman ability to predict what imbeciles will do. I'll just go ahead and start it and be looking out for Sammy, and I'll make some comments along the way.
Good evening. Just a bit of an impromptu stream. I guess there is a little bit of a point to this stream. I want to give myself and William, and I guess if Hillary's pops in later, we'll get him in too, because I know he's been copping a bit of flack. If anyone would like to actually honestly engage and ask our positions on certain matters, I think I can speak for myself at least. I'm more than happy to explain my position on things, whether I even have a position on things. But I can say that in this whole couple of days of happenings, I have had one single person actually have me clarify my position rather than judge me on who I'm friends with.
Oh, since Sammy's not here, I can spill the beans. You can't stop me, Sammy. You can't stop me from telling. You can't stop me. I'm going to tell who the sweet soul was that gave a shit and asked Sammy about his positions and his opinions. Who wants to know who the concerned sweet soul was? I mean, I'm probably going to get kicked in the nuts. Probably going to get right squaw in the nuts. But let's see. Uh-oh. Sandy. She's blows kiss at William Freeman. Well, that's awesome, but what she also did was take the time to go to Sammy and talk to him. And I don't think he wants to like make a big deal out of that, but Sandy, that is awesome, because I haven't had a whole lot of people bother to ask me what I actually think either. So since Sammy wasn't here to stop me, we went ahead and did that. So everybody, give big love to Sandy for like really giving a shit and being a good friend out there to Sammy. So Sammy and Sandy sitting in it. No, that's immature.
Or on my avatar. They didn't judge me on what they consider to be offensive or a dog whistle. They clarified my position. So anyone who cares to do so, this is your opportunity. I know that you've been doing a bit of reviewing yourself, Will.
I have a little bit. Yeah. I mean, I'm curious as to what a bigot is. Am I a bigot because of the things that I say or believe? Am I purposely being hurtful or provocative? These kind of questions are the kind of things that I'm pondering right now.
And would you say that this is an honest position? You're not trolling. You're not being facetious. These are genuine questions you do not have answers for.
It wouldn't be fair if the assumption is that I'm a troll. Asking me that question could just be written off no matter what I answer
Yeah,
is just
it's
part of my
loaded.
troll.
I get it.
So I've said the thing, and people can take it for what it's worth. You know,
Yep.
these are things I'm pondering.
What then would you say to people who say that if your answer to "Are you a bigot?" is "I don't know," what is a bigot? They would say that makes you a bigot. What do
I've
you
heard
say to
that.
those?
Not much, because that's just a dumb thing to say. I kind of disregard them as looking for attention if they can't tell me what they mean by bigot. Because by a lot of definitions of bigot, everyone I know is a bigot. Everyone I've ever met or talked to is a bigot. I think it might be a part of being a biped. I'm not sure. It depends on the definition. And by other people's definitions, there's so few bigots on the planet. You know, that's
Yeah.
reduced to just like 1940s Germany, I guess.
And for me, I think it's also important to point out that even among the black community, there is not consensus. There might be a consensus on this fact that the word coon is racist. I still haven't had any real clear link to raccoons. I know Oz's girlfriend did try and explain that a little bit, but I'm still.
I see the requests for links. I see that. I'm inclined to send a link, if nothing else, just to stall until Sammy can get here. But if I do that, I'm going to take a page out of Nakasuchi's notebook and only bring one in at a time. So here's what I'm going to do. Like, I'm going to play a couple more minutes of this in the side chat. If you want to come in one at a time and you have something to say, just just let me know that you want to come in, and I'll post a link all at once. Okay. Let me see how many people actually want to come in before I do that.
Unclear on that actual historical link to anything other than the word coon, the actual link to raccoons. I'm still unclear on. But having approached several people of the community and having had them say, well, no, I never ever saw William's avatar and assumed or even had anything racial come into my mind. But now I've had people point it out to me. So I want to know why it wasn't racist 6 months ago, why it wasn't a dog whistle 12 months ago, 10 years ago. Why is it now when you have asked a question on a completely unrelated topic that people are sensitive about, and your honest question was misconstrued into a bigoted statement, that someone feels the need to come in and then bring their minority group into the conversation and make it about race?
That's a good quiet place to stop it until hopefully Sammy finds his way back to his computer. All right, the link's out there. I know that Maynard wants to come in. I know Clockwork wants to come in. I'm going to take you one at a time. That sounds dirty, but that's the way we do it around here. It's filthy. So click on the link and make sure that you have clothes on. We're not doing that old pickle reveal. We're not doing that. Talking to you, Ironic, in case you're out there. All right, Maynard, what's up, buddy?
Oh, hold on, buddy. How you doing?
Yo, same old gravy, just keeping it warm. So what's been going on with you, man? What you want to talk about?
Who am I talking with here? William?
Yeah.
Hey, man. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Oh, I hear you just fine, Maynard.
Oh, okay. Good. Good, buddy.
All right,
You're
so
a
you were...
raccoon. You're a raccoon fan, huh?
Oh, yeah, big time. Big time.
Is that the rabies they carry, or?
Well, come on, we don't all carry rabies. That's just, that's almost like... Okay, so some of us carry rabies, but it's like an STD now. It's not like we're biting each other. It just gets a little kinky sometimes. So do you want to comment on the things that have been going on here in the community the last week?
Um, I guess I could. I've never talked to you, so you've never seen me say much other than I do. Um, I don't know. I let me ask you a question or two.
Okay. Like, go ahead.
What is racism? What is racism to you?
Racism is anything where you discriminate against someone solely because of their race or skin color.
Okay, I can get with that. Do you ever use any derogatory terms against other people? Let's say
Constantly. Yeah,
driving, whatnot. Yeah.
constantly. Yeah, derogatory. I communicated derogatory terms.
Yeah. What are some of your derogatory terms that you
Fuckwit,
use?
meathead, dick bag. I love dick bag. I love calling people dick bag. Bug
So
sack.
yeah. So
Yeah.
which like okay, what races do those compare to?
Well, you didn't ask me about racial slurs. You just said derogatory things.
Well, do you want to play games, William, or do you want to fuck around?
Okay, you said. Do you know what a derogatory term is, Maynard?
No, I do.
Okay,
I
so
think you
it's not related to
understand what I'm
race.
getting at, but okay,
Well, no,
what
I do
racial
now. Now you're at.
do
Okay.
you use derogatory racial slurs
Oh,
in
not
a daily use?
no, not daily. Sometimes playfully with my friends, like like mostly PJ.
No, I don't know. I don't know you, William.
Right.
So
Was that?
how do I know how you use certain terms?
Well, you don't,
I don't know
man.
who your I don't know who your PJ is.
Oh, you don't know Plastic Jesus.
Not I've seen him there. Yeah. Yeah, I know the song.
No. That's my brother, Plastic Jesus. He's out there somewhere in the side chat.
Brother is in what?
I mean,
What type of
you
brother?
say it. Well, does it matter? I just said he's my brother. Did What did you want to ask me that pertains to anything important?
Well, I think you got a loose definition of different things.
You mean like derogatory?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't use derogatory terms um, in racial situations, I guess, right?
Nah. You learn to get rid of that when you work as a correctional officer.
Oh! I get you. You're a correctional officer.
Was.
No, what you mean to say is, I'm guessing you get to learn not to say that shit at work. Is that what you're saying?
You just learn not to say it.
In front of other people, but you still feel it.
Right. It's basically
I
it's
think you
not
just
just
made my point, didn't you?
no, it's not just racial stuff. It's anything derogatory that like there's rules about insulting the inmates.
You've learned to keep the racial shit back, haven't you?
Do you still beat your wife, Maynard? Or did you quit?
Yeah, brother. Every day.
Okay, so you
Next
understand that I
question.
know what a loaded
Next
question.
question.
Oh, you have something else?
No, did you listen to what you just said?
Yeah, I asked you if you still beat your wife.
Yeah. Now what's the next question? I said yes.
Do you understand what a loaded question is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so when you pose them
You
at me,
asked me
what are you
one. I
thinking
didn't
of?
ask you one.
Right. So let me ask you, are you here because you would like to find out real information, or are you just trolling me?
No, because I think you're like one of the guys I work with, or actually like most of the guys I work with that
I
don't
am the
think
guy you work with.
they're racist, but they are absolutely the most racist people I work with.
Is that your final answer?
Really?
Yeah, is that your final answer? So I'm racist?
No. I think you are, but I can't say that for sure.
Oh,
But
okay.
that's why I asked you what you use in
Well, maybe
certain
a
different
metric. Maybe there's a
in
metric.
certain situations.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, let's just say that all the things that you suppose about me are true and that I'm really racist. Now what?
I would just say thank you
Okay. Well,
for
then I'll
admitting
let
it.
you. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Then you've got your answer, and I'm going to make room for, I guess, Clockwork Orange now. Have a good day, Maynard. All right. Who's next? Let's Let's see. You need the link, Cerberus. Oh, that's Clockwork. Welcome, Clockwork Rex. What's up, buddy?
Oh, not a whole lot. This is still going on, huh?
Yeah, until Sammy gets his ass here. Fuck.
Well, he kind of vanishes into the bush.
Yeah, he dropped me at the last minute there. I don't know what he got caught up doing. I know he's got a lot to do. All right, so I got Cerberus in the background, sir. We're doing this like one at a time. I'm trying to stall until Sammy gets his ass here. So Clockwork, we're talking about the kind of shit that's been going on in the community here for the last week.
Well, I mean, I just wanted to hop up and say, I have two different definitions of bigot and racist. A bigot doesn't like you because of what you believe. A racist doesn't like you because of the color of your skin. And I don't think you're either one of those. I really don't.
No, I don't know. I can't say that, dude. I'd love to be able to say that, but I can say there's a lot of people who believe things that I don't like them because they believe it. I don't want to be that way, but I know that some of that's true. Like I have this thing about willful ignorance, and I'm really bigoted against those people.
Well, the definition I looked up for bigot was mostly about religious beliefs.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah, I don't have a leg to stand on in the religious department.
Well, yeah, you do. Everybody's got a leg to stand on. I say I don't know, and I catch fucking shit for that all the time.
Well, I don't know if you know, but we're all taking bets.
Yeah,
we're all pretty sure that you're going to be in hell. Well, I mean, with the rest of us, but we.
Well, they've got barbecue and heavy metal in hell, so
As long as they got cold beer. If it's warm, then that really is hell.
Yeah, it's probably warm beer, but hey, I'll adapt. But yeah, the whole racist thing. We're one race, the human race. I've said this before, but it's been a while. If you skinned everybody on the planet and asked who was black and who was white and who was Asian or who was Native American, you wouldn't be able to tell. The only thing you'd be able to tell is who was male and female. Because we'd have no skin.
It's just the bone structure, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, she's got titties. She's obviously female. So, I mean, I'm just saying.
Now, I've never asked you, Rex, but like, what part of the political spectrum do you find yourself in?
I am an independent. I'm a registered independent. I'm conservative about some things, and I'm liberal about other things.
You literally have the most mysterious answers. If anyone, are you a theist? I might be. I might not be. Suck my dick. I mean, I'll never find out shit about you.
Well, I mean, there could be a God, or there could be no God. That's the I don't know part of the answer.
Are you right leaning or left leaning? I like just going around the back. You country boys.
It depends on the day. Yeah.
Well, I know you've been real supportive to some of the people in the community that have kind of got gotten the boot by some of their friends. I've seen you being really warm. I'm not going to tell anybody else, but I appreciate that you do that.
It all over the internet. What the fuck are you doing, man?
Oh yeah,
you're trying to make me out to be a nice guy.
It's not going to work. No one fucking believes me. I'm a troll.
I like you, Will. I have liked you since we first met. I mean, and I've watched you evolve your positions on things, and I really, really respect that.
Well, you're making me feel all warm and fuzzy. So Clockwork.
Well, you are, Kevin. I mean, you're supposed to feel warm and fuzzy.
I smell like garbage juice on a hot day. So if there's one thing that you could say to the friends in the community, both sides in this, if you had like some advice for both sides, what would it be?
Oh, fuck. Put me on the spot, man. Just try to see things from other people's point of view, because your point of view isn't the only point of view. And I've run into a lot of people who think, oh, well, my point of view should be the only point of view. And that's just garbage. That is.
You know what? I can agree with that. I can get behind that. I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try and keep looking to see if I, you know what, I don't know if I can be more sensitive. I got a theory that I might have a disorder that makes me insensitive. I don't know. Maybe that's something that Serb can help
Oh
me
man,
with.
fuck being sensitive. Fuck
Well,
that
no, that
shit.
you have to. What do you want to fucking get canceled, dude? You have to be sensitive.
Hey man, I was canceled a long time ago. I got canceled when I joined the army, and yeah, you learn real quick that your opinion doesn't fucking matter in the army. You do what they say you're gonna do, and
They
if you
took away your
don't,
name and gave you a number and a rifle, eh?
eh, pretty much, pretty much.
All right. Well, Clockwork, I'm gonna go ahead and let Serb come in. I got a couple other people behind him, but thanks for coming in. If you see Sammy out there, tell him to get his fucking ass in here. I appreciate you.
I'll look around, man, if I can find him.
All right, man.
He
I
pulled a
appreciate you.
crocodile Dundee or some shit. Went on a walkabout or something. Yeah.
Accuse him of buying Fosters, and he'll show up to beat you for saying it.
No, that's funny shit.
All right,
All
brother.
right, man.
All right, Cerberus Hex. Jeez, man, this is all your fucking fault.
It is. How dare you be in the same room with me at the same time when I'm trying to do something?
Well, I did try to help you a little bit. I got kind of that's my fault because I thought maybe you were up to something worthwhile instead of starting an internet fire. But I guess I should have known better, eh?
Hey, I think it's worthwhile. My whole goal is to save Gur
From what?
from the little woke group that's trying to take over his space. I don't want him. I don't want him to be go through what Doc had to go through.
So you're watching this too. You're watching the colonization of the different streams.
Yeah, I'm trying to decolonize Gurs.
Yeah, I don't know if it might be too late for James Apperson. I'd never seen anybody get his side chat so swamped with requests to end the stream. I've never seen that.
Oh, wow.
You didn't see it? You
No,
weren't there for that.
I'm usually focused on one thing at a time. If I'm
Well, now I wish this was off air because I've got some ideas for some real fun shit, but I can't talk about it because that'll ruin all the fun. But
we can talk later.
yeah, we could do that. I got a couple ideas, especially to help. Never mind. Anything I say is just going to be tipping my hand. So, have you had any? I saw you talk to Gur yesterday. He was bringing everybody in one at a time, and Knock. I thought was going to, he came in and he took up his time and said a lot of things. You came in and you said a lot of things, and then Jay came in and he said all of the rest of all the things. For God's sake. So, and you were in the lineup with Stephanie as well. So you were right there in the Rogues Gallery. What are you learning out there, snooping around there with all your curiosities?
I mean, not a lot of new stuff. I'm more learning about how each individual in this whole mess, how they react and respond and think about the specific topics being talked about. Because in general, there is no definition that they'll give you that they agree to. And if you use the regular mainstream definition, you're a bigot.
See, that's similar to what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is that you're actually going to lose all your fun because they're getting too dumb for you to troll. They're just not. I mean, yeah, it's not even fun anymore. It's not. There's not even challenge in it. They're just. It's sad.
Yeah, but I mean, the fun's secondary in this case for me.
Occasional.
Yeah. I think that the more open and spaces that are treated like they're public spaces, the healthier the community is, which is why I'm trying to do the thing with Gur and getting. I would prefer not have to make them feel like they have to leave. I would prefer if they just stopped acting like 10-year-olds.
Gur think like they think about you? Does Gur know that you're not the fascist hex that everyone say, the trans hating hex?
I'm pretty sure he's willing to talk to me, so much on basically anything I'm talking about, and he'll actually agree with me on the things that I think that maybe he shouldn't agree with me publicly if he's trying to do some of the things he's doing. So I don't think I don't think it's a I don't think he thinks I'm that. He might think you're that.
Oh yeah, he definitely thinks I'm
Yeah.
that.
So somehow like every time I go into something thinking that like, oh, I'm going to be the bad guy. I might be a bad guy, but I don't end up being the bad guy. It's always someone else.
Right, but it's not always me.
Yeah, it's not always you, but it's always someone in the same position you were in. Where like there's like one little innocent thing, and just because I was there, like making a playing in the mud puddle, you got painted with all the mud.
Well, I don't think it's like you said. It's actually unavoidable because other people they're getting. I think it happens when you ask your third question. Even if it's the same question, you have to ask it 3 times. By the time you've asked it the third time, you've become a nuisance and you must be dealt with. I think that might. I could be wrong, but maybe.
And I would like to say it's hard to tell exactly what type of person or how a person thinks from the side chat. Really, like even if they type a lot, to like get them in person and get to talk to them. I am super disappointed in Maynard. Like, I didn't
You
see.
thought Maynard was going to do better than that?
I thought Maynard would like just kind of be more or less neutral to the whole thing.
Oh no, not Maynard. What are you talking about?
I haven't paid that close of attention to it, but what I have seen hasn't been like anything I looked at and went, well, that's just idiotic.
Oh, you were more attentive, but that's okay. That's cool. Maybe I've just been watching him more closely.
Like, did you? I don't think you caught it when he said it. When you said, "Oh, you learn not to say anything like that when you're a corrections officer."
Yeah, then he was
And then,
implying that I must think that, and I had to control my racist impulses.
yeah, he said he asked, "Then, oh, yeah, but you still feel it, right?" Like,
Right.
yeah, that's the like.
I think he's telling on himself for sure.
That's such a scummy thing to do.
Well, I know he was doing his best to troll, but he's an amateur at best. So I mean, I don't have time to waste with him. He's not in your league, sir.
Oh yeah, I mean, I troll the truth.
You troll and educate at the same time.
Yeah.
Like when
I
Maynard
know,
tries
sir.
to troll, we all get dumber.
I try to give object lessons with which people almost never like if they're being given one.
But those are the ones
Yeah,
that stick with you the longest.
So hard, I got aggravated with him.
Who?
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. Sir did. I didn't get mad at him. I just got aggravated with his line of questioning.
Oh, about God.
Yeah.
Oh, why every time you two get together, we go back to this. By the way, since Sammy is probably not going to be here anytime soon, I'm going to prolong even starting on this video. Anybody that wants to hit the link can come in, as long as you can not get me shot in the face by some sort of activist. You're welcome to come in.
You know,
Sorry,
Get
did I
in
say
my
that out
garbage
loud?
cans. If you get in my garbage cans, I will shoot you. I'm
No,
just
wait,
saying.
Okay, well maybe if you just put the good stuff outside the can, so I don't have to climb in it, we could help each other. It could work for both of us.
Okay, fair enough. Okay,
All right,
fair
good.
enough.
I like you. I was glad that I got DT in here and gave him a chance to talk. He's really been catching hell, just like Sammy has, and Pixie, and Ox. And I know how much you really care about Ox, sir. But I don't think you should try and coddle him right now. He's a big boy. I know you want to rush to his aid.
No. I don't mind Ox. Ox is fine, but I'm not.
No, but y'all have this thing that I find amusing whenever y'all get together in a side chat.
Oh yeah, where I know he's secretly a theist and hates himself for it.
Here it comes. Here it fucking comes. He's in the side chat. It's coming. Pixie. Oh, how did you get in here? You just came directly in without me even letting you in. Somebody's got a key.
Haha.
All right. And what about Heretic? Are you coming in?
She's
Hi,
got a
Erica.
pixie key. Yeah.
She
Lets her
just
in anywhere.
she
Yeah.
just slipped under the fucking door, just like at home.
Hey, I waited till there was an open invitation. I could have just come on in anytime. Thank you.
Oh, I came in
Yes,
here.
that's true.
I was gonna answer the question you asked Clockwork about a piece of advice.
I'm scared. Go ahead though.
No, it's really easy. Like no matter what you're reacting to, even if it's like something that you should hate, like it's something really bad. If you're reacting to it like you would have when you were 10, you need to stop it because you're acting like a 10-year-old. It doesn't matter if it's bad or not. You're acting like a child. And I don't know why I'm saying that to this room because I've never seen anyone in here really act like a child, but
Well,
that's like an open letter to a group of other people.
yeah, but I'm gonna admit that I did go off on Stephanie and call her Uncle Stephanie and Merlin. So that was kind of childish.
Oh, I know. I was being childish with the. Well, I admitted the two memes I made were like, like the worst shit tier, like shit post kind of meme.
Yeah, but they weren't putting it in anybody specific, were they?
Well, I mean, she was in it, and then.
Oh wait, the
Pocket
attack
Locker
helicopter. Yeah. I did see that.
But there's the other one where Pocket Locker was the attack helicopter, and she was down there with a blunderbuss. And
it's the one that I saw where she had the coonskin cap on.
Yeah.
But we're trying to make peace now, Stephanie and I.
Helicopter thing. Yeah, I've liked it. Well, what do you identify as? An attack helicopter? I was using that years ago, and now all of a sudden everybody's pissed off about it.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious to me. Hilarious.
When you get told that you have to take people's word for things that you don't believe, the attack helicopter thing is going to come up.
Oh, sure it will. Pixie identifies as a pixie, but I mean, she kind of can't help that.
I mean, if you saw her, you would. She passes as a pixie. She's passable.
My real concern about all this is it gives power in the general population to some right-wing people that I don't agree with politically, and that upsets me.
But dude, you're the right-wing person now. You don't get it.
And that's
You
why I say
and Clockwork and DT, all of you are right-wing now. You just didn't see the shift happen.
That's true.
And that's no. Fuck both sides. I've always said it.
It's talking about you, Pixie. You're too light to really be pinned down.
Okay. Well, I still think because there's a sensitivity there, and because it is an object that is not a living thing, it would still be better to go with something that, like, I have lines, right? Like, I respect the whole trans thing and the pronouns, but there are people out there running around like Deer Girl, and I don't care if you identify as some forest deer. I'm not petting you on the head while you make sounds a deer never made. Like, it's not happening.
I knew you were a bigot. They've been saying you were a bigot, and I found out now it's true. Feed a carrot to that fucking bitch.
Now look, I'll admit the attack helicopter thing is like it's not the most absurd, but it's you're going to the absurd level to point out the issue with what they're saying.
Exactly. That's what it's about.
But I mean, if you apply their logic to the deer people and the way they act to the deer people, if they wanted to be consistent, they would treat you the exact same way as if you didn't.
Are you talking about furries now? Are you talking about furries?
No.
Yeah.
No, furries are a different thing.
The deer people, that's the deer kind, right? Just like you got the
deer
kin. Kind. Well,
yeah.
Sorry,
fish
kin.
Yeah. that stuff, right? Like, so that's like
you
that's
have
my
to go
question.
in with that. You can't pick and choose on this. I'm sorry. You're going to have to accept that it's all game. Even the attack helicopter thing is now fair game.
If the standard is take their word for it, that's the evidence you need.
Yeah, I'd never do that.
You have to. Otherwise, you have to define like attributes, descriptors.
Yeah, and not only that,
Well,
I told this to Kerr.
William is raccoon kind. So there we go.
Well, I said that,
That'd
but
be-
that makes me an automatic permanent bigot.
See, and it's not doesn't just stop there. And I told this to Kerr. If that's the standard, there can't be an atheist.
Oh no!
That-
Here we go.
Wait, because you
Yeah.
got to take the theist's word for it.
Yeah,
I see.
Uh huh.
No, what did he say when you told him that?
well, I mean, Gurr is very fervently trying not to take a side. So he said it was basically something along the lines of, "Oh yeah, I see what you're saying," and then we moved on to the next thing.
Hillary's,
See, that's
get your
why I
ass
don't
in
call
here.
that's why I don't call myself a centrist, because I'm not centered. I'm right on some things and I'm left on some things.
But it's everything. You believe in the lizard people and the Hollow Earth and Bigfoot.
No, I do not.
No. If that's
fucking
the standard
stupid.
they're taking, you have to believe all that stuff.
Yeah,
I
if you
don't
take
believe
someone,
in the gray aliens. I don't believe in none of that crap.
if you take someone's word for it and only that, then you have to give that up. You have to just. Who is Possumkin? Who is this?
You really have to ask.
Yo, I did have to ask. Hey, Housey, Possumkin. Good God, what are we
My
doing?
spirit animal. What am I supposed to do about it? I can't help
You're-
it.
You're such a bigot. I don't know which racial group you're being insensitive to right now, but one of them's fucking pissed.
Hey, possums
did find
are
out-
delicious. I'm just saying.
I mean,
Oh my
possums
God.
are in this similar social strata as raccoons, and I would say that they're raccoon allies. So I'm in that possible dangerous category.
Raccoons
Cool.
aren't that delicious, but possums are.
Are
I
they?
had a great grandmother make possum stew with squirrel gravy. Delicious.
Squirrel gravy.
Squirrel
Wow.
gravy. I mean, there's not much to a squirrel. I mean, really. So
Like, I can't do much with you. I'm gonna make some sauce.
Yeah, let's just melt you down.
Exactly.
Oh man, poor baby. Why not just do butter or something? Why the squirrel?
Well, you know, hey, great
Why
grandpa
ask why?
hunted possums
was
and
there,
squirrels.
right?
What can I say?
Was it roadkill squirrel or fresh squirrel?
No, it's fresh squirrel. Yeah, great grandpa would hunt squirrels and possums and, you know,
Damn.
shit
I
like
guess
that.
that's just local. Yeah, local game.
All right, well, I got all the big brains in the room now, which is good because I was counting on. And then when I thought I was saying something about big brains, and then you spoke up. All right, go ahead.
I know. My concern is you're 6 minutes into an 11-hour, 55.
I'm not doing the whole thing.
Thank fuck for that.
What? What were you gonna say? Say it.
No, that was it. I'm not sure I've got anything to add to much of this conversation. I've spent a few months watching some really serious conversations about this stuff. And this stuff at the moment, what's going on here right now, is just funny as fuck. Because there are some really serious, big minds out there that are grappling with the same questions on the basis of really, really thinking about it. And they're coming up with the same answers we are. And it's like, well, these are just a bunch of fucking dicks. And I'm really enjoying the fact that they got some problems with people just asking questions about their ideology, their religious fundamentalism.
Yeah, but they're not religious fundamentalists, are they? I mean, unless you're willing to call wokeism or woke a religion.
Absolutely. That is exactly what
Give me
I'm
some
saying.
definition.
This whole
Does
stuff
it?
is exactly the same principle and ethics as religious fundamentalism. If you do not follow this stuff, you are a heretic, you are cast out, you may well be burnt at the stake. It's
Heathens.
like, yeah, pagans, heathens,
Yeah, heathens.
heretics,
We're all heathens here.
witches, wizards, the whole fucking lot of it. Any and every
Druids.
fucking religious fundamentalist slur that there has ever been. That's exactly what Maynard tried to do to you. Fucking pathetic.
Oh, he's an amateur. What we're gonna watch here is my first meeting with Maya. We have never spoken before. She came in to talk to Sammy mostly and to guilt him about his association with me. Uh, and the interesting part is Sammy's going to make some predictions here. He's going to talk about some things that bothers him about these conversations. And then Maya comes in and it's like she's reading the playbook that he just read off. Like she begins to do everything that he says that he can't stand when someone does in an argument. And it's really interesting. But what I also thought was interesting is Vekl came in, and then Jay Bundy, pocket grifter, comes in and tries to, I guess, play the brother card on Vekl. Like try to, I don't know, dap him up or some shit. I don't know exactly what was going on there, but the peer pressure was obvious, and both Sammy and Vekl had to resist the peer pressure in different ways, and that's why I named it this. And I'm gonna
very quick rhetorical comment. I do not understand why they are joining these streams when they said they do not want to speak to people like us. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But hey, rhetorical.
Yeah, there's a lot to
Well, I
think
mean,
about there. There's a lot to think about there.
if I could have like 2 seconds, I actually
Really?
trolled the whole army with my dog tags because they asked me what religion I was, and I said other, and they actually printed that on the dog tags. I trolled the whole fucking army with that. What does other mean? Well, if you've got like an hour, we can sit down and talk about it.
I don't know what to say to that, man, because that's above my pay grade.
Exactly. I heard that a lot.
Alls, well, no one has actually asked you, are you racist? Are you trans people? Do you think you're more superior than black people? Has anyone asked you any of these questions? All of these
It's enough that I have a
opinions have
raccoon.
been assumed.
Yeah.
Exactly. A fucking picture of your favorite animal whose personality you relate to.
If you've met me, you'll understand why the raccoon,
Absolutely.
why this particular image, this avatar with the fidgety hands, the mischievous raccoon. Once you meet me, you understand why it's there. But you could just assume, like an imbecile, that this furry animal is basically a dog whistle that I hate minorities or something.
Yep.
That's what a lot of people do. But it kind of tells on them, so I don't mind when they do that. I found advantages to having this because it seems to shed light on a person's motives.
And I'm, for me personally, I'm wondering what my so-called friends of the last couple of years think of me, that they think I have overnight gone from an ally of minorities to I'm now racist. That to me means you were never my friend, that your friendship is and was conditional, and I do not care for conditional friendship. I mean, there's got to be conditions. I get it. If I murder someone, I get it. But if your condition is, well, I don't necessarily agree, but I stand by them because they're hurting, then I can't support that. You can stand by someone who's hurting, sure, but you cannot attack the person that didn't hurt them.
Will,
I'm sorry.
definitionally and philosophically, allyship is conditional. If you
Yeah.
are an ally, it is conditional on the other person accepting that you are an ally, and they will drop you at the drop of a hat.
Yeah,
If
I've
you
heard
say
that's
one
bestowed
thing,
on you.
it is. Philosophically, is the worst position you can be in. You are not a friend. You are not an independent. You are subject to an ideological view. And if you say one thing wrong, you are cast out and exiled. Never be an ally is the worst philosophical position you can actually be in. You can be a friend, and they have to accept you as a friend or whatever, but don't be an ally.
Words to grow by.
And if my opinion is incorrect somehow, when opinions can't be, then I guess I'm wrong. But I can't support someone simply because of their social group.
Peer pressure phenomenon is really evident now in our current society, like I've never seen it before. The pressure to be in a group, and there seems to
Or an
be
ally of a group.
there seems to be groups that it's safe to criticize, and then there's a lot of groups that you can't criticize anything about, even if the things they're saying don't make any sense. And those are it's easy to tell which ones those are, because if you start asking questions about their particular pet issue and they get super defensive and aggressive and start attacking you, I can kind of go ahead and assume that they know they don't have a valid argument, that they're just grifting.
Yeah.
So if you're not willing to talk about it and explain what you mean by things, I'm going to assume you're a grifter.
Plead to emotion and tell me I am being dishonest because I'm asking questions I know the answers to. All of those assumptions are what need to stop. And simply ask the question. If the answer is not good enough for you, cease the conversation. Disengage, fuck off. Do not come hell for leather, screaming like a fucking banshee, as though that's somehow going to get the people you're engaging with to listen. You are hurting your own fucking side by making it look unreasonable. The shit I've witnessed the last couple of days is unreasonable.
Here we go.
And it comes from assumptions and presumptions of a person that most of these people don't know from a bar of soap. And I thought the left was the reasonable side, the thoughtful side, the side that didn't jump to conclusions, the side that got the facts right before they made conclusions, that didn't act on emotion alone, that didn't stand with someone, whether right or wrong, because of a minority group that they're part of.
I was going to say something, but I got distracted by Big Bad Mama's question.
What was it? I haven't even looked at the chat.
Why not criticize individuals instead of groups you interpret as having certain beliefs?
Well, I think you'll find me and will agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I mean, I
I
feel
challenge you to find an instant anywhere where Will or myself have criticized a group. This is about, I'm trying not to name individuals, but if that's what it takes, we can name individuals.
Well, it's what you were saying, though, and I felt the same way about the right. I felt the right were the ones that were
Oh,
not
okay.
emotionally
I'm calling that the left.
Well, I don't know if
fair
these are
enough.
even related, but I'm assuming it might be. But by the same token, I relate to what you're saying. Whether Big Bad Mama understands or not, I feel the same way about the right and have kind of moved away from the Republican Party altogether. I mean, I still think that I'm conservative in most ways, as that's what I'm accused of by having these beliefs that I'm conservative. I don't know what my beliefs truly can be classified as. I'm a minarchist, so whatever that is. I used to think that was extremely right wing because it sought to have less government, the least amount of government. So I don't know. I've been told that that's left leaning. So whatever that is, that's whatever minarchism is. That's what I am.
See, and that's there is no fucking left and right. And the sooner people could realize that, the fucking better. Because look at me and you. We agree on so many things, enough that we want to be friends, right? But yet I still look at you. When I look at me and think, fuck, am I going to the right? I look at you and I'm like, no, I'm still on the left. Because to me, you're still clearly on the right. You know, when it comes to gun laws and abortion laws and all of those clear-cut things where you're on the left or right, we still have our own positions. But then there is so much we agree on that's the stuff I don't believe has a left or right.
Let's go back to Big Bad Mama's statement. Obviously, we're not doing that, or we wouldn't be able to be as close as we are. We are looking at people individually, or we wouldn't be the friends that we are because we don't politically line up, and months ago we didn't religiously line up. So, but because we've recognized that we like each other as individuals, our political matters and stuff kind of fall to the wayside as long as it's not anything worth fighting over. Is that fair to say, Sammy?
That is spot on. And it's actually helped me learn to. People need to realize that accepting someone has a belief is not giving in on your own beliefs. It is not giving into the other side. It is not an admission of anything. It is what is called tolerance.
Sammy.
It's going, this person has this belief I really don't agree with, but they're a good person.
Sammy, I'd like to drop the link. I see that,
I
see that Maya's out there, and I want to make sure. I know Maya's had a lot to say about me. I want to make sure she has any questions she can.
Maya is very important to me. I love her very dearly and have for a long time. So anything Maya has to say is very important to me.
And I think you're open to anybody questioning you right now too, right?
Oh, absolutely. I'm water.
So anybody who is going to come at me for playing this, I'm going to let Maya talk for herself. So before you start, it's going to be her words. Okay. So I'm not demonizing her. I'm going to call out some of the bullshit, but a lot of it'll just be obvious.
This way, when I had someone say to me, I've planted my flag, they know where I've planted my flag. I said, that's interesting because I didn't know I've planted one. And you still haven't asked me my position on anything.
It's going to be important. Remember that, because no one bothers to ask his position or mine on anything in this.
Yeah, but before you restart,
Yeah.
that triggered what I was going to say earlier. I was just waiting for it to pause. That's just it. When people went in and asked, what does that mean? It wasn't that you didn't know. Whoever was asking didn't know what it meant to you. You wanted the definition from the other person to make sure that you weren't talking at cross purposes. Then when they started calling you names, it was clear that even though you knew what it meant, they clearly did not really have a good grasp of what it meant. Otherwise, they could have said it.
Thank you for noticing that.
You're welcome.
I'm not
Quick
surprised
question.
though.
Yeah, is this about the same topic, or I was just wondering?
Yeah, this was
since I'm the guest of honor.
this is well, this was the way that I looked at this, and you saw the title, and that's why you're here. But I noticed that both you and Sammy were hit with different types of peer pressure at this, like, back to back by different people, and it was really unique, the different tactics that were thrown at you guys. And I mean, you both politely stood your own ground without being offensive, and I thought that was pretty cool. So we're just kind of going over that now.
Oh,
This
okay,
is
gotcha.
the temptation in the wilderness of woke.
I got you.
You like that, don't you? You like it a lot.
It's an interesting title. Yes.
Devil's like coming.
Is that because of me or Sammy?
Must be you, because I don't really know who it is. I know the name a little bit. I know we've been about you, and I'm not just too big
About it. It's about
yeah. And you're about my reader there. So
where are you? It's not. That's not up for.
I would get half free. Don't.
There won't be any screaming necessary.
No. I just.
We
That's
have to make room by asking Kat to leave, because
I do. I have a
Maya
lot of
needed
dudes.
to
I
feel
don't want you to think
comfortable.
that's my only dude. I have like a dude stable.
he's a dude's dude.
That's my dude garage.
It's a dude ranch.
Dude ranch. Some Brokeback Mountain kind of dude ranch going on the hill. Oh, there's Maya.
Oop. Hey, Maya.
Welcome, Maya.
Hi.
Good to
I'm
see
out of
you.
bed. Did you have a question, or?
Oh, you didn't get out of bed for this, did you?
I had quite a few people ask me to get out of bed for this, and I went to right away. God. Okay. I'm telling everything. Like how I'm presenting right now. It's like 2:30 a.m. for me. I've been awake. I had to take my kids to the airport at like 5 a.m. I've been awake for quite a while, so. I don't know. I'm really hurt, and again, I'm sure it's my fault, and I'm making choices or whatever. There's a lot of people that I thought were cool, and it's like they're like standing in solidarity with like people who troll racially and transphobically. Nobody seems to see a problem with that.
Remember, nobody's asking Sammy his position, just like he said. He's being assigned a position. This is what we see you doing. This is where you are. They're not asking him, they're telling him where he's at. That's point A.
When you troll racially or transphobically, you're going for a very personalized type of hate that I don't think someone who has lived a marginalized experience can appreciate. I mean, it's a deep pain that we've fought really hard to get through and to just be okay being ourselves through.
Yep.
And I'm looking at, I don't understand what trans people go through. I really don't. No clue. I try to listen because I understand that the experience comes with a lot of hurt and a lot of pain that I don't want to inflict on another human being, because that's the world I want to live in. And I'm not saying that everybody should walk on eggshells or, mirror what they say. I was saying to Stephanie earlier, I'm not sure if Bree was there or not, but Dr. Tapioca Weasel and I co-host like silly streams and shit and on Sundays. And he was just mentioning, what he had seen in the community. He was praising Beck and Stephanie for, what they were doing, and, how he had noticed the difference between people like them who were, Bree, please forgive me, trans-passing as opposed to other people.
All right, yeah.
There was a statement Maya said earlier, which was, that's not a world that I want to live in. So that immediately suggests a utopia. There's a utopia that there can be a world that I want to live in. It's the type of stuff George Orwell wrote about. But it's totally anathema to everything that happened to me when I grew up with my glorious father's pronouncements. The world isn't fucking fair, son.
Yeah,
That was a really important fucking lesson to learn. The world isn't fair. People think different things. There is diversity. You might not agree with a lot of it, but you've got to fucking deal with it. And it builds you up and gives you a thick skin. That's all I'm saying. I don't think these people are aware of that. The world is going to bash them about the fucking head all the way through their lives. And they're not prepared for it.
No, and there's a hodgepodge of issues, but most of the contention is that it requires personal accountability and personal responsibility, and that's not the kind of world that some people want to live in.
Who had not. And that really hurt Brie because she would like to pass more than she is. And it just never occurred to me that that would be a hurtful statement.
He's very attractive. I don't know what she's worried about.
She is. She's a gorgeous girl. She's a gorgeous girl. And, I've been a fan of Brie's for years. When she did her coming out stream, I was in it, like the whole stream. I am so proud of her. I was one of the people who, she started wearing the wigs, like before she bought them, like she and I were having that talk. We, talked about makeup. And when we met in St. Louis, we had to go to the liquor store and she had this pair of like leopard leggings. And I hate leopard and leopard print and I hate leggings. But oh my God, the way her face lit up when she like pulled them out to show me. And I'm like, anybody, how can I tell you not to wear that? Like, this is the world I want to live in. And so when I'm not saying all this for me, I've had to be Black and a woman my entire life, and I'm not breaking out the tiny violin. I'm just saying, in America, we have, and you guys know from the Christian speaking, there's a lot of misogyny. There just is. These are facts, and we go back and forth on the racism. I'm not speaking for myself today. I want to speak for my trans friends because they're hurting and they're dying, and they're being actively legislated against, and my heart is breaking, and I'm scared because our Republicans in America are feeling very emboldened. And I am afraid that if we turn a blind eye to what's going on in the trans community, and they're allowed to do successfully whatever the fuck is going on in the perverted little heads, that they're not going to stop there. And by all accounts, they won't stop there. I don't want to live in a Handmaid's Tale. And that takes, and I'm not asking for people to write their congressman. I mean, unless you want to. All I want is for people to understand what's really going on, what's really at stake. This isn't a snowball effect. This is what they are actively trying to do. We have legislation out of Texas to stop birth control pills in all states. When they successfully accomplish that, they are coming after all birth control next.
Really, the claim here is that all of the states are going to get rid of all of the birth control. So that's
was that the claim?
That was the claim. That all of the states were going to get rid of. That all of the states were going to get rid of all of the birth control.
So either all states would choose to do it individually, or there would be like a federal ban on birth control. One or the other, right?
That's what we're trying to get to the bottom of.
Way.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Well, you can also see like really quick how like people will change their opinions or something on somebody just because of emotions. Like she said, she would never ever let anybody other than her go out in leopard skin leggings, but she'll willing to let somebody go out in bad fashion sense just not to hurt their feelings. That's kind of like it's doing the same thing. It's adjusting for. I'm like with Heretic, sometimes people just gotta know it, even if you gotta tell them, hey, you're gonna look like a silly whore in those leggings. Right?
Silly whore.
Hang on.
No,
I have never said that.
Bit harsh.
I've never said that, PJ. I was like,
But you know what I mean? They're already changing their views and positions to accommodate somebody because their feelings is what I mean.
You mean, but goddamn, man. You know how I feel when you comment on me and my leggings.
BJ,
I told you I'm not going to take out to dinner in those things, man.
BJ, does my ass look big in this skirt?
I'll turn around again.
Put his finger in.
I'm going to have to get a whiff first.
It is what they are doing. It is what they are doing.
If we revisit this in 2 years, do you think that'll be the situation?
If they are successful in this, yeah, you will see legislation against birth control.
That Texas doesn't write legislation for the other states.
The judge out of Texas that is trying to take the abortion pill out of all states doesn't have jurisdiction to undermine the FDA. And yet
right, but within their own state, as far as convincing people in my state,
this would happen in every state. That's what this legislation would do. It would affect every fucking state.
Well, I'm positive that will happen here.
It will. That's
No,
what. That's why they're fighting so hard. That's
we'll
why
have to
they're
wait and
fighting
see.
so hard.
But I know my state, and there's no way that they're going to ban birth control. That's just not going to fucking happen.
Okay, your state. What about other states?
Said it would affect
Does
all
it- does
states,
it
so I'm
not?
focusing on that.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. That you're fine, and I'm very happy for you. I really am not interested in having a conversation about how one thing will affect you.
So this won't affect me because I'm not going to get pregnant. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that it can't happen in all states because there's no way all states are going to consent to get rid of control of birth.
Yeah, I don't.
Can I? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. I'm just.
Well, I was just gonna say I'm wondering if she's talking at first about the abortion pill and saying that there's legislation right now to ban it in all 50 states, and then she goes on to assert that birth control pills would be next on the list, and that's when you say, in every state, and then she says something that's inconsistent with the every state scenario, like you were about to point out. But I do think that she was talking about possibly the abortion pill, and that legislation did just pass, and it did in what I believe it did affect all the states except for some states are deciding whether or not they're going to just tell that judge that they're going to do what they want anyway, and they're just going to go against the orders. So
whoa, wait.
I can get a source on that, but aside, her birth control argument past that is all speculation at this moment. But
I had something else to say, but you got me curious. The judge that oversaw this case, like, what level of judge is he? Like, what? Like,
I know it's in Texas. Let me take a look at. I think it was Texas Supreme Court, and what he did was he suspended the FDA approval of it.
Yeah.
So that
did.
Yeah, that's like a weird. I don't know if it's a loophole that says now you can't sell it, or if it's something that they can now sell, like they do vitamins, saying this is not FDA approved.
Okay,
no.
It was us again. It was us again. And while you are correct, they are now going after the pill, that one specific pill. I do want people to remember that these people have been recorded on record as saying that they do want to get rid of birth control. And they're sponsored by people like Hobby Lobby, who don't want company insurance to be paying for birth control options for any of their employees, right? They do want to start taking these things out. This is their first step because it's linked to the abortion issue. So while none of that has been brought up in the court yet, she is correct that these people are on the record as saying they do want to take these things.
Well, why doesn't Hobby Lobby just demand from their insurance company that have a rider that says they're not going to cover any abortion-related procedures?
They did. They got sued. They lost.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's backlash. Gotta.
If this is the Texas Supreme Court, the Texas Supreme Court has no authority over any other state, right? So all the other states saying we're going to do it anyway, like that's just standard operating procedure.
And honestly, yeah, Texas doesn't have much say. It's just going to go up to the Supreme Court, and then they're going to have the say.
But really, the only people I've ever heard suggesting banning birth control are economists and sociologists. Are there actually politicians saying ban birth control?
Not yet. They say you can't yet, don't touch it yet. It should be a long-term goal. Baby steps.
That just means
that was their discussion. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's a long-term goal. We need baby steps. Let's start here. Was their discussion. So they actually said don't touch it publicly yet, but no, that's where we're going.
Okay, because I'm not for banning it at all, and I don't think I'd ever be based on the principles I have. But there is actually a lot of evidence that the overall damage is greater than what it's saved.
Define damage.
Unwanted pregnancies, and then crime from that, and then all sorts of other stuff that comes from unwanted pregnancies.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So unwanted pregnancies are best to prevent. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because those kids are going to be more likely to grow up and poverty situations or situations where the person wasn't emotionally or mentally or ready to have
Yeah,
a kid.
and it feeds into those situations to where the father doesn't want anything to do with it, or maybe it was just a one-time fun thing, right? And the father's
Right.
not there,
Nobody had that intention, right?
right?
To become
And
pregnant.
because he doesn't know, or he probably wouldn't even want to deal with the kid. He's not involved. So then you have the single mom, and then you have all the other bad statistics that come with being a single mom, right? So it goes from having a bunch of extra unwanted pregnancies all the way up to high incarceration rates. Like it just covers so much.
I'm going to push forward because I want to get to the fun part when my buddy Jay shows up. Then we play the my racism versus your racism game. It's great. You'll love it. There's a home edition coming out the next year.
It wasn't about me. It was just it won't happen to all states. If it does
You
happen
don't
in
know that.
Texas,
In
sure.
fairness, their agenda is all states. I think it is behoovant upon all Americans who give a shit. If that's not you, that is fine. Stay the fuck out of the conversation. You're not in it. You're not a woman. You don't take birth control. And if you don't care that, every time you have sex, you could have to provide for a child after that, you're good. There are many of us who that bothers. That is not the world I want to live in. And, I don't want to be a handmaiden. I don't want to be a slave. I want to be free. I want to have the freedom to live my life in the way that I want. And I want every American to have that freedom.
She wants every American to have the freedom to live their life the way that they want. I like that idea. I wonder if that's something that should be consistent with.
That's the America I want to live in. And I respect that there's people who don't want that. You do you. But I'm not going to stop. I mean, I'm not going to listen to people who smile in my face and have called, and told me that they're my friends for years. And then side with bigots like it doesn't affect me or that it shouldn't affect me or mansplain my emotions to me. Like, it's like, oh, you're being too emotional. No, I'm not. I don't know you shit. Sammy.
I get the feeling you're talking about me.
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about Ox. I'm talking about Doubting Thomas.
Can I ask who the bigot is that I'm standing in support of?
It's not a bigot. It's bigotry.
So I'm in support of all bigots or bigotry now. Okay.
I don't know. Are you?
No, not in any way, shape, or form.
Here's the thing, though. Like, you stand with a bigot on one thing. Let's just say it's Nazis against Jews, right? That Nazi is not only targeting Jews. So let's just say you hate all Jews too, but you love all Black people. The Nazi does not. The Nazi is the one that's emboldened with the legislation. So you are inadvertently coming for me too.
But
so
I don't
it really
any
doesn't care. It really doesn't matter why. Like if you were standing with someone who is racially trolling or transphobically trolling, like you're coming after every marginalized group because that is what they are doing. It does follow because that's what the legislation. It is not bad logic because that's where the legislation is.
So we've just gone around in a circle because you said that I stand in support of a bigot. And when I said bigotry. Who, you've said it's bigotry in general, but then gone straight back to saying if I support someone, you keep saying someone.
Again, I mean.
So I'm not in support of bigotry. There is not a single group of people that I don't support.
Okay, but if I say, let's just say I say it's Will, and then it was like, well, you said I didn't have to stand with Will, but now you have a problem with Kat, and I'm like, no, just stop making it about a person.
It could be about me.
It could be about.
It feels like you're talking
because
about me.
You, I mean, I'm not talking about you because you are the actual person that did admit to trolling racially. So transphobically. But again, it is not about you, and I need you to hear me when I say that it is not about you.
It seems like
it is about. Yeah, I know. Everything's about you. I totally get that. They're trying to outlaw abortion pills. Not going to affect my state. I'm very well aware that it's not about you. That is all about you. But perhaps for me, it is not about you. And perhaps for me, I was talking to Sammy, and this conversation was still not about you. Sammy.
Yes.
I was concerned about the raccoon avatar. Not because I hate raccoons, not because I want them taken down, not because I would have an issue with them at all. The issue, okay, let's go back to the first stream, and this one actually is about Will. He'll love this. The issue that Jay had with Will's avatar was that Jay had prior experience with Will being trolling. And that's all I'll say because I don't know what the interaction was.
I was there.
Okay.
So I can explain it to you if you like.
Okay, but can I just kind of talk about where I was? Because you did ask me a question, what I meant by bigotry. All right, so I saw the raccoon avatar. I said, "Jack shit." It was kind of cute, but Gura just has a bunch of avatars sitting in a stream. So usually when I'm listening to her while doing something else, and then I'm hearing people in the background flipping out because I was, in Gather, and like even hate throwing names out here like this because Nitty doesn't have any shit to do with it. Nitty actually said that's the rapist from A Clockwork Orange, and that made me look up. And then I started to see the sequence, and I asked a question, and we were being ignored. And so we asked again, and we're being ignored. And then we finally get, Gur and Will's attention, and it's just like, what? Well, like.
I noticed how she said that's the rapist from Clockwork Orange. It's not like there was all these different characters, and then he was the rapist. He was the main character.
That was only one of the bad things he did.
Yeah, I was just thinking
but
about
in
the
a way,
other day.
isn't he also the victim?
Yes.
Societal victim?
That's what I was going to bring up.
Yeah, and who knows? He was probably a psychopath, which does he have any control over? No.
He weakened him. He allowed himself to become weakened and became a victim to everything around him.
Well, yeah, and
that describes a sociopath, not a psychopath.
Sociopath. There we go. Okay. Well, a psychopath that don't they have no remorse? He didn't seem to have.
Well,
much,
okay. So the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath, the different, they can both be ridiculously cruel, right? Like, and that's why people who are only sociopaths, which is weird to say, are quite often labeled psychopaths, like Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy himself never scored high enough to be considered a psychopath on the test. He is a sociopath. And the difference is a psychopath literally, they do not have empathy. It is something that does not exist to them. Every single person in the world is an NPC. You only matter to them to the extent that they can use you.
How they can benefit.
Right, and everything else is just them mimicking what they've seen expressed in people around them. Now, a sociopath is very different. A sociopath has empathy, they have emotions, but there is this switch somewhere that gives them the ability to completely flip it off. And that's why you see like that one killer is used as a really good example about it. In his day-to-day life, he went out of his way to help downtrodden people, some of them even being hookers. But because of a traumatic past with his mother and his deep hatred for women / hookers, he also spent a lot of time killing them at night, right? And so it's the difference. How do you be so compassionate to them in the daytime and have like absolutely no feeling for these people, right? It's that switch. They have this switch where they can make people less human and somehow, and then that turns off all of their empathy. It's like it can no longer apply.
It's like compartmentalization.
I was going to ask, do you think it's real empathy, real compassion that they are fine, that they're feeling, or do you think that it's like a facsimile because that's all they can manage?
No, I think it's real, and the reason I think it's real is because although it doesn't apply to the majority of the people in the vast world, there are usually a handful of people or a couple of people in their life that they really do have emotional attachments to and that they really do grieve for. And this tends to be like the few people in their life that they care what these people think of them, right? For Ted Bundy, that was his parents. He very, very much cared about what his parents thought of him, despite some resentments he had. And his siblings, he didn't want them to think of him as bad, right? And he had emotional attachments to them. And so you can see that repeated. It's not that they can't have it. It's just that they have this ability to completely shut it off. Whereas a psychopath, they've never had any of that. They've simply mimicked it.
I see. Okay. Yeah. And like, to me, like Alex, what he represents like chaos. He represents like a failure of society. He represents a lot of things. Right. And I just think it's funny to like, for them to say the rapist or a rapist, like you have a picture of a rapist, like, oh, okay, we're just going to, I mean, I agree. Yes, he's a rapist, but it's about the character. It's about the movie. It's not just, oh, I like rape, so I'm going to put a picture of a rapist up. I mean, if you're going to go that route, you might as well pick like a convicted, actual, in our world rapist and not a character,
I'd just like to highlight what Pixie said earlier about mimicking. And Maynard was actually accusing you of mimicking earlier on, Will. And I thought it was pretty low down, to tell you the truth.
Well, Maynard does the best he can to find complete sentences and coherent thoughts, so I give him credit for trying hard.
I'm, this delicate little soul that would never, like, I don't know what you're talking about. You guys are clearly out of your mind. And so this is like fucking gaslighting. If I have an issue with anything at all, usually people are like, I don't understand. We have the conversation and they're either, oh, I get it, or, I have to look into it. I'm totally cool with either of those things. But to tell me that I don't have a right to ask a question and then like jump my ass, like, I'm wrong.
Like when somebody says, hey, could you tell me what it means to be pro-trans? And everybody goes, you fucking bigot! That kind of thing. Just maybe it's the same. I don't know.
Asking someone who has admitted to trolling if this is part of a racial troll. And then that's really how it got blown out of proportion. We asked a question and said, oh, you're being racist. Well, hold up now. It's still like gaslighting. I do have issues with gaslighting for sure. I never, ever accused Will of being a bigot until he started gaslighting Black and trans community, which is bigoted behavior.
She accused you. She said it was racial trolling. Her exact words were, I never accused. She said it was racial trolling, and to say it wasn't is gaslighting. And she didn't call you a bigot till later, but it wasn't racial trolling. You assumed it was, and you assumed incorrectly, and you're free to be as offended at your assumptions as you want to be. But again, it doesn't make you correct. And I don't care how much it hurts your feelings. I'll keep saying it.
And this goes back to what Sammy said at the beginning, that everything has just been based on assumptions and no one will actually ask what the positions are here. And I asked her for specifics earlier and she said, I don't know you shit. And so, I'm not allowed to ask her any questions. So it's just up to Sammy now to deal with this.
You're going to not answer, skirt around the issue and turn it back on us. I don't really understand. I can't take that as a serious conversation. And I can't respect someone who would do that to me. And I have a huge problem with my friends when they're like, oh, Maya's being silly. I'll stand with, the troll. And regardless of whether he's being bigoted, right? You're standing with the troll. And something that I've said, this seems like something that could be offensive to people like me in particular. And without asking me at all, Pixie really has pissed me off because I feel like it's just like, well, you want an echo chamber and you want this. I've only ever asked for the conversation. I really have.
Go ahead and respond, Pixie.
When I say you, I mean the collective you. And you can say that what you only really want, or what you as a collective only really want, is this pro-trans conversation. But that doesn't explain why you, not personally, Maya, you as a collective have made it more than a full-time hobby, it appears, to jump from channel to channel and creator to creator to guilt and shame and harass and cancel everybody into being the exact thing you want them to be. Collectively, again, not personally. Take as much offense to that as you want, but it's been very plain in comment section after comment section after comment section after comment section. And again, I don't care if that hurts your feelings.
I didn't like Doubting Thomas's rhetoric. I invited him onto my stream. I told him if I start to yell at him, strawman him, troll, berate him, I will delete my whole fucking channel. I did not like Captive Desk platforming Steve McCrae. He came to my channel. I stopped the stream. I was like, Captive Desk, I think what you did was offensive. I think you owe the trans community an apology. I hope they get that. I didn't do anything to him. I didn't ask my mods to do anything to him. I did not want an echo chamber. What I want is to not be belittled, to not be gaslit, to not have people tell me that they're my friends, and then stand with people who have no regard for my humanity. And if I don't think that's asking for too much. I mean, it's absolutely the bare minimum.
I'm going to say that again. This time you're asking 5 people, 6 people not to talk to one person. But in 3 weeks, it'll be another problematic person and another problematic person and another problematic person, because you guys cannot not have a target. You can't not have a target. There's always somebody to cancel, to be canceled, and there's always some way you're not a bigot if you don't jump on board. And that is creating an echo chamber. It may not be an overnight echo chamber, but it is creating one. And again, not caring if that simple statement of facts hurts your feelings.
That I give to everybody else I meet. If you have to answer that question, you're a bigot. Okay, Daddy Thomas, I disavow.
But, like, that's the thing. If you ask the question, they call you a bigot, and so now he's pointing that out, and she's like, "I disavow you." It's sort of like creating an echo chamber, if I'm not mistaken.
So, did she just agree with that position?
No, I don't think so. Hold on, let me back it up.
I couldn't hear what you. Does she
You have
agree
to
that a
answer that.
person's a bigot
It's
if they
absolutely
don't
bare
know?
minimum that I give to everybody else I meet.
Sorry.
If you have to answer that question, you're a bigot. Okay.
Never mind. Go ahead.
Daddy Thomas, I disavow. I love that question. When I see that question, just point blank, I see somebody who wants to be an ally and isn't sure how. I was there. 5 years ago, I had no idea I had trans friends at all. I thought I had never met one. Purple wasn't out, Beck wasn't out, Bree wasn't out. And I'm listening to all this rhetoric about what we want to, they're trying to give this medication or what were they calling hormones to 5-year-olds, and they want to mutilate, teens. And I'm like, oh my God, this seems horrible. I had nobody to ask. People need to feel comfortable asking questions. And I've really pushed back on people who jump to attacking people before they've properly determined oh, this person is not serious.
I'm about to be the biggest bastard in the world because Sammy's finally around, and it's like a eeny, meeny, miny, by ironic. I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, you're great, but most people don't really want you here above Sammy. Actually, we took a vote, and we've been burning you in effigy all day. I'm just kidding, ironic, but I got to get Sammy in here. Sammy, you're good to go. Sorry, ironic. You're hard on the eyes. All right, Sammy will be here in a second.
Will, you can drop me at any time.
I'll keep that in mind, buddy. But I just needed to make sure that Sammy had a place in his own room.
Yeah. But you can drop me at any time if someone else needs to come in.
To be fair, with all the banter that came along with that, I think you chose Irenic because Irenic hasn't been in this mess.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't want him to get into this mess. I didn't want to explain everything that's happened thus far because he hasn't been in it. It's just, I know he's driving along and he's looking for entertainment, but it is Sammy's stream. So, and he's ironic, so I can only feel so bad. Anyway.
Because we need to be open to having those questions, all of us. And we even said that in the atheist community. I've said it a lot, that we need to stop attacking Christians when they come into the chats. We need to start having the conversations.
The thing is, Maya, I have to stop you there because
Sammy, you got here just in time to hear you go in. You sleeping motherfucker. I'm not going to make you explain yourself in front of everybody, but that's some fuck shit.
No, upside down motherfucker.
Oh, because of Australia. Yeah. So I already told everybody that you predicted all the shit that's about to happen, and now you've let Maya talk, and you're going to start giving a little pushback. That's where we're at. I can give you the link if you want to pick up from here, or I can just keep going with it. What do you want, Sammy?
Yeah, you're right. You go.
Okay. Might want to refresh, homie.
I know you've said it's not about Will. And if I say
it's not just about Will.
And if I say it's about me, you're going to say no, it's not all about you.
It's about.
So I'm not sure who it's about, to be honest. Are you talking about a community of people are doing this? I know you've mentioned a few names, but I'm not sure what I've done because what you're describing is not what I have done in any way, shape, or form. I have not called you silly or called you this or that because I've not mentioned you or thought about you in any of this stuff.
I said I didn't like it when Pixie did that, and I'm sorry to cut you off. I didn't say you did anything. I said that I didn't appreciate you not talking to anybody and except one side, and then posting a raccoon picture in solidarity. I thought that was, we'll just call it distasteful.
You're going to tell me what I did when I didn't do any of that. This is the whole point, Maya.
That is not. No. I'm not telling you what you did.
You just did.
No. I am telling you
Or he predicted that no one was going to ask him his position. They're just going to assign it to him.
What I don't appreciate. Because, I mean, who did you talk out
Yeah,
to? I saw
I
your
don't
stream. I
appreciate
did
when
see your
you do
stream.
this.
I did see your stream. I
You
did
don't
not
know.
see you. I
This
only
is
saw
the
you
thing.
talking to one.
Do I need to name all the black people I've asked about this? Because there's been about 8 so far, and I haven't finished asking people about it.
Do those black people understand the situation? Because I came on here and said
Some of those black people were in the situation.
Yeah,
on both sides of this argument.
Yeah, then what names? Because it doesn't make any sense to me. If people are just saying, "Are you trolling? Are you, being a dick?" and he gaslights us, and black people are saying it's okay.
You don't want his answer. He's not gaslighting you. I'm sorry. That's where we disagree fundamentally. That is, again, your assumption. You go around telling people what they're doing when we're not doing that, Maya. That is not fair. I'm sorry.
No, that is.
Please ask questions, Maya, instead of assuming ahead of time.
You
should ask questions.
I am not
That's
assuming.
why I stopped you at that point. Because you're not asking the questions.
We asked you a question. You did not answer it. Instead, you said that we were doing things that we had not intended to do.
What was the question?
I mean, we asked you if your sequence was racist. We said it seemed problematic, and we were asking, I was asking.
I'm going to point this out, even though Gur has left the side chat, and he was on Rage. Whose mic is open? Whose mic is open?
It's mine is. I don't know what you're hearing.
It's you. It's you. I'm just gonna mute you until you want to talk, man. Then you can talk. You're getting a lot of I don't know, it's air conditioner or something. Fan. But anyway, I don't know what the fuck I was gonna say, so I lost it.
Gur to ask the question. Jay was coming at you.
Is it because of this? Is it because of the
No.
picture of Vekl?
No, it's a sequence, like I said.
Yeah, well, it's pretty random normally when I do that shit. You guys are just jumping to conclusions. That's what you do.
I was asking a question.
Didn't see any
Well,
questions.
answer it now, Will. Answer it now clearly for them.
That's what I was gonna say. In the same stream that she's talking about, Gur cleared everybody but me and him out of the fucking room and asked me all these questions that he was getting from the side chat. Maya was just too busy going in on doubting Thomas to even pay attention. So she keeps saying that I never answered. But I don't bother to correct her because she ain't in the mood to listen to shit I say.
Because this is the issue.
Like,
if you leave any room for ambiguity.
The sequence was random. It occurred to me that Vekl might be watching, and I take every opportunity to jab at Vekl. My regular avatar is a raccoon and has been for 10 years. So when I go from my regular avatar to something else.
Is everyone able to hear it? Because Beck's saying they can't hear it.
I can hear it okay, but I'm inside the call. I could go and check YouTube.
Well, I think they would have.
Can they hear us talking?
Beck, can you hear the
I
video?
can hear it, okay.
Okay. One person says they can hear it. That means everyone's supposed to.
Yeah. Okay.
It's because that crossed my mind to do that. You can assume a racial intent, but that is
I asked
clearly
the
an
question.
assumption. Did you not get it?
No,
Did you not get the answer?
I don't know. I really don't know because.
So ask me again. I'll be extraordinarily clear.
I don't. I heard
Pause.
you say words.
I just want us to just let that sink in. I don't know. I heard you say words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After his very succinct and clear explanation.
Yeah. Pause real quick. They're saying that they still can't. They can hear us talking, but they can't hear the video in the chat.
All right. Hold on. Let's share it again.
But that's also the same thing Maynard did. He didn't come in here to listen to anything. He didn't come in here to hear an answer. He made up his mind, and there was nothing you could say that was going to change it. He just wanted some aha moment he could cling to.
You know what I love is they went ahead and jumped to these conclusions because of that one guy bringing it up initially, right? And then after you explained and they struggled with it, and then you explained all alone with Gur. After that, and continuously after that, even till now, it seems like it's like now that we've jumped to these conclusions, and I call it an emotional investment too. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do now that I'm upset, even though it doesn't mean anything according to you, even though it didn't mean anything to me maybe last year when I saw you with this icon. But now, today, all of a sudden, it's offensive and I'm going to connect it to something it doesn't belong to. And I'm emotionally invested in this now. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about my wrong conclusion that I'm going to stake my claim in?
What is he supposed to do? Grovel? I don't.
Well, it gets so much worse. In the end, she loses her shit so bad
Spoil it.
I had all these responses. Oh, I think we all expected it.
Yeah, but you predicted it in the beginning. I didn't. I just. Oh, all right. That's cool. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know I spoiled it. Fuck. Spoiler alert.
See, to me, the perfect response. Oh, I'm sorry, Sammy. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. But we were split. Like, we didn't bother to respond in the end because it was pointless. So it was pretty much just a case of letting her vomit until she was done.
Well, I mean,
Go
I
on.
have several things to say about her gaslighting one of my favorite movies, A Clockwork Orange, but I can hold off to the end. So,
What were you gonna say, House?
What I'm going to say is, okay, so to me, like the perfect progression of this, or I mean, as perfect as I can think of right now, let's say they're in the stream, they notice your icons, okay? And from here, they ask you about it, right? Let's forget the criticism that was up front. Let's just pretend that somebody at first said, hey, I noticed this thing. I'm wondering if it's a thing. Can you tell me about this, right? And let William explain. Now, based on his explanation, I'm not saying that they say, oh, okay, and put that in the I know this is truth column, right? They put it in the I have an answer column, and they accept the answer. They continue whatever conversation was in progress before this thing came up. And then they say their goodbyes when they leave, and they look in the future. They have their assumptions, right? Regardless of if they talked about it, right? Even though they have this answer, they also have their assumptions. So they look for evidence in the future of, I made these assumptions. I could be wrong. I could be right. I have an answer that was given to me, but I don't know if it's right. So I'm going to look in the future and see, is there evidence to back up my assumption? But that whole thing just goes out the window. So that would have been my
Well said.
if we could pick a sequence of events, that's the one I'd pick.
Well, hold on till you took us, because it's gonna get stupid with these kind of ridiculous arguments.
Here's the ambiguity. The sequence was random. It occurred to me that Vekl might be watching, and I take every opportunity to jab at Vekl. My regular avatar is a raccoon and has been for 10 years. So when I go from my regular avatar to something else, it's because that crossed my mind to do that. You can assume a racial intent, but that is clearly an assumption. Did you not get it?
No,
Did you not get the answer?
I don't know. I really don't know, because
So ask me again, and I'll be extraordinarily clear.
I don't. I heard you say words, but again, I don't.
It's honest.
What? It's not being dishonest.
I can draw you a little
It
picture
is
if you need me to. This is my avatar.
It's honest. This is the whole crux of the whole point.
Are you going to listen to me, or are you going to tell me how I feel?
I've been listening the whole time.
Are you going to listen to me, or are you going to tell me how I feel? Okay, so if Vekl came in here and he was just like, oh no, I'm not trolling you, or Joe or G-Man or any of them, and they're like, oh no, I'm not trolling you, but like they have a history of trolling, like you're going to take it with a grain of salt,
Said
right?
you.
And then it's just like, no, okay, fine. I mean, maybe if you would take Vekl and G-Man and praise or whatever at face value when they say that they're not trolling you, even though they have a history of trolling the community, that that's your prerogative. I take every single thing they say with a grain of salt. I know a lot of people that do. I don't think that it's like unheard of. I don't know Will. I don't trust Will because of our introduction. First impressions mean a lot. And so to say, okay,
what introduction is that?
An opportunity to ask me. You're just
what introduction?
Oh, on Girl Stream. Like that was the first time I
saw.
So
this thing that we're talking about that you don't understand, that we're trying to tell you've completely misunderstood, is the thing that you're going to take as your first impression. It was my first impression. More than I could try and say.
No, that was my first impression. That is objectively true. I can't.
I believe you. I believe you.
A different first impression. It just happened.
But you have an opportunity to get to know me, and you refuse.
No. I came
it seems that you're bigoted against me.
Came in here for Sammy. I don't like you. It's not being bigoted. There's no fundamental thing about you. How is it bigoted? What aspect of him? Like that he cannot control.
His choice of
avatar. That's the thing about him that he cannot control. That I am.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know it had to be something he can't control.
You said I'm being bigoted, so that was something about a person that
means targeting someone for a specific thing about them. I didn't know it had to be specifically out of their control.
Out of their control. Yeah, bigots are people that like their own groups.
That they what? They like their own groups.
Yeah, whether it's all.
Can we pause on that?
Man.
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Because I am oddly qualified for this topic. I have sent letters to Oxford excuse me, and they have been listened to. I've been back and forth with people at Oxford on the definition of bigot, because the definition of bigot in 2018 was ridiculous. Because you had to be a bigot in order to call someone a bigot. And they have changed it like 3 times in our conversation. If you go look up the Google definition of bigot now, it will not be what it was back in November, and that would have been different back in January of that last year and everything. Because of me. It's never, ever been what she said. Those things were never, ever a part of the definition.
Why am I not surprised that Sam had an issue with the English language and went and had it sorted out?
You got a different microphone, Sammy?
Sorry, is that shitty?
Yeah.
Very.
I'm not saying that you have to use this definition that they have currently. But right now, it is a person who is like unreasonably attached to a belief or an opinion, who is prejudiced and antagonistic towards a person or people based on their membership in a group.
That's funny because that's the definition she actually reads here.
Oh, so the definition I help them make. Okay, good.
Congratulations, sir. You must feel really proud. It's being used here in the community. It's come home.
Is that any better?
Yes. Yeah. You're out of the...
The volume was maxed right up. Sorry.
Yeah,
I just wanted to also point out that Will even says she's already dismissed once, as we saw. Now Will has said, "Here's your opportunity," and her response is, "No, I'm not interested. I'm here for Sammy," because I want to point out, because I haven't mentioned this yet, but I'm actually quite insulted that these Maya, I'm just going to name them, Maya, Bree, I feel like they think they need to save my soul, that I'm being led astray down a dark path. And I just find it really fucking insulting to my intelligence.
Well, you were demanded, by the way, Sammy, to call out, and as was I, whoever we're talking about by name. Even though in the beginning of this, it was, I'm not going to say it's you, and I'm not going to say it's not you, and it's me.
Yeah.
You know, it's people kind of like Doubting Thomas, or what, you know what I'm saying? It was very vague. It's not bigot, it's bigotry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then when later on, she's going to tell us that when we make a claim about somebody, we better damn well point out who we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know if you call that, but that does happen.
As well as, I don't know if it's happened in the video yet, but, when you stand in support of someone who's a bigot, and I say, who is that person? Oh, no, I mean you support bigotry in general.
We just passed that, yeah.
How do I support bigotry in general? By standing next to someone who's bigoted. So who is bigoted? Oh, I'm not naming anyone. It's just in general. Fuck me.
Twisted up like
what is this?
I like all women. I like all Black people. I like all non-Christians, or whatever. I mean, because we're in America, and that's covered under Title VII. But that's what a bigot is. It's somebody who distrusts. I mean,
well, then that's
I think it's
fine.
someone who disagrees with whatever you believe in. That seems to be
you can have that definition. To me, it is someone who judges something before they even understand the thing that they're judging them on.
That's an ignorant
and then
person.
refuses to move on that position. I'm saying that's my definition.
I mean, but that's
okay, well, maybe you're being ignorant then.
I mean, a bigot is a person who obstinately or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, faction, especially one that is prejudiced against or antagonistic toward a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group. That is what I'm talking about. So I'm saying. And I don't care about raccoons. I never gave a fuck about raccoons.
Yeah,
what I care about is
group
racial
here. They have trouble with
and you
two-way streets. They have trouble with two-way streets. I'm just saying.
Right. Yeah, because that's, you don't win by offering concession to the other side.
But
I think you guys are being way too.
What I'm saying is, isn't she being bigoted towards not just you, but Sammy? Because she thinks she knows better of Sammy, but she's so attached to the idea, without even knowing you, that you're a bigot, that she's throwing him in that category, whether she likes it, whether he likes it or not, despite all previous evidence provided. And now he needs to bend over backwards to reprove everything he supposedly proved in the last 5-10 years.
Well, let's go over it. Would you say she's being obstinate and unreasonable?
And bigoted towards her supposed friend because of his.
We're getting to it. We're getting to it. She said the only interaction, not even interaction, the only real experience she has of Will is in GERS, which is this thing that just happened. So it seems like she's kind of prejudiced against him based on what she considers to be her first impression. And she's definitely being antagonistic towards him. So I think that fits the definition. I think she's being a bigot in this video.
Exactly. What was it Richard was going to say?
Yeah, Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, Pixie stole my damn lines again.
She's good at that. Damn it, Thunder Dwarf.
I'm sorry.
And you've assumed that that's what's happening. You've assumed an awful lot about a man you do not know, which is my point from the beginning.
You did not. You did not.
You have to have assumed it, Maya, to make the statements. To make the statements you made.
What?
Your statements have assumptions in them.
Okay,
that he's trolling. So you're assuming he's a troll. You're assuming that there was any intent and any negative kind behind his avatars or the sequence he played them.
That never happened.
I'm repeating your words. I don't understand what you're saying, Maya.
What I said was that Jay accused him of trolling. Those were not my words.
Yes.
Not listening
No, I'm speaking to your comments. I don't like Will and I don't trust him because of these things.
Yeah, because when I asked him a question.
That's ignorant.
When I asked him a question, he dodged the question, inverted the question back on us. That is indicative of being dishonest. And
I was there. I don't agree that's what happened, Maya.
You don't have to
Again,
agree,
you
but that
you
is,
assumed these things.
I did not assume. I asked him a question he did not answer. That is what happened.
You were asking Gur to ask him questions. He when he's on his phone especially, he will not see the chat. So unless Gur stops and asks him the specific question, you have just seen something, you thought you knew what you saw, and made an assumption. That was your first impression, and you've stuck with it ever since.
Okay. Wait, how do you know this? Why
because you're here now saying it still, and it was days ago.
I never said that. I said I don't trust him because when I asked him a question about his motives, he did not answer me. And I think that seems dishonest. You don't have to.
It seems dishonest.
Yeah, because when people are honest, they just answer the goddamn question.
So it's not dishonest. It just seems dishonest to you. And I'm trying to show you how you could have been mistaken, but you were doubling down. You're doubling down and saying, I didn't say this, I didn't say that.
No, Sammy, you are conflating things. Do you want to know?
Sammy, you are conflating things.
You might want to slow this down.
She's not doubling down either.
The sheer amount of projection, though.
This is straight sign language. Straight sign language. The N is need to be right. There's a load of guilt thrown in. Previously, there's a load of insults and shame. It's fucking unreal. It is straight sign language.
Could you explain what what do you mean by that, sign language?
Sign language is shame, insults, guilt, and need to be right.
So
she has a need to be right, and she has passed all of the other aspects of it as well. You only need to throw one of them constantly. It's like, and it's part of sign language, but she has shown all four so far.
Mm-hmm. I listened to her and, I think she's got some hasty jumps. Like, I don't know about generalizations.
You think?
I would like to, okay, and I can save this for later, but this thing that I just shared right here, it's just this diagram of like when, an idea comes in as input and what ends up coming out as output in like it can be disciplined or undisciplined. That's the point. If it's undisciplined, then all kinds of bad things can happen right around where it says, I add meanings, I make assumptions, I draw conclusions, I adopt beliefs. those are all those. That's the most important. I mean, that's a huge part of it. But these are all things that are like really, they're slanted by the emotional response. And anyway, so I'll bring it up again and I'll post it somewhere else so you can look at it. But it is
Definitely post it in the happy chat too, if you would.
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Do you want to know what happened then, or do you want to know what's going on now?
I was there. You keep ignoring the fact I was there.
Okay, you being there,
watching and listening the whole thing.
You being there doesn't mean that you understand my perceptions of what happened at that time. You're asking about what happened and conflating that.
I just want to. I think we need to discuss that for a little bit. Is her perception of what happened important in any sense, or is the reality the key issue? Because that's what's happening here. Is I'm saying I was there and you're describing a reality that didn't occur, so your perception is kind of moot at this point if you didn't actually see what happened.
Her perception is accusatory. It's accusatory instead of questioning. She should and could be questioning you to clarify things. But no, she has made assumptions and made determinations as she's having a go.
I say abstractly, they're both important. Yet you have to understand their perception, even if it doesn't match with reality, if you want to get them to reality. Right? If you're not understanding their point of view, they're not going to listen to you.
That's the thing. It's not that we don't understand it. It's that I understand it and still don't agree that it's worth me doing anything about. Sammy understands their point of view and doesn't agree that it's worth discarding friends because of their assumptions.
Yeah, but you have to understand it in their language.
Oh,
yeah.
I would say her perception's important, but what's even more important is her willingness to acknowledge that it was wrong and to come into line with reality.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tower of Babel.
Constant dismissals the whole way along isn't going to get her anywhere.
Well, she starts to lose it here in a second, and then we actually get her to a place where we're starting to talk a little bit. She's laughing, and then Jay busts in and takes over the whole fucking stream. And I mentioned this. I mentioned this to DT, and I'll mention it again. If you keep count, I grant him 3 wishes during this stream before I start showing my ass with him. I gave him 3 requests, but I didn't tell him that's what I was doing. But I give him 3, and then after that, he still gets nasty, and so I start fucking with him.
And I just want to highlight before he does come in, we all heard it, we even discussed it, but just so the spotlight's on it again. Will, at least once, has clearly defined his position in this stream to do with the occurrence of the avatars in the sequence that they were in. Exactly. Yeah. Clearly explained it.
By the way, I hate that fucking word, problematic. That's just from the record. I hate that fucking word.
It's like offensive.
Yeah, it bothers me.
They think offensive and problematic means wrong, and you're wrong, instantly wrong if you do those things.
Well, I consider myself problematic by their standards. So anytime I've used it, it has not been meant to be a pejorative, and I will find a substitute.
By those standards, this whole stream we're doing right now would be problematic.
Yeah, I would say they are interchangeable a lot, but problematic is broader. Right? You don't have to be doing something.
Doesn't it mean problems automatically stem from this?
Yeah. Yeah, it can be a problem, or it can create problems, right?
Or it can create amusement, I found out.
Yeah, so you could be the literal Jesus Christ and say something in a way that someone doesn't like, right? Or say something in a way that can be interpreted wrong, and it would be problematic.
You eat my flesh and drink my blood, that's problematic.
Well, Jesus. As far as I remember, if he is the historical figure they claim to be, he was quite problematic.
Yeah,
to
today's
the Sad,
standard.
to the Sadducees, to the Pharisees, to the Romans, to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Going on now.
No, see, you've just
And you're
assumed I
also
don't
conflating-
understand what you've told me. I do.
Okay, well,
I'm
no,
saying I
because you're telling me
disagree
that I
with you.
feel. You are
No,
telling me
I
that I
disagree
feel
with
how
you.
I told you I felt then.
So you've
yeah,
changed
that
your
is
stance
conflating.
then. So you don't.
Right now, I don't trust him. He doesn't seem like an honest person to me. I am not calling him a bigot.
So you haven't changed your stance.
What are you talking about? Like I don't know him.
Well, that's an honest statement.
I said that the whole goddamn time. What the fuck is wrong with you?
What the fuck happened right there? I have to back up. What did you say to her? What the fuck happened there?
I told her that was the first honest statement she'd made when she said, I don't know William.
Yeah. But why did she freak out like that? That was just so random.
Like I don't know him.
Well, that's an honest statement.
I said that the whole goddamn time. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's all I've ever said about him. That I don't know him. And I don't feel
all
like
she's ever said about you.
That's all she's ever said, except
you're problematic.
Well,
you're
if you
bigoted.
don't know, if you don't know him, how do you know he's problematic and a troll and a bigot? And how do you know all these things about somebody you don't know?
I don't. It's just my first impression. Okay, here's your chance to change it. No, I don't want to talk to him.
Yeah.
To look at it from the context of the whole thing, you actually just accused her. You just accused her of being dishonest for the whole 50 minutes previous, and that's why I think she got triggered.
She lost it.
That's why.
I agree.
But you didn't say that's the first honest thing. You just said, well, that's an honest statement. So, I mean, she could have interpreted that as being complimentary, but she chose to take it the way that she chose to take it.
Yeah, you're right.
Like
He didn't say
calling her a
first.
liar.
He didn't say first. He said only. That's the only honest statement.
He took the rug out from under her by basically discrediting everything that she had claimed previously about me.
Yep.
Wait, did he say that's an honest statement and then say
pretty sure I
the
said
first thing?
that's an honest statement.
That's what I thought I heard too.
It's an honest statement.
I said that the whole goddamn time. What the fuck?
Said that's an honest statement, and then she said.
So it wasn't. That's the only honest thing, or that's the first honest thing. It was just that's an honest statement. That's pretty. It's neutral. It implies that there may be others that weren't honest, but it doesn't say it.
Yeah, but it was said in a way to suggest it was the first honest.
The tone. I will admit that I probably meant that in that moment as well. To be honest.
Well, even if that's how you meant it, it would still be accurate because at this point, this is the first time she's been honest.
What's wrong with you? That's all I've ever said about him. That I don't know him. And I don't feel like I can trust him. These are true things. I am not attributing motives.
I'm not saying they're not true.
He has acted in ways that I have seen other people when they are dishonest. So I don't feel comfortable trusting him. It does not make me a bigot for not trusting, just blindly trusting him.
I agree. By your definition, you're not a bigot for not trusting him.
Emotions to me is exactly what I had.
How did I tell you what your emotions?
Oh, see, you are assuming that he is a bigot. What the fuck is wrong with you? No.
How is that assuming emotions, Maya?
Go ahead.
I think we blasted the brains out of Sandy because she has headphones on. Every time
my bad.
Maya screams.
Oh, well, there's a few more of these.
You're telling me that I'm assuming that he's a bigot. I'm saying he acted dishonestly and I don't trust him. You said I assumed that he was acting racially and I think he's a bigot. These are two separate things.
You did say that the order that I was doing that in was racial trolling and it was problematic. You did say that.
Damn it.
And when people racially troll, blah, 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 blah. And when you stand next to someone who racially trolls, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I don't know how many examples she needs.
When you make a sandwich for someone who racially trolls, on.
I wonder, has any of these people ever heard? Oh, I'm forgetting his name now. The black guy that converted the KKK members.
Daryl
Probably
something.
not. He would be
Daryl
one of those
something.
Uncle Toms, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because according to what they want to be the case, he's like one of the worst people.
Yes.
Which seems absurd.
Because he spoke to them. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, well, not only he befriended them.
Yeah, he changed their
Yep.
minds.
Yep. That's what I mentioned a few days ago. That's the way to do it. You've got to get in the conversation. You have
You know,
to have mediation.
they came up in my mind in the last like 2 days because I was thinking to myself, how could this guy have ever done this without being willing, you know, to talk to people that he definitely disagreed with and probably was in danger some of the time of walking up to some of these people, you know, like flat out.
Ah, Daryl Davis. I just wanted to say his name. Found him.
Say his name, Daryl Davis. Say his name.
He deserves like so much praise.
He does.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's a brave man. No,
So we're nearly 1/12 through, Will.
Yeah.
Have I mistreated you, Maya?
It's not about me. Again,
It should be.
It's not about
You're
me.
making, you're making a lot of claims about me. Have I mistreated you?
I'm not making a lot of claims about you.
You
I
did.
am-
You claimed I was a bigot.
I do not assert that.
So do
I-
you,
I-
do you
I
say that I'm
said-
not a bigot?
I'm not asserting that. I'm not.
So you can
I-
be on the fence about this then.
I am on the fence about it. I don't know you.
Oh.
I mean,
Ah.
I don't know how to like make that more clear. I do not know you. I do not know if I can trust you. I do not trust you.
How will you find
I
that
don't
out?
know if I don't trust you. I have had a very contentious first impression of you.
Right, but you have a chance to talk to me, and
I
instead
don't
you're
want
talking
to
around
talk-
me.
I don't want to talk to you. I'm
Right,
talking to
because
Sammy.
you okay.
Look, and I'm not trying to be a bigot about it. I honestly am not prepared to talk to him right now. I don't know if I can trust him, and it makes it very difficult for me to have a conversation with someone when I don't know how to take their words. I don't want to straw man him.
So you don't believe in letting a person speak for themselves? You just want to go off your impressions and what other people have told you?
He said he likes raccoons. Everybody that knows him says he likes raccoons. I'm
Yep.
taking that at face value. I have said raccoons in and of themselves are not bigoted. I said I saw a sequence of avatars that looked concerning, and I wanted my question addressed.
Yep. He addressed it.
He addressed it
Yep.
after, not
And so I'm
addressing it. And I
wondering why.
understand- I'm wondering why he
Yeah.
didn't address it. I'm assuming if I'm going to be what's the word? Be nice about it. Oh, there's a word that I can't think of.
Yeah, be civil.
Give him the benefit of the doubt. He and Jay clearly have some bad interactions in the past, and
Just one.
Perhaps he didn't understand how when his interactions with Jay were felt by others. Because at that time, my perception is he was talking to all of us who was asking. And now knowing more, if I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, yeah, it's totally possible he was just talking to Jay and he was just fucking with Jay. I can be charitable. Yeah, I can be that charitable. But I still don't know him.
Well, I would put it to you and hope that you would see the sense in this, that there's actually benefit for you to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's not this filthy human being, that it would make him, if he was the bigot that would do and display images in that order on purpose because of people's color, okay? I would not be friends with that person, okay? I'm saying I would not be friends with that person, right? But to give him the benefit of that he's someone who grew up in a place that doesn't clearly understand all of this new language, which I had to learn it.
You're not
And he's asking a genuine question: how do I be an ally? And the response he gets is, if you ask that question, you're a bigot.
I'm sorry he got that answer. It wasn't for me.
I know it wasn't from you, but that is how this whole thing. That is what happened.
But you disavowed the answer that came from your boy Jay Bundy. That's pocket grifter's claim. that I'm, if for asking the question, I'm a bigot. But you
Can
don't seem
everyone hear
to.
me okay?
Yeah, Hillary's, go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to try to remember what she had said. Dang it, dang it.
You'll be
was
backing
like,
up 3 seconds.
yeah, it
Or
was like 60 seconds ago.
60. Good
Sorry.
Lord.
But you'll be able to go forward after I hear it.
Okay.
It would make him, if he was the bigot that would do and display images in that order on purpose because of people's color.
Okay,
Okay,
guys, I remember.
I would
I would
not
love
be
that.
friends with that person. Okay,
I would
I'm
love
saying
that. I remember.
I would not be friends.
Okay, she said clearly, which again is loaded language. It's always a word. That they've got history. No, actually, I don't know that they had any history before 2.5, 3 weeks ago. What happened was Jay Bundy calls people coon all the time. Anytime there's a black guy, and I'm not saying every time, but anytime that there's a black guy he doesn't like, that he thinks is being too white, is one way of putting it, that he'll call them a coon. So then he sees a raccoon avatar, his little racism detector goes off, and he says, "Oh, I'm going to focus on this person." So then he starts harassing them in the chat, and then he starts harassing, what they say, and just because of the avatar, and insisting that the other person changes the world to make it right for him. It has to be the way he wants it. So that's what it began with. This wasn't about Will. This began and should have always been about Jay and what he's doing. And he's doing it to everybody on that side. I hate to even say side, but I don't know what label to apply. But to the herd mentality of everybody's got to be in lockstep. If any of us feel marginalized, we all have to be together. No, that's not the way it should work. It should be about principles. Our side is standing for principles. And if you see somebody misbehave, you can do it in private, but you should go to them and say, "Hey, this is bad. You shouldn't be doing this."
And don't let Oz off the hook, because
Oh, yes.
I don't know what possessed him to take that shit from the chat to straight on stream, but that was fucking nonsense all in itself.
No, that's okay. Oz has been dealt with. He's got a while before he'll recover from that spanking he's already gotten. So I'm focused on Jay Bundy and Maya today. So I don't want to drag Ox back. Well, I'll do more with Ox. Don't worry.
Oz, Oz.
That's what I meant. Sorry.
Oz.
Yeah. So it's Oz. I'm sorry. I didn't mean Ox. I'm
Poor Ox.
drinking, and this is a rare occasion. So you're going to hear me slur a lot more before this is over.
With that person, right? But to give him the benefit of that, he's someone who grew up in a place that doesn't clearly understand all of this new language, which I had to learn it.
You're not
And he's asking a genuine question: how do I be an ally? And the response he gets is, if you ask that question, you're a bigot.
I'm sorry he got that answer. It wasn't for me.
I know it wasn't from you, but that is how this whole thing. That is what happened.
Okay.
And since then, he came into the next stream, and because of that original interaction, which was a misunderstanding on the person who attacked him's part, because they didn't bother to calmly ask him questions or ask him what the go is, they assumed things about him and reacted.
I don't know.
And when he came into the second
and I don't
stream,
assume that they assumed. I don't know what the interaction was.
that's fine. And the second time he came in, it was about the avatars now, because this person was already looking and trying to find things that Will was doing wrong. So all of these things were put on to Will that I know are not Will.
It was a problematic sequence.
I agree. I said to him afterwards, I said, dude, you don't understand how fucking unlucky you are that you put those things in that order. And he didn't even know at first. We had to tell him what the fucking issue was. Like,
well, I mean,
so for people to just have come out guns fucking blazing, Maya, without knowing this dude. I'm not saying you. Like, this is the situation that me and you were talking about. Mm-hmm. This is my take on it.
Okay.
And why I'm not standing with bigots, okay? I'm not standing with anyone. I stand with Sam. And if Will does something racist or bigoted, I'll fucking call him out or won't be his friend. But I'm going to stand up for what I see and what I believe, and I don't believe Will was racist or trying to troll racistly.
But he was trying to troll. He did admit that. That I heard.
No, I saw that, and he did. You go back and watch it. People
Yeah,
were
no,
saying
I
things
was
all
right
at once.
there. I did
I
hear
don't
him
agree.
admit
He
to
said yes
trolling,
to that.
and I'm seeing Sammy. I'm not expecting you to understand the Black experience in America,
Come on.
but I
It's
mean,
not even
it
about
is
that.
it is fucking about that, and the fact.
Wow.
Yeah, Paul's did at a good spot, huh?
Now, yeah, I recall you admitting certain things about trolling, but those certain things were aimed at certain people so that they could overextend what they knew and make assumptions so that in that moment they could hang themselves. Now, that's not the same as you admitting that you were flipping between icons to troll. That's not the same thing. And by the way, when you make false associations like that, and if you try to you try to convince someone that their experience is not correct when they're trying to tell you that's not what happened, oh, that's called gaslighting. One of your favorite terms.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Sparkle. We're watching. We're watching a video with drama in it. Sparkle, are you going to be okay?
I mean, yeah.
There's going to be a lot of nipple twisting and nut tugging. It's going to be grody. Yeah, I said grody. I'm that old. All right, moving on. Forget I said that.
Holy shit! Holy shit! No. There's a comment
Fuck,
by
it's called
Sammy. There's a comment by Sammy in the chat to knock. I'd appreciate if you watch this stream from the start, maybe on double speed to catch up. We've already been at double speed and nobody can fucking understand what Maya Atkinson is saying. If you double that again, fuck me. I am.
Yeah, that's.
I slowed it down.
No, I'm looking forward to Knock's comments on double speed on saying, what the fuck? What the fuck did they say? What did they say? What did they say?
He's not going to go back and watch this. He doesn't give a shit about this.
I mean, I'm not expecting you to understand the Black experience in America. But I
It's
mean,
not even
it
about
is
that.
It is fucking about that, and the fact that you can't understand that is part of the problem that we are having with you. It is the problem, and it is about that.
That's my dog right there. I heard the Zen kick in. He's like, righto. Which is, I think, is that Australian for fuck you? I'm not sure. Is that right?
No, righto. I think righto is just okay, whatever. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I heard
He just
it before.
absorbs her energy like a sponge. That was pretty good. I'm sorry. I'm drunk. I'm gonna make more comments now. Deal with it.
It's not even about that.
It is fucking about that, and the fact that you can't understand that is part of the problem that we are having with you. It is the problem, and it is about that. And when people troll racially, this is what they're trying to get out of me. Are you fucking happy? Is this what you want, Will?
This is part of the problem we are having with you.
Raccoons, William. Raccoons.
Well, that particular avatar right there is Sparkle. I got that from Sparkle. That's what Sparkle looks like.
I still think that was hilarious. That is part of the problem we are having with you. But we're not this portable echo chamber, not at all.
Yeah, there was a lot of plurality.
It's your racist.
Wait, is that supposed to be? Is that supposed to be me? Like,
yeah.
I don't.
Don't act like you didn't send me that in my DMs. I thought that was your nude. I feel like I've been betrayed, Sparkle. You son of a bitch. All right, moving on. We haven't even got to the funny part where Bree types in that you should change your avatar because the Black community asked you to. I thought that was interesting because I'd only spoken to Jay and Maya. So, and Vekl was there too. I forgot he was Black for a second. No offense, Vekl.
This is what you're trying to do. I'm not going to cancel you. I won't be fucking around you. I just want to know because I am so sick and tired of my friends telling me that I don't.
But he wasn't in here at the time.
Oh yeah, okay, that's true. He was
we're about to get to the part where Vekl comes in, and then as soon as Vekl comes in and things are starting to calm down, believe it or not, with Vekl in the room, fucking unbelievable, right? Things are calming down. Maya's laughing. Then Jay comes in. He's like, "Let's fuck all this shit up right now," and does repeatedly.
Before we move on to the good part, I like to take the opportunity, if that's what we're asking nicely from community to community. I would like to ask Pocket Locker and Maya to kindly stop benefiting off the genocide of my people.
Agreed.
Awkward. That's a bit awkward.
I think I've heard. I know that you can explain this all fully, but I don't think it's going to matter how you explain it. They're not going to accept that, sir.
No, they're not.
Have oh, I should give people who admit to trolling and have problematic sequences in their avatars, I should give them the benefit of the doubt, and you can all fuck off with that shit. It's never going to happen.
Do you ask me a question that you wanted me to answer, or was that rhetorical?
You want to talk to me? What do you want to say? Are you fucking with me right now?
Didn't say anything. You started talking to me.
No, I mean in the stream. Are you trying to fuck with me?
No. Well, why would you assume that
I'm
trying to fuck
asking
with
a question. Am I not allowed to do
I
that?
answered you. Did I answer
All right,
you?
fine. Then I'm happy. I'm fucking happy. You happy? Everybody happy?
You sound happy.
I sound very happy. It's my 3 a.m. happy.
What the fuck?
Swear, I had a
I'm sorry.
flashback to my failed marriage with this bullshit.
I was about to say, it sounds like a married
Yeah.
couple.
Don't all look fucking happy.
The sandwich is fine. Okay, I'll just take it.
I'm sorry.
God damn. Misogyny from PJ.
You boys
I
are
love
nuts,
you.
but I like you.
Yep, thank you. I like you too.
Few days to listen to the people that I care most about. It's crying constantly. This isn't anything. I mean, I know this is funny to you guys, and it's just something that you can,
No,
just go,
no
well,
one's
I can
laughing.
think about
My
it and
eyes
not think
attest
about
that.
it,
I'm
and
sorry.
I'm hurting.
No one's
My friends are
laughing.
hurting, and I don't know what to do. I mean, there's not even anything I can do. I can go to my friends and I can say, well, I'm your ally, but they feel like there are people who legit don't feel comfortable going into streams because they feel like, well, everybody's been smiling in my face and telling me they're my friend. And now, they're telling me that I'm not entitled to my feelings, and I don't know who my friends are anymore. And I don't know if you know how scary a place that is. This position that people feel, and again, it is not about me. I'm not going to make this about me. I'll go into a goddamn stream and blow it fucking up. I will create all the.
Hey, can we just? How did we get to going into streams and blowing shit up with socks and all? I don't. What happened there, Sammy? What did you do?
Oh, you did go in that stream with the raccoon on.
No, what I imagine is they've probably been discussing going in and trying to do stuff because a whole bunch of socks have been appearing in this side of the aisles streams, making weird accusations. Especially, they did it in Midnight's the other night. So I'm guessing that's what it really is, and that they're probably pressuring her to get in on it. That's just my guess, though.
Better than anything I got.
This position that people feel, and again, it is not about me. I'm not going to make this about me. I'll go into a goddamn stream and blow it fucking up. I will create all the socks. You can have fun banning all of them. I will burn down the goddamn building for my friends. It's not about me. But I'm just like, this is so much stress. And to see people that I thought cared, just laugh and tell us that, we're being over emotional and we don't have a right to our feelings when our whole lives we've been under attack. It's just so fucking tone deaf and so disrespectful.
Okay.
And I'm not
honestly,
just trying to be an over emotional girl.
I don't think anyone ever told her that she's not right to her, that she. You know what? She just said that she's not right for her feelings or something. Sorry. I know what she says. I just can't.
She's campaigning for sympathy right now.
Yeah.
Her whole life has been this huge struggle that no one else could know about because no one else has been through it. Everybody's got a struggle. Okay, you're not special, Maya.
None of us ever said they didn't have a right to their feelings. All we ever said was you're mad at your assumptions and call that what it is.
Yeah, they have a right to their feelings, but they don't have the right to impose their feelings or demand that we share those feelings. So that's.
I have a translation program. I have a translation program that says.
Right? It's.
Go ahead, Pixie.
No, I was just saying that and call it what it is, right? It's assumptions. These aren't a bunch of facts you're running with. But continue.
My translation program says, I'm going to interpret, I was told I don't have a right to my feelings. That was actually, you said I misunderstood. See, so when you guys say you guys misunderstood, that's telling someone they don't have a right to their feelings.
Well, let's write that down. Let's make a note of that right now.
I'm wondering where the strong and independent queen actually is right at the moment, if she's going to come into all of your streams and blow them all up.
No, I think this is the last time. Like she makes it pretty clear she ain't want shit else to do with me. But you'll see. Probably Sammy too. I
Also,
don't know. Yeah. Did she
I need
shit
to.
on you too?
Oh yeah, in the end she does, but I just need to call out Rage here, brother. The reason I suggest you will go back and watch the start of this stream is you are doing and being exactly what this stream has just spent 2 hours and 54 minutes pointing out and calling out, and you've just jumped in and blatantly done the same fucking thing, and you don't even know what you've done, brother. So you can carry on ignorant and then stand in your position without facts, that's fine. But I won't support that. That's where we are, Knock. So you can either get the facts and then make the decision, or just go on your gut feelings like Maya does.
I don't know. Do we have room for him in here? Maybe we got room. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'll even drop if I have to.
8. Oh, we got room. You want to come in? Nakasuchi. I'm gonna drop a link for you, and you can drag your butt up in here. Come on. You know civilization ain't that fucking fun. Come on, get in here. All right. Let's go.
I'm a girl who's been dealing with a lot of emotions for the past 2 or 3 days. Not mine. Like, we're talking.
Oh, wait a second. Hillary's. Do me a favor. With the fan.
I will.
Okay, sorry. All right, that's what it
Who's
is.
right wing? I'm not right wing or left wing. Fuck both wings. Don't trust either side. Jump off the bird.
Somewhere around the shoulder blades myself.
Disrespectful. And I'm not like just trying to be an over emotional girl. I'm a girl who's been dealing with a lot of emotions for the past 2 or 3 days. Not mine. Like, we're talking like double digits number of people, right? Like people that are hurting.
What is a girl?
And I hate to see my friends hurting. It actually matters to me.
Oh, Lordy, that's
So-
what? Jody, no. You're loud. You got the loud background. Get back in
And
your
that
car.
link,
I mean,
that link
Rage,
was
hang on. Do we have room for Rage?
Maya, if you do decide
that
you want
link
to ask
was
me any
for
questions,
Knock.
Oh, shit,
I'll
I
answer
left the
you.
video going. Hold
You
on.
might not.
It's
Sorry.
fine. If Knock jumps in, just put me backstage, okay?
Well, he can't jump in right now. All right, Jody,
Like, we
don't
won't
get
even
mad,
know
but I
if
gotta
you jumped in.
hold on. Let me find out. Knock, are you gonna come in or anything? You just let me know in the side chat so I know whether to ask Jody and her loud ass fan to step back outside. All right, he's gonna come in a minute. Jody, I'm gonna pop you back out for right now because Knock's coherent.
Do you want me to let Richard in?
No, he was already. Oh, I guess he's not. But hold on, Jody. Okay. All right. Rage, I got you one spot. I'm not going to let anybody else. Oh, yeah. Richard put himself in the backstage. He's going for a smoke.
All right.
All right.
fair enough.
I've got one spot open, and right now I'm holding that for Nakasuji because I know he's going to come in here and liven things up as he always does. But until he makes his appearance,
I always like what I have to say, but I will answer you.
Look, I'm comfortable with discomfort. I just want the truth.
If you decide you want to ask me, you can ask me. But until I'm asked, I'm not going to
Well, I mean,
preemptively defend myself.
I'm not asking you to defend anything. You're a grown man. You're going to live life in your most authentic way. And whether I agree with that or I don't agree with that, you know, it's not really. I mean, people, you know, my friends do things I don't agree with. Okay. I don't have to agree with everything that everybody does. We don't have to be friends. I don't know you. There's nothing I want to ask you. What I wanted was the original conversation to go a very different way. And so that my friends wouldn't feel like
Pause.
they had.
No, I may be wrong, but that says to me, I didn't come in here to get the truth. I didn't come in here to sort anything out. I came in here to put you on blast about my first impressions of you, which I've admitted could be wrong.
What's
I
up,
want
Knock?
to know. I want to know
Yo.
if she approaches people in public that she doesn't like the sound of because they might have said something in earshot of somebody that she might know or might have a connection to, and just goes up to them. I don't understand why she's actually in the actual video with you. I don't get it at all.
Well, to give her an opportunity, that at the beginning of this, Sammy offered the opportunity for anybody to come in and set things straight with us, with all any misconceptions about what's been going on with the drama.
No,
And so
exactly, exactly. But I don't understand why she chose to jump in. I don't get it. It's like
she said people woke her up, calling her, telling her she needed to join. That was the story. So I'm not
I'm
going to doubt
guessing
that.
she's some sort of leader that I didn't realize in the what community. I'm not sure. Black community, possibly, because she
she was
keeps
on
saying it's
call.
not about her.
No, she was
So
on
she's
call
in
that
here
night.
for
Jay didn't
other
have the emergency
people's.
phone.
Exactly. It's I don't, and she kept saying I strawmanned her and this and that. And I said, I have to be honest. You haven't entered my mind for months. I kind of forgot you existed because you haven't been around the same circles as me. So how the fuck have I strawmanned you when I don't even know your position? How are you even involved in this? Because I actually care about my friends, was her response.
Yeah,
What's
no,
up, Doc?
Sammy, you don't care. You don't care about your friends at all.
Let's let Knock
No.
get in here. He just joined. Oh, and so did Midnight Sparkle. So both of you, if y'all have something you want to say, but Sparkle, you got to wait a second. Just go put some clothing on.
Well, I've known
Go
Maya
ahead.
for I've known Maya for a while. I like her. I don't know what was said in this. I don't know what was said. I literally only know a little. You know what I watched yesterday, and you know I after I streamed what I watched yesterday, I went over to Ger's streams, and like Jay Bundy especially was like parading around like he had just won World War III, and I didn't get it. He like, and then some people talk like there's been this like that the two sides are getting along, and it doesn't appear that way at all. Enough to where I decided not to do a room tonight. Like I didn't want to make the two sides fight again by doing my thing and talking shit, right? So I have no idea what's been going on with any of this shit. Like when it comes to the raccoon shit, I think it's nonsense to assume racism there. There's plenty of fault lines with William here to take without jumping to other ones that you're kind of reaching for. My issues with William, like William, I'm just tell everybody, like, have I ever like not called you a domestic terrorist? Like, have I
Despite
ever...
all evidence, you maintain that I am a domestic terrorist. This is always
you're an extreme right wing fucktard that is playing this meme war. So what you do is you come in, you play chummy, and a lot of these people probably don't know the things that you've said in side chats and things that you've said to me in our hours of conversations when I first met you. They probably didn't hear all of that stuff, but I did. I know who you are. I know you're playing the culture wars. So you come in and you make friends with everybody, and then you play these culture wars. You start this culture war. It's intentional.
Before you go
Are we
saying all
really
this,
gonna?
hold on, Pixie. Before you go
Pixie,
saying all this, I actually have a video on my channel where I recount our entire history together, you and me. You should check that out because it includes the conversations that you're talking about.
I've never been to your channel. I don't usually frequent like
I
right-wing
know. That's why what you're
channels.
saying right now makes you
Everyone
sound
hold
silly.
up for 1 sec. I want to address Knock. Knock, all I ask is you go back and you listen to the last 20 seconds of yourself once this is over. And
I'm being the way I've always been. Like this
I
is
know
who I've always been.
That's not the point, Knock. That's not the point. You're the raging atheist. No one expects you to be any different. All I want you to see is the approach you've taken that you have just contradicted yourself in a matter of 20 seconds about 3 times. If that doesn't matter to you and it's only about emotion, then fine. At least I now understand where you're coming from.
Like,
I
I'm
thought you
emotional
cared
about what?
the
I'm
truth.
not
I
invested in
thought
this
you
at
cared
all.
about the truth. I thought you cared about being honest, and I thought you cared about getting both sides of a story.
I'm being honest. Like, that's the William I've known. Like, I got called ignorant for no reason. Like, because I made a statement about the William I know.
No. See,
like, I know this dude. I know this guy.
Stop saying William I know. This is my point, Knock. You don't know William from a bar of soap. You know some comments from some stream.
I talked to him for like 8 hours.
I know you did. And I've watched it. And you've got nowhere. You stayed on the fucking doorstep because you won't approach him honestly. And he reacts like a fucking troll. He's not a troll, but he will react like a troll. And that is what is happening right now. You tell him you take down your fucking avatar, he'll put up 3 more. And I would do the same fucking thing. Because unless you can come to me with something reasonable, which no one has, Knock. Everyone has come screaming with emotion and defense of people because of the group they're in. Let's fucking talk about the logic and the reasonableness. There is none. No one cares. Because it's you have.
You know what?
How am I defending anybody?
Wait,
I don't like Jay Bundy. He can go fuck himself. I don't care about him.
The proof is in the video. Okay, we're watching it right now. We can argue about it preemptively, but let the video speak. Isn't that fair? That way we get to see the players in action.
I mean, so my initial point is, like, I think the raccoon shit is a stretch. Like, you know, I've never went at William for that. I went at William for the things that he's told me, or the things that the transphobic shit that I've seen in side chats, the misogynistic shit that I've seen in side chats. William has
I'm a troll. I know.
You've gotten better at that, and I've admitted that publicly. My thing is, like, something transphobic has transpired that I don't understand. I know, like, people are against Richard Madsen, and I'm like, what did Richard do? You know, some transphobic shit has transpired from this, and that's what I have no idea what happened there.
So can we just clarify that some transphobic shit has not happened? It may have happened. Is that what you're saying? Because you're saying some transphobic shit has happened.
No, I don't know.
That's some people's claim, Knock, and this is my whole fucking point. Jump on board.
I know. Well, that's what I'm trying. That's what I came in here was to get some clarification. I've heard people talking shit about Richard Madsen. I'm like, I love Richard Madsen. Like, what the fuck? So I have no idea what is going on here.
I can explain that part, and that has nothing to do with Freeman. Okay? Some of us were on Midnight's channel with Will Kincaid, and they were not happy about some comments made. Some of us were present in the stream, but we're not, like, listening or paying attention. We didn't hear some comments, and we didn't react in the way people thought was appropriate, and there wasn't a shouting match, and the audacity of people to be in the same room or platform these people automatically makes them cancelable bigots as well.
All right. Everybody just be cool for a few minutes. All right. I appreciate what you're doing, Sammy, but Knox got his opinion of me, and it's cool. It's fine. All right. So let's just push forward with this. And then,
well, and everybody needs to know, like, I've had that opinion before any of that. Like, I don't know about most of this shit. Like, my opinion hasn't changed.
You interviewed me. You interviewed me.
I think that's my whole point is I don't want you to just come in with that previous fucking attitude, because that's the whole point of what's happening at the moment. People who've never met him are going off what other people are telling them rather than people engaging honestly. That's all I'm saying.
Remember that part where I asked you not to defend me?
I'm not. This is not about you, Will.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't want to make it about me.
It started about you, right? Or you started this off with the fucking avatar, but it's bigger than that now. And that's all I wanted to say is I'm seeing people in the community not being fucking honest. They're coming from a position rather than getting facts, then forming a position.
I'm tired of I'm actually kind of tired of hearing that Will started this. I think it was Oz and Pocket
I
Lovers
don't
who
think he
started
did
this.
either.
There's stupid bullshit, and Oz feeling
Well,
the need to
I
take it from
definitely
the
think-
comments to the stream.
Yeah, I misspoke there. Like I was just running my mouth. Like from what I saw, like, yeah, it was definitely Jay was in the side chats going on about the fucking raccoon. And Jay went live going on about the raccoon. I thought all of that was a stretch, you know, like that's
Your
just
stream,
like
what you
that's just
covered
crazy
was
to me.
step 1 of 4. Of
Well, yeah,
the-
no,
the
like that's what I'm
saga.
saying. That's
Yeah.
all I know that from that stream. I don't know of any of the shit that's transpired since.
That's right. That's what I'm granting you
That's
right
why
now.
that's why I didn't stream tonight. It's like I just don't know enough about this shit because this
Yeah,
shit has
yeah.
really touched some chords, I guess, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna push play because we're gonna make more progress with this if I push play.
Just real quick, I just have a comment. I think in some ways it also might be like, say you have someone who, you know, as a part of their personality or whatever, they happen to use certain phrases that if they were used in a certain so like, for instance, speaking with a German accent, there's nothing wrong with that. Speaking with a German accent right after someone brings up something about Jews, that's where there's an issue. I think context is a big thing, and because of some people's past perceptions of Will, it makes them more quick to jump on the assumption that the raccoon must be racial.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'll never do is stop talking to Will just because we disagree on a lot of shit, or even if he does turn out to be a huge fucking hate mongering bigot.
All that.
I feel like you should talk to people, or you're never gonna solve anything, right? Like you know, like it makes no sense to me. Like, oh my god, let's never talk to William Freeman again. Like fuck, what's the fun in that?
It's Freeman.
It's Freeman. You're a Fremen.
Whatever that means.
There's so much I can do.
It's a Dune analogy, right? So the Fremen
I don't know that, but please don't explain it to me.
The Fremen
I
were the zealots that followed Paul Atreides across the universe and committed
May a
jihad.
drop of urine always find its way into your pants with each visit to the John. Thank you
it's
for
William
that.
Freeman.
They keep constantly looking over their shoulders.
You guys are insane.
For the following week.
I'm okay with the Fremen thing, but I don't understand where you get off being like fucktard. All this horrid fucking insulting shit.
Because I think he's a fascist, and I think that's how you should talk to fascists.
This is how we communicate, Sammy. It's fine, man. It's fine.
I mean, this is history, Sammy, and I don't know why you're
It's cool.
like,
I'm having a realization.
Don't you like you've
about
watched me
people
for
on the
years,
left,
and this
man.
surprises you?
No, yeah, it does actually.
It
surprises me that I was ever okay with it.
I think this
That
is
I
a very
thought
moderate.
that
version
my
of it.
position gave me right to insult people because I decide that's how you speak to those people.
I think
That's
fascists
cool.
should be insulted.
Well,
But
whenever you establish that I'm
the
a
fact
fascist,
you've decided he's a fascist, that's the part I can't believe I was ever that quick to just judge people like that.
Yeah, I've noticed that it's
Not
usually a
quick.
fascist accusing people of being fascist.
Like you act like I'm one of these people that hasn't interacted with William for months.
Dude, I've seen the interaction. It was this. This is not an interaction. This is not engaging the person honestly or being an honest interlocutor. You're here for a rage reaction, how you are rage. You've admitted it. You
I'm here to
can't be
give my-
anything different.
I'm here to be honest. I'm not going to sit here and suck all of your
You're not
asses
being
because you
honest.
like.
You're being
because you like
insulting. It's
William
not honest,
Freeman.
bro.
Obviously,
Simple.
talking
You're
to
not
William
being honest. You're
is
being
insulting
provocative.
William.
You are being provocative. You are not being an honest interlocutor. That's my point. You can't see it? Okay. That's the realization I'm
I
having.
love you, but we're gonna be here all fucking day if you don't let.
Let's play.
Thank you, Spark.
Jesus.
You would.
That my actions have caused some of my closer friends to come under scrutiny and have their integrity questioned just because they're friends with me. And I have regrets about that. And I'll admit that my attacks that were deemed transphobic were mean specifically towards Stephanie. Stephanie and I have some beef. All right, but anyone that wants to apply my statements to everyone, that's okay. They're welcome to do that. But if you ask me, I'll tell you who I'm talking about. I'm pretty clear normally when someone pisses me off and why. I have
Well,
trans friends, but I don't have trans friends that because they call me bigot because they make assumptions of things and try to dogpile on me as the boogeyman without ever talking to me. So those people I'm particularly rough and aggressive with. And yeah, I will hit you where it hurts, just like you would do me.
I mean, it's one thing if I love Stephanie. Talk to her, I think, every day. I don't know what your beef is with her. I don't think that I'm not going to require you to be friends with all my friends. You have beef with Stephanie, you have beef with Jay. Okay, fine, take a number.
I don't know Jay. Jay assumes we have beef. So before you say that, I don't have
no,
beef.
I said if.
I just met him.
I said if. I said if you have beef with either of them.
Just hear the part. I just met him.
No, I said if. It's
I'm clearing something up. I just met him.
Okay, cool. I'm saying you're beef with people. Okay. If there are a number of people asking you questions and you're only replying to one, if it's hypothetical, perhaps if I could offer a suggestion at all, you could tag said person or say their name followed by, mean remark. Lord knows no one in this community is required to be nice to any or everyone. But when a group is asking you something and you just respond, even if you think you're responding to, you see one question, you respond to one question, the group is going to think, if you're not saying a name, that you're talking to them, in which case, if it's on a racial matter or, a LGBT matter or, a sexual matter, it could come across as bigoted and targeting every member of said group. Because it's not, if a group of people are asking you a question and you're responding to a group that would fit a definition of bigotry, doesn't make you a bigot. I tell everybody, I've misgendered all of my friends in their streams. And, I'm just like, oh God, I'm sorry. They're like, okay, we move on, Don't do a 10-hour stream asking everybody else I know to come in and suck me off. Just move on, because it's not about me. You have if let's just say it's somebody you've never met, you'll probably make more enemies in the future. Just maybe before you say whatever
someone's
mean thing you're
trying
gonna
to come
say,
in.
you
You
have
want
the
me to
right to say
leave?
that, and I will fight to the.
No, I don't know who it is. They didn't say anything in the side chat, I guess, and so no, you're fine until you want to leave, man.
Okay.
I know that this is dragging a little bit. I wanted to not cut anything out of what Maya's talking about, but at the same time, this is really not saying much. So I'll get to
Quick comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maya mentioned the term "this community." Are we in the same community?
No.
Is it the same community? Is it this community? I don't understand. I don't get it. I might be. It might be the same community. It might not. I just don't know.
From what my purpose.
Yeah, I'd like an answer to that too. And whenever someone asks, they seem to get shouted down and called all kinds of horrible names. So people are afraid to even ask. Yeah, what community is this? Is it one particular ethnic or behavioral minority? Is it a political agenda? Is it the online community, the YouTube community, the content creator community? Please, let's have an answer, because people keep saying this community or the community. I have no clue.
In this world is. So, I mean, everything I'm saying to you right now about the Christian, tenets and our mission.
From your point, they argued against the Greek understanding of what they believe, and then in some way, he works back towards the Christian faith. Now, I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with a lot of presuppositionalists who subscribe to some kind of Van Tillian methodology in which they presume or assert their worldview on the non-believer, which is
He's going to come in here, and I know I skipped, but at this point, Maya seems to be cool. We've had some laughs during this short period of time about our own religious silliness in the past. And Jay just came in, but he's not going to want to talk about religion. I don't blame him because it was getting a little stale. But he wants to talk about other shit.
Is not usually the way to go. So yeah, just to support what Vekl just said.
I'm sorry, can we get back to what Maya told me to talk about? Because there's a lot of pain going on in this community. And with all due respect, I think I should deal with these different arguments for God.
I'll talk about Jay.
Yeah, because my name's been thrown around a whole lot in this whole shit. And so I think we should go ahead on and deal with the issues that have been on the table here in this community. But what do I say about that?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
do you need us to make the room smaller or what?
Which one?
Yeah, I think maybe 420 should stay here. William, Vekl, Maya, and myself. Just my
Okay,
opinion.
guys, don't be offended, but I'm going to honor this request. Kelvy.
All right, go ahead. I got work today anyway.
Ronan.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead. I got work today. Thank you.
All right.
Vekl, do you understand why the racial implications of the raccoon imagery?
Yeah, I do.
Can I ask somebody in good faith to pull up a Google real quick, get a screen share, and can we just Google raccoon racism real quick? Because this is all I've asked for the chat for. I've been asking for this for weeks. We made this request repeatedly when this issue came up. So for the benefit of the audience, can we just Google real quick racism and let's just show everybody what pops up real quick and go over that together.
Does Reddit count?
No,
No,
you type in, like I said, screen share and then Google and let's go.
Oh, okay, just do it from Google then.
Yeah,
All
screen
right.
share.
Yeah, it'll come right up.
It'll
come right up immediately. You'll see it.
Yep.
Is this the coon
Go with
caricature?
that. Yeah, go with that one.
Okay.
Go with that one. That's fine. Go ahead. Make sure we can see that, and go ahead and read that from the top there for us.
No, you go. I mean, I'm not going to read it for you. You can read it.
Which 2 and 3?
William, it'd really help all this if you could read it. Actually, thanks.
All right. Fine. I'll grant that request. The coon caricature is one of the most insulting of all anti-black caricatures. The name itself, an abbreviation of raccoon, is dehumanizing. As with Sambo, the coon was portrayed as a lazy, easily frightened, chronically idle, inarticulate buffoon. The coon differed from the Sambo in subtle but important ways. Sambo was depicted as a perpetual child, not capable of living as an independent adult. The coon acted childish, but he was an adult, albeit a good for little adult. Sambo was portrayed as a loyal and contented
That's
servant.
cool. That's cool. I think we've heard enough. No disrespect. I just don't want to overwhelm people with too much information. That's enough. So y'all can see from about, would it be fair to say, a minute or two of Googling, you could get a pretty clear idea of the problems with the racial history of the raccoon image. And again, why you keep going back to it. This is the problem. So
because that's my avatar,
okay,
Chief.
but here's the thing, Chief. It was brought to your attention that you putting it in sequence with a black man is problematic for black people.
For all black people?
Yes. As a group.
It's funny because the black people that were asked about it said they weren't offended by it.
No, but that's the problem. You don't ask the black people, and you said Vekl's the guy, so that's why I came on, because Vekl's here.
That's his picture. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so Vekl, you said it's okay to juxtapose your image with that of a raccoon. You told them that was cool.
No, what I'm saying is that I think with if people knew William in the way that I do, and I don't.
I'm not asking about William.
Wait. Let me finish. Because this is where the misunderstanding comes, right?
I don't think there's a misunderstanding, and I take offense to that term. But go ahead.
I
understand.
understand.
I'm going to let you continue, but let's be very clear. I'm not going to concede the term misunderstanding here.
No, I understand.
Okay, can he
that's why we're having this discussion, because there is a disagreement upon the perception of what's happening here. So I understand that, and that's why we're all here together. The problem is, if you're asking me personally, based off of what I know about William, I didn't see that. I saw it as pure coincidence, because this image that you have of a raccoon is something William has always had ever since I've known him, even though we've had vehement disagreements on theological levels. But then he just recently started downloading. He went to my channel, saw one of the videos with my face on it, and then as an act of poking fun at me, he doctored it up with eyelashes and put some.
But I don't use that one. I don't use that one.
And so it just happens to. So now one person sees this and sees him going back and forth between him switching back to the image he's always had for years and to my image. Now people are looking at that and say, "Oh, I see what he's trying to say. They're trying to make Vekl out to be a coon." And I've never gotten that impression from women.
No,
He's never addressed me.
I appreciate you, but let me stop you there.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's because that's not what happened. I don't know if you were there, and that's the problem. Is there's too many narratives going around, and a lot of these people who've been talking about this have been recreating history. That is not what happened. Nobody ever.
His narrative is right, guys.
That by juxtaposing your.
What's up?
I said his narrative is right. I mean, I know there has been a lot of narratives going around, but let me give you the real narrative.
Take
Well, no, he just said by juxtaposing his picture with the raccoon, he got where people could think, and then he's like, no, that's not the narrative. Okay.
And I didn't juxtapose it. It just happened to be next in a lineup of stuff. It's not like I had it on the screen with the raccoon thing.
But see, that's the thing, right? That's that was the catalyst to all this.
And have we had the
Wait, is
you need to listen because he screams it like a million miles an hour, but his main argument is instead of just explaining yourself. Have we had that bit yet or not?
Oh, we haven't got to the just bow and
Okay.
kiss my ass part, but that's coming.
You will have noticed that he needs to be right, even in Vekl's presence, when Vekl is explaining it.
He don't know who he's fucking with.
Pocket
Vekl.
Locker needs to be right.
Right, but so does Vekl, and that's never going to work out there. I don't care how long they go at each other; neither one of them is going to gain any ground. It's fantastic.
Image with the raccoon, he was suggesting that you were a coon. Nobody ever said that.
Oh, okay.
Nobody ever said that he was doing something that should be offensive to you personally. Nobody ever said that. What we said was it is a problematic sequence to go from the coon image, which is a problematic racial image, to the image of a black man. I don't give a fuck what that black man said to
Why
you.
are you yelling? Why are you yelling?
I see what you're saying. You're speaking in general.
About racism. Now, you ain't gonna police my tone. I'm having this conversation with you.
You're not gonna yell either.
You don't need to control me. I'm good to
But
go.
I will.
Did I upset anybody? I raised my voice.
I see what you're saying, Jake. So you're saying in general. So in general, it's offensive.
So
yeah,
right. I see what you're saying.
And here's the thing.
Hey, will you pause real quick?
All
right, so I don't know Jay Bunny for shit. Like the first time I was even introduced to the name, it was like him attacking Richard Madsen for no fucking reason, right? And then I heard some shit about him, but I don't know this dude. He reminds me a lot of lefties I know, and you can kind of tell like they've never really done any like real street activism or anything, because like. If you want to catch a racist, you've got to let a racist be a racist. Like jumping to these different conclusions. Oh, the coon imagery. You keep saying coon imagery. It's a fucking raccoon, right? Like it's not some meme avatar type fucking. It's not something like Jill would do. That would just be like blatant, like being blatant racist, right? It's a fucking raccoon.
Even something like the Bored Ape Yacht Club, that's a really good example of something that's without doubt.
Yeah, so it's just like, he seems to be one of these lefties that has never really been in the face of. I'm not saying he's never faced real racism. He's a black man in America, of course he has, but he's never seen like what a real racist looks like what a real fucking neo-Nazi racist looks like. He's never been on the front lines as an activist. At least that's the impression I'm getting. I'm assuming about Jay Bundy right now, right? I don't know the dude from Dick. Maybe he has 2 PhDs. He got them from Michigan State. I mean, little brothers are cool, but go blue. But it seems like he's more an academic. I would be highly surprised based on. He just reminds me of so many lefties that sit behind their computer reacting instead of actually doing the real activism out there on the front lines, confronting the real bigots. And I think it shows, but that again, I'm assuming this about this man that I don't know. I just met him briefly on the internet, and he called me of all people a right winger. It was fucking insane.
Oh wait, you're not? I'm confused.
Hang on. That's great, right? This is all I'm saying. If you leave here going, William Freeman is a fucking right-wing militia nut, fucktard, whatever you call him, but the community that attacked him and Richard and Sam and Pixie was doing what this gentleman is doing right now that we're watching, okay? That's all my point has been, Knock, is do not automatically go with the narrative
Well,
that
I'm
William
not.
was being all these things.
Well,
And I'm glad you're not. And I really appreciate it.
I do apologize for like yelling back and shit, but I am me. I'm not like I have the same impression that I've always had of William. I don't know everything that transpired. You know, if it got really transphobic, like some people have implied, but I've never heard specifics. Like that's what I'm like really interested in. This whole raccoon shit, I think I've been fairly clear with it. I think it's a stretch. Like there's plenty to find wrong with William Fremen than this raccoon shit.
Well, stick around. I'm gonna get a lot nastier.
There's an interesting bit that's in the chat, and it highlights exactly this issue. So what the Beck says, does anyone find it ironic he just used chief, which is a derogatory slang for natives? Hillary says, and it is. I mean, chief is a derogatory slang.
Well,
for
it
natives,
is. I
okay?
picked up on it. I wasn't going to say it because, you know, like people, it's just like a term that people use, you know?
Okay, okay.
I have a
chief
fucking
can
pass.
be used. Chief can be used as a derogatory slang for natives, but Hillary says it's a common term in the military. Chief warrant officer. Chief is a little person lording their granted position over others. And it's like, okay, there's a word being used here that might be misinterpreted by somebody if they look at it in a certain way without understanding. Actually, it can be used in lots of different fucking ways. Lots of them.
Are you saying heretic? There's another word that could be used like that?
Oh, really? Was I saying that? Fuck.
And I think that was a great point.
But if you look at that
great
definition,
point.
if you look at the definition from Ferris State University, they say the word coon is short for raccoon. And they are making a stretch, but it's never actually been used in that way. And it doesn't actually come in that etymology as a racist slur for based on the word raccoon. Jay has clearly never heard it used, raccoon, as a racist slur. He has merely read it from a very recent Ferris University blog.
I mean, to be fair,
basically
it is an
doesn't
actual slur.
say the truth.
Like, and it,
Huh?
I mean, it does have connections to raccoon. The thing is that I don't think that one post being recent means that
the
it's
only connection
legitimate.
to raccoon. The only connection to raccoon is it's the same word, as in chief versus chief.
I think
it comes from baraka.
Yes, I was going to say the connection came later because the original term it came from had nothing to do with the raccoon. It came from like a Barbados word, I think, or something like that.
Portuguese is baraka,
Portuguese,
or
right?
Spanish
Sorry,
parazón.
thank you. Portuguese word. Second, I think what Beck was doing was like a sarcastic, like hyperbole thing, because he's talking about how he should walk on, because Jay's talking about how everybody else should walk on eggshells with these supposed problematic imageries and words, but he used one that could also be considered problematic without showing any care. And I think that was the point.
Brilliantly. It showed brilliantly. And I applaud Beck for it, and I applaud Hillary's for it. It's like Beck's immediate response was oops and pointing finger upwards. It's like, yes, this fucking happens. This guy Jay is an ass, a complete fucking ass.
Really? What was your first clue?
Can I make a minor hot take here? No words are derogatory. Intent is derogatory.
That's fair.
Brought it up in the chat. They ignored it. He came in the stream a week before the stream where all this actually took place. And what was happening was somebody named Serb was being anti-trans. And they had our trans friends up here talking about what is a woman? A woman is a person who's given.
You can review that. Serb was never anti-trans.
Yeah, and I wasn't asking them what is a woman.
Don't
they
get
were
me
asking
started
me,
on that shit. Come on, don't pretend now.
They were asking me what woman means in my culture. I wasn't the other way around. It's ridiculous because he was part of that group. I don't know how he could be the one asking me.
Serb is definitely transphobic. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God, knock!
Dude, like I got trolled by Serb for a year and a half.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
it
come
took you
on.
that long to catch
No,
on.
no,
That's the
I am.
problem.
No, it did.
I
We knew it immediately. Like it was always Serb, and it was always Serb. It happened whenever Serb got mad at me for being me.
All
no,
right,
I
whatever.
I'm phobic
He and
facts and evidence or
him,
bad.
him and
You
his
know.
friend Demi. We all
but
know.
not really women because in my culture, this, that, and the third. Not recognizing, yo, we ain't trying to have the what is a woman talk right now with the weaponization, everything that's going on with trans people. William Freeman got up there talking about running interference. Well, I don't see what all the issue is, and then he starts playing stupid. Well, do you really have to be pro-trans right now? What does it mean to be pro-trans? Playing dumb, and we like whatever because we're trying to deal with Serb at the time. But we noticed him from the chat, like, yo, what's up with some dudes here, and straight up. This person Serb was attacking our friends on the trans issues. So it's not game time. He comes up here defending that person, then comes back a week later after we.
By defending, he means I asked, could someone define what it means to be pro-trans? And that's
Yeah.
as far as I got.
Yeah. I'm up there. I have goals, right? I'm trying to free Gur. I'm also trying to bridge this sort of lingual gap so I can say things that might agree with trans people without feeling like I'm lying. Right? So I'm like doing things that would make me the villain. And Will comes in with a raccoon picture, and now I'm just a side character.
All right.
Called this person out.
Also, real quick, I did just look this up. The etymology being derived from Baraka only goes back to, I think it's 1837. But in 1834, there was a minstrel show that used like blackface, and there's more of a connect. So the thing is, there's just as much possibility that it comes from like basically this idea of like a mask over the face, just as much as it might be from Baraka.
Okay, cool. Like a minstrel mask. Right?
And
Yeah.
minstrel
is that why it might be racist? Because it might look like a minstrel mask?
Hold on. There was one black character in the minstrel show. There was also the dandy.
The raccoon image again. Now, we've already called William Freeman out the week 4 for defending an anti-trans person. Now he comes back and still has not acknowledged the issue with the raccoon image. So we bring it up again. And now more people in chat are like, yeah, what's up with this? And so instead of looking into it, because we had a lot of people look into it, other people said they hadn't heard about it, but they all did what we asked. Google it, find out. They Googled it, they found out. These fools, instead of saying, oh, it was a misunderstanding, this has been my avatar for a long time, but I didn't realize I had used it in that problematic way. I'm very, very sorry. They doubled down. Oh no, it's just my favorite animal. Well, and then other people, out of solidarity with them, start changing their avatars to raccoons. To this day, we have people who just out of solidarity with them have switched their avatars to fucking raccoons, and we're dealing with it every day. So it has an effect. More people start doing it, and that's the insensitive part. This
That's an assumption and a half. That's an
That's a
assumption
bunch
and
of
a half.
bullshit. People changed their icons to raccoons long before this ever happened, and it had to do with solidarity during your deconversion. I don't know what he's talking about. We all had raccoons long before this, and it has nothing to do with whatever stupid bullshit he made up in his head.
Amen. Ironically.
Well, I mean, there is a real history behind the derogatory language, and I mean, I think
I read that shit. I read that.
Yeah,
shit.
well, I was. That's what I was just about to say, but I said like even William has like said the same thing, right? Like there's I mean, there's reason to be concerned, but at the same time,
That's not what I was calling out.
Not really.
I was calling out his
When it comes to
lie.
that.
What I was calling out was his blatant lie that people are quote unquote still changing their avatars to raccoons in solidarity out of this. No, those raccoon avatars have been there for months and have nothing to do with this stupid situation. That's just more bullshit
I don't know.
he's made up in his head to be mad about.
I wouldn't put
let
that
not
past-
make up his own mind as this goes on.
Well, I don't know about all that. You know, like I don't know that dude. You know, it wouldn't surprise me though. Like I said, like this. I mean, this is a guy that accused me of being a right winger. Like I'm like the most left wing motherfucker I know.
It's
So,
not
I don't know
difficult-
if you can beat
difficult.
Sammy.
It's not difficult to prove it. We're all on screen in Brojo's or Sammy's or Will's, and have been for the past month or so with our avatars.
I mean, I reviewed that the origin of it all. Like, it's supposedly, like I come back and it's like supposedly the dumpster fire of the year, right? And I reviewed it, and
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact
this has all been like really
we have
weak.
we have all been using these raccoon avatars for over a month. This has only been going on a week, and the evidence is on the internet. If anybody bothered to bother looking, it's just this claim that Jay just made. That's all.
Oh, I get that, and I didn't know that people had started. So there's like a cult of William Freeman now.
No.
I'm trying to explain things to Knock. It doesn't help. Just let him come up with his own ideas. It'll be good for material later.
I kid. I kid. You know.
All right.
What the fuck?
Whether Vekl told you it's okay for you to use his image. The issue is you did something racially insensitive, and when members of that race called you out for it, instead of validating their feelings, you invalidated their feelings by saying, no, I was just trying to agitate this one particular person. And so
what do you want, Jay? What do you want?
It's what you want. What you want is for everybody else to now say, we have to ignore the fact that you're using racially.
I don't care if you ignore it or not, Jay.
Okay, but that's the bigoted part. When you recognize something is insensitive and that is offensive to people, and you do it anyway because you don't care.
I need to remind you, 2 PhDs, by the way.
I need to remind you, if your reaction to something or any idea or opinion is meh, like if that's the summary of your reaction, that by definition can't be bigoted.
Well, and PhD don't mean smart. It just means good at school. I mean, a lot of smart ass PhDs out there. Don't get me wrong. I know a few of them, but like I've met a lot of dumbass. Like I dropped out of high school, and I'm smarter than a couple PhDs I met. Like I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, look
it shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't be the case, but it is. You know.
Yeah, I mean, look at Richard Carrier. PhDs don't mean anything if you don't have anything to back it up with.
Oh, fire!
Ouch! Ow!
Is it in America? In America, is a PhD? Is a PhD in America a 4-week summer course or something?
Well, no, it takes a long time to get it, but there's some idiot ass fucking PhDs out there.
Who the fuck goes through two PhDs?
What's his name? What's his name? I can't remember his fucking name, but he was hanging out with Smokey Saint, the PhD that goes at Dr. Josh about Dr. Josh's expertise and shit. I can't remember his fucking name, but maybe somebody in the chat does. But he's a fucking idiot. Like I went head to head with that guy, and I fucked him up. Like that should never happen.
All right, let's move.
It's offensive to people, and you do it anyway because you don't care. That way, everybody else will have to go through this again. Anybody else that you pop in the stream with, and you keep
not Kenny Rhodes, a real PhD.
They're gonna see just like I did,
and they might get triggered.
And we're gonna do the whole thing all over again, and you're gonna go, no, it's always been my thing, bro. For 10 years, you've been being racially insensitive. Sorry, nobody fucking called you on it, but that's
well, you did. You just did. Now you did. You just had. You just did.
So what did you not do about it?
What should I do about it?
Stop using it.
Oh no, you're asking me to change.
Yes, that's how you. How do you?
Because of your perception, I'm supposed to change because you get offended.
Come on,
I understand.
I just wanted to make the point. I made the point. I know this one's not going to change because he's a fucking troll. But this is what we're dealing with.
No, I'm not going to bow to you, dude. You're not.
Fuck you.
You have no authority to tell me to change anything.
Shut up.
You don't get to tell me to shut up either.
Wait, Jay,
you're a petulant child.
I'm going to say this, and I don't care who it offends. But Jay, I totally understand what you're saying. The problem is two things. Number one, you're dealing with people who hold no moral objectivity. So even if they're doing it with the intent of malice,
I don't know who he's talking to here at this point. Everyone in that room is going, what?
He's going into the Vekl. Like that's a conversation I have with Vekl more times than
trigger.
Yeah.
You're not going to stop them. And I think the best way to win this fight is just to simply ignore them, or you can press charge and make their life a living hell, try to press charges and go the next step, which is to me a waste of time.
I'm actually here to talk to you, man.
Yeah.
Wait, press charges for a raccoon avatar? Did I hear that, Vekl?
Yeah, Vekl knows that's not going anywhere. He's kind
No,
of.
I know. I was just wanting to make sure that I
heard that right.
What the?
There,
Yeah.
you were their token, right? You were there. Oh,
It's fucked up. Let me back that up. He just accused Vekl of being our
I
token.
He was
just
our
love how
token? Do what?
I don't think
Dr.
that's.
What
Dr. Sprogrocket has come in and just decided how the fucking stream's going as well. No. I'm here to talk to your man Vekl. Sorry, bro, you're in my fucking stream.
But no, I thought they were gonna say that about like Odin or something. But Vekl is our token? What does that
Apparently.
even
Wait,
Let's reel that back in.
who called Vekl a token?
Well, I'll
He
play
said,
it
he
again.
said,
I'll
he
play it
said,
right
I
now.
know
I'm
that
gonna play it
you're
right
like
now.
their token.
I'm gonna play it right now.
I mean, isn't
Charges
he
and
inherently
you
like?
go the
I
next
mean,
step,
give it
which is-
like. I mean, to be fair, like I don't feel comfortable talking about somebody.
Oh, you're breaking up really bad, buddy. Did we lose him?
Who is that anyway?
We've lost it. That's Ariel.
Oh.
He's awesome.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything. I was just wondering who it was.
Me,
I'm actually here to talk to you, man.
Yeah.
It's because your name, you were their,
Yeah.
you were their token, right? You were their. Oh nah, I'm just poking at my main man Vekl, and it's cool because the black people I talked to said it's
Yeah,
cool.
right.
My
But I
main man.
doubt that if I asked this black man, did he think this is a good idea if he wouldn't see the problem? And they trying to act
Bobby.
like me and Maya.
So when were you going to tell me you had another main man?
Got lots of main men. I didn't know there was a restriction on how many
Yeah,
main men.
sorry,
I could
Sammy.
have.
No. As in
man.
sharing, bitch. You're
Oh,
not
sorry.
sharing.
I'll get you the black book.
I need me
idea
some
that you guys-
chocolate.
Oh
This
shit.
idea that
God
you guys
damn.
are allies.
Would you set up for
cracks
white
me up.
chocolate?
So
He's got options. He's got
Who started-
options, and you're just going to have to suck it up, Sammy. I'm afraid.
well, your beef is with y'all's beef is a religious beef, right? Like your politics line up pretty well.
Oh no, I wouldn't say that.
I'm just saying, like, you and Vekl are frenemies at best, right? Like, I would not consider
We have a
you
healthy
allies.
respect for each other, but we don't get
And-
along very well.
And the only thing anybody said was that the person being concerned trolled for thought the situation was ridiculous and laughable, which is a true statement. So in what way was this saying, like, you guys are homies or tokenizing anyone?
No, but that's the initial peer pressure that's mentioned in the title here. We're getting into pressuring Vekl racially. We've already gone through Maya emotionally appealing to Sammy, and Sammy didn't cave. No, we're looking to see if Vekl caves.
Can't see the problem because you don't see the problem. I'm pretty sure you see the problem.
No, yeah, and after listening to you, I understand what you mean. You're talking about in a more wider respect, not just me personally,
Exactly. And I don't
yeah.
care if he loves right. I honestly don't. I'm a fucking biologist. I don't give a fuck if you love animals. Who cares?
Oh.
But the point is, you got to
Hey,
realize we're dealing with race.
Sorry about that. My phone overheated. What I was saying before is it would be like if you had, say, two Jewish people, and then all of a sudden you have one Jewish person accusing the other Jewish person of just being a token Jew because they don't agree. Like, say, because that person is honestly, I could even use myself as an example because I know a lot about the religious traditions, but I also don't hold to it. And so I can talk about them in a way in which isn't, strictly Orthodox. And so, if some Orthodox Jew were to come and tell me that I'm just the token Jew for a bunch of, non-Jews, I'd be like, who's the one being racist there?
Precisely.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like not just me personally,
Exactly. And I don't care if he loves right. I honestly don't. I'm a fucking biologist. I don't give a fuck if you love animals. Who cares? But the point is, you got to realize we're dealing with racism and trans.
That's your
phobia.
perception.
No. These are things that are happening in the world. And they got shit to do with
My avatar is your perception is that
No,
it's racist.
shut the fuck up. Yeah, you trying
No,
to
you don't tell me to shut the fuck up, Jay.
Racism isn't going on
Jay,
in the world.
Jay,
I said
don't tell me to
racism
shut
isn't happening.
Don't tell me to shut the fuck up.
Are you
Mind your
telling me
manners.
are you telling me we're not dealing with racism?
I'm saying that you perceive it as racism, and that's your choice.
I'm not talking about you. Now, if you're gonna mute me again, mute me for some shit I really said instead of misinterpreting what I'm saying. Can you listen? I said We're dealing with racism in the world. Now you're going to tell me racism isn't a problem? Please do.
It's not really that big of a problem.
Okay. We're done here. Bye.
See, now that was a troll.
That was a troll.
And it's an admitted one.
I'm admit what I do once they leave, what I was doing, but yeah, there was a reason that I did that.
All right. Well, gentlemen, it's been fun.
I missed it.
To be fair, though, like doing that, I do understand why people would perceive, despite your explanation, just because of the emotionality of it, that they would automatically go to being like, oh, because you're trolling about that, you must be trolling about the raccoon thing as well.
What did you say? Because I zoned out. I mean, Jay makes me zone out.
I was saying that.
Not you. What did William say in the stream that was?
He asked me if I thought racism was a big problem, and to make him leave, I said, no, it's not a problem. And he was like, really? And then he left. He'll be right back.
You said it's a problem. You said it's not a big one.
Well, I didn't say that right then. I come back and explain that's what I think. But I wanted Jay to leave because he was acting like he's already used up his 3 wishes already.
So it was just trolling. Like how does everybody automatically jump to that assumption that that's just trolling in that moment and not what you really think?
Because they've already seen some of this.
Yeah, because literally
Because he clarifies literally now, as soon as he presses play.
Okay. Honestly, though, racism is actually, it can be a problem, but I did say that because I wanted Jay to leave. So, just for the record, he's obnoxious.
Okay, Serve, I love
There you
your
go,
argument.
Knock.
I mean, it can be a problem. What does that mean?
I mean, it can be a problem in some places.
And isn't a problem in others.
Yeah, race can be utilized as a weapon.
For the Democrats.
Okay, what is that?
There we go. I don't want to. I don't want to go down the.
No, that's not. Yeah.
So I mean, that's what it comes down to, though. Like, so I mean, is it an issue in society or not?
Oh, it's an issue. It doesn't necessarily.
Is it a problem in society that we should actually be trying to actually overcome
individually?
Why
Yes,
individually?
Yes, but I think in more ways than people realize, right? Because I think what my problem is everybody's under the assumption that their backyard dictates what everybody else's backyard looks like. And I've lived in multiple places. I've lived in places where it was the Spanish and Mexican people who were prejudiced against. I've lived in places where it was Black people who were prejudiced against. I've lived in places like Acatán in Mexico, where white people are very, very prejudiced against because there are not very many of them, right? They're surrounded by Native Americans and reservations, and they receive the brunt end of the racism. So I get being outraged and being emotional about social injustice issues, but when you take that and you add to it your assumptions of everybody else's experience, it doesn't make you anything more than the bigot you claim you're fighting.
Well, I mean, but that doesn't go to what William thinks whether or not racism is like a societal issue that needs to be addressed or not. All these other places.
That wasn't the claim, Knock.
Well, that's the thing that I was asking. And I mean that's
Okay,
kind of like
that's
that's kind of like the implication there, and that's why I'm saying hold up, because there seems to be like a lot of assumption going along to William's benefit, but not just like considering like maybe this dude just doesn't really think it's that big of a fucking deal.
You can address it.
He
You can address it,
clarified.
but everybody's gonna make their own opinion, like evolution. You know, they're gonna do whatever they want to do, ignore the facts.
I wasn't going to mention evolution.
He,
That's
what
not
your issue is,
antidote.
Knock, hang on, because you've gone a bit off the track. Your issue was can. He said it can be a big problem, and you want him to say it is always a problem.
Well, I mean, the dynamics here in America, I think, are. I mean, that's the question. Like, do you think that racism is this dynamic? Sure, some places are probably chill, some places are not. But I'm talking like just across the board. Like, is there a systematic?
Nothing illegal about racism.
Is there systematic racism in, like,
No,
say,
I don't think there's systemic
the legal
racism.
system, or the way that we were locking up
Yes.
people under
Yes,
the
there
war on
is.
drugs for so very long?
I've got a suggestion.
Yes, there
Knock,
is.
if you wanna address any of this stuff, it really this ancillary stuff, it might be better to do this in a different stream with Will, because otherwise this is going to go longer than a 12-hour stream.
Well, yeah, sure. I'm not trying to take this long, but I'm just trying to say, like, you know, it's not all peaches and cream. I don't agree with the way
No, it's
Jay is
definitely
going
not.
about this at all. But you know, to just automatically assume that William's trolling in moments and in other moments he's not, I think that's very just, I don't know, beneficial to William.
You're entitled to your opinion too, Nog.
Well, if you know the Freemasons and the Illuminati are typically white, you know what I mean, and you know they're
That's not true. Just because you
yeah,
don't
it
know
is.
Black
It's true.
Masons.
They
No,
have a
it's
couple of
Hefe,
they have a
Hefe,
couple of them.
I'm not gonna let you like derail what I'm doing here, okay, bud?
Well, it's
You
true.
All right, bye.
Well, then you know nothing about Prince Albert Masons.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to entertain all that right now. I've got a goal, so I'm not. That's not my goal. Is to deal with Hefe today. Hefe, I'm sorry. We can do this another time, but I have an agenda here. I'm getting through to the end of this little drama. Okay. Just for the record, he's obnoxious.
You've met him before?
No, briefly, just recently. But here's the thing. I'll go ahead and, for the record, if you think it's racist, that's fine, Jay. You don't speak for the black community. You don't get to speak for all black people because you're sensitive. Sorry, dude. You can get offended and you can wallow in it. You can freak out. But your outrage doesn't justify an action on my part. It doesn't make you right. It just makes you sensitive. So you can freak out and you can cry and you can throw a fit. But all that does is make me more inclined to deny your request because you're unreasonable and unthinking. So I know what you can potentially take this as. If you choose to do that, that is a choice and that's how you want to live your life. But I don't bow to you. I'm done. 420s.
I think you were
peace and respect.
I think you could have handled that in worse ways.
Thanks.
Respect everybody.
I just that last part was just because I got frustrated with him trying to do the dance.
When I was
take a second to point out that Bree has written, yes, change because the black community asked. No, the black community didn't ask. Some asshat that claims he has 2 PhDs and probably does, but doesn't operate with a full deck, has asked me to do something about it, which I absolutely refuse to bow to.
I'd like to see evidence of his PhDs myself, because
show them to you.
Yeah, I mean, every PhD is published as a thesis, so you know it should be around somewhere. And 2 PhDs, only a fucking idiot would go for 2 PhDs. I mean, that is really fucking.
It is Michigan State. He couldn't go Michigan, but no, I believe he's got the PhDs. He seems like a smart cat. He just reminds me, like I said, like a lot of lefties that I've known. That, you know, like maybe his activism has been in the classroom, which I don't necessarily agree with. If you're going to do activism, put it out in the streets. Be part of organizations that are actually doing the work. Be there at No Dapo when we needed you most, and we were fighting the fascist government of Barack Obama. But no, they weren't there. They were in their behind their keyboards, like going fucking outrage, and then telling me I'm a right winger when I point it out. You know.
No, all I'm saying is I'd like to see evidence of it, because frankly, I don't believe it yet, and I would need to see evidence of it. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm about to go. I'm about to go. The only thing that I would say, because it is
I get you
1 o'clock in the morning here in the UK. The only thing I would say is there is systemic racism in the UK. It is nowhere near as bad as it was in the 1970s at all. We are well on the way. It is still there, and there's still more to do. But by God, have we gone a long way. Same with sexism, same with homophobia, same with transphobia, same with misogyny, not the same with misandry. Misandry is going through the fucking roof. So there are things that are happening, and it's going much better. But we don't need asshats to do it. We need reasonable people who can actually focus on the stuff, and talk about it in a way that gets people to move, because this guy won't get anybody to move. Right, I'm out of here. Good night, everybody.
All right, big love, man.
And I agree with that. I just think, and
Bye.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that there aren't issues that we need to fight against, right? Obviously there are. And I'm not saying that there aren't demographics in the United States that aren't heavily more targeted than other demographics. That's also not what I'm saying. I'm saying when we're having these conversations and when we're discussing these things, it's probably not the brightest thing to do to alienate someone by telling them that they don't matter and they can't have had this experience and they can't possibly understand, because you don't know that. And there are places in this country where they do have the opportunity to experience that. And that's all I was saying.
Amen.
Trying to say to him is that the internet's a different world when you're dealing with this type of situation, man. If you're in a business call, that's one thing, but if you're in a room that's open, that's an open forum like this, it's harder to hold people accountable for certain things because there's a lot of nuance that's being overlooked. In my opinion, I understand where he's coming from, saying that the idea in and of itself, not the intent, but just the idea of putting a black person next to a picture of a coon is inherently racist. But at the same time, we have to look at the intent on the act itself. So is it doing it because you're poking fun at somebody who can take those kind of jokes, or are you doing it with the intent to insult an entire group of people? And I think that's he's looking at it in a more general sense, saying that
I would suggest at this point, because people want him to fucking take it down and change it, he's going to double down and be like, "Fuck you." It's not a race thing. It's I don't want to change my avatar.
And I don't like how I was approached about it. I don't like how they
Yeah.
approached me about it. It wasn't in, "Hey, can we talk to you in private?" It was,
Real
"Let's
quick,
grandstand."
just pause real quick. I would do the same goddamn thing. Like at that point, like, and everybody would. I would hope at least like the vast majority of people would know, like, oh, yeah, Knox not a racist. But at that point, I'm like, fuck no, I ain't taking this shit down. What, like, and that's the thing about outrage culture is you're never gonna get what you initially set out to want, because you're gonna put back people into a corner, and they're gonna be human beings that say fuck you. So I just had to say that. Sorry.
I can appreciate that.
I'm probably going to get canceled because I'm being so agreeable, so
just call me a bigot a few more times, or a terrorist, and they'll forgive you. I promise.
You're gonna be canceled just for being in here.
Ooh, we'll yell at him when he leaves. We'll call him names so he knows.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
that's good cover.
Yep.
And try to virtue signal off your avatar so we can look more oppressed than we actually are. And that's nonsense. This avatar doesn't hurt anybody. It's your choice to be offended by a raccoon. It's crazy.
Well, it's now the image has got the Will Smith effect on it. The 2022 Oscar.
It reminds me of somebody purpose.
I'm going to forward this just a little bit because Stephanie has some technical difficulties.
That's used as a term of derision towards.
Yeah, we already read that.
Racism.
Yeah, where are we going here, Stephanie?
We read through that, right?
Yeah, we did.
So it seems like we're arguing about some people in the.
She's still having sound issues right here. Leaving.
So
back.
you bitch, man.
Did you hear what I was saying? Did
yes. Yes, I heard what you were saying. So to get to where you were going with that, you were talking about the imagery of the raccoon.
And I was saying it has a history, and I was describing what that history was.
Right.
And a little bit of my history for like, are you coming from? Are you white knighting for the African American community, black people, et cetera, and so forth?
Yeah.
No, I'm not really. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm
so
just
I wanted to ask you.
This is a history that many people, including Jay, has lived with. Now, Vekl here may not have lived with that, and that's fine. But to
no, I have.
I mean, it's
that was an assumption.
History. Well, no, Vekl here said, I don't see the issue. I think,
no, but I have, but I did earlier say that I've been called a coon. So under that context, with the intent of malice and to offend me. So yeah,
right. So you have experienced that.
Yeah, of course.
Jason,
guess by who?
Just because Vekl didn't see an issue with what with what you did, he somehow never experienced racism in his life.
Yeah, no, he admits to that. There was a lot that I skipped there because Stephanie was having sound issues, but Vekl admits that he's been even called coon more than a few times, as you might can imagine.
I know, but her assumption was that he never experienced racism because he was okay with you using, you using the raccoon avatar. Did I miss here?
Maybe, I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I was about to say Jay's not out of his mind. You all would probably disagree because of the tone, because of the blah blah blah. But this really, the conversation doesn't need to be about that. It needs to be about hearing, or I think it should be about hearing through the tone to the motivation. And since we're talking about motivations, I just want to remind you, Will, that was my interaction with you in Ger's stream was literally, Will, I'm not sure what you're here for. Do you want to continue a conversation from earlier from Ger's stream with Cerberus, which I vaguely remember? Did you want to talk about, because what I was doing in that stream was making a plea.
Sorry, I keep having to pipe in. I do need, like, so for people that don't know Vekl, and William, I'm sure you're quite aware of this. Like, for one, I want to say that Vekl probably experiences racism every day because he hangs out in racist crowds. I've been in rooms where Vekl has defended racist to me. Smokey Saint being straight up racist, Vekl, not a big deal. So I do have to point that like Vekl is one of the most right-wing people I've ever met, and I'm not sure if everybody understands that about Vekl, right? And I know a lot of people are trying to call him like a token or whatever. The only thing he's a token of is he believes what the fuck he believes, and he's not afraid to hang around people that doesn't like him for the color of his skin, as long as they kind of agree with his ideology. That's how strong he believes what he believes. So, I mean, that's just the Vekl I've experienced, and I wanted to pipe in and put that in. I wanted to do it a couple minutes ago, but
is this the same Vekl had to hang out the other day who said, let's let the Mexicans, they talk like this, and then So what's the difference? What's the big fucking deal? It's
he definitely gets racist.
Is that the same thing? Is it not?
Definitely. I mean, he's a right winger.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
For ultimately an ideological reason, like the snakes in Ireland, that sort of thing.
I think I just did on both streams.
On both sides.
I don't like worse. I'm gonna
serious conversation. You want to do everything. I mean, this change the way you feel about things. I don't know. I mean, because I do agree with you, William. You shouldn't cater to what's the word I'm looking for?
But this is the thing, like, and thanks for having me back on. He's not being asked to cater.
But
here's what he's being asked to do. He's being asked to understand that there's the choice, and then there's 5 minutes after.
Right.
And what I've been trying to communicate to y'all, and y'all keep dancing around this point. Nobody cares what you've been doing for 10 years. Nobody cares whether it's history or not history, whether you meant it, whether you knew. Nobody cares. It was brought to your attention that this is the issue. At that point, you can't play stupid. You looked it up.
I'm not stupid. I'm not ignorant of it.
Okay, now.
My thing is, he does care. He says, we don't care about your history. We don't care what you've been doing for the last 10 years. No, the reason you don't care is because it would destroy your assumptions, right? You wouldn't get to get up there and say stupid bullshit like everybody's changing their icons to raccoons in solidarity because of this, right? Because if you knew the history, you couldn't get away with those fucking lies.
Yeah. And William should have just explained himself, but I don't care for his explanation anyway. So, which is
clear in a second. He says this is a one side. There's not two sides to this. There's only one, and that's where I decide that my side is the one that he must be talking about being right. Since he doesn't want to hear it, and that means I don't have to hear his. You'll see. He really, I don't know what his problem is, but he malfunctions.
Once you do that, and you choose to do it anyway, that is by definition insensitive. You may
I'm being insensitive.
Yes, because you
are
deciding.
I'm insensitive.
I'm not going to. Okay, now.
Yes, I am insensitive.
Now here are the consequences of that insensitivity.
What are they?
More people start doing it. So now, now there's other people doing it because they want to stand in solidarity that, hey, we're all good. So now we're dealing with more and more people doing it, which makes it more and more likely that more and more people of color are going to see it. and this whole thing starts
And
all
he
over
just made
again.
my
Now,
point.
all
He
I'm
doesn't care about the history because he wants to use a fake history to justify his ridiculous outrage at the bullshit he made up in his head.
He obviously didn't watch that whole deal with Oz, where Oz had me on in his bigot stream and got turned upside down.
saying is, you got to understand that that's the
talking shit
problem.
about Oz, man.
I
I
did a whole stream on it. You must have missed that too.
I watched part of that stream last night, but then I went to bed. I'm not sure what happened, but I don't. Oz is good people. And,
No, he's
and
not.
I don't know. It seems like
That's your opinion.
No, I
Barry.
disagree with you.
It
He-
seems
he-
like
he
like
propped his
lines have been
girlfriend up.
drawn here. It seems
propped
like
his
lines have been
girlfriend
drawn
up.
here.
Let not talk. Let
Yeah,
not talk.
You're right. You're right. Go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying is, it seems like lines have been drawn here, and people are forgetting that they like each other. I mean, Oz is a good human being. Whatever.
From what I've seen.
Hang on, everyone. This is the point.
Well,
Now, he's
that's
a good
ultimately my
human being, right? In this instance, and I'll show you videos later when you're free and stuff, where he gets the floor gets wiped with his own girlfriend, who he thought he could traipse out and use as a pawn in this argument, and it backfires on him, right? Now, that's a disgusting thing to do. He's a good person who does bad things sometimes. Now, that sounds like someone else I know, Knock, like a dude I know, Will Freeman.
I don't know. I mean, if you say so.
My issue is this.
See, you
right?
let one person have it, but not another. No.
See, and
Think
my
about
issue
that.
and my issue with Oz is this, right? Like, I don't know Oz. Me and Oz don't go way back. Me and Oz have never had a personal conversation. Me and Oz are not friends. So it's not like I'm forgetting who I like here. What I saw was a person who felt, while they were in someone else's chat, that it was their duty to bring the drama from the chat to another person's stream, talk bad about somebody who wasn't there based on a bunch of assumptions, right? And he did this more than once.
I think that's been going
he'll
on
call
on both
somebody
sides.
out. He'll call somebody out, and then he'll wait till they leave so he can go on his moral, grandstanding, high ground, fuck you kind of speeches. And so my impression of him is not as a good person right now. And
cool.
so they can
No,
say
not-
that they haven't seen the good side of Will, and that's great, but I haven't seen the good side of many people in that
Good side of
community.
Will. Like, what is
If
the
I
good
can say
side
one
of
thing
Will?
about Oz really quickly, with weak shoulders like that, I invest in a shirt with sleeves.
I don't know. It just feels. I don't know. It feels like what you guys are complaining about that he did. You're kind of doing right now.
Yeah.
No, he's not canceled. I will be on streams with people I don't like, and I've said that repeatedly. There are people that know I don't like them, and I will still be on stream with them. It doesn't mean I'm
Well, I
going
mean,
to
just
pretend
like
to like you.
you guys,
It means you know I don't like you,
You're
and I'll
here,
be there.
Knock.
you guys have talked a lot of shit about Oz. He ain't here, right?
No,
And if
but
he
yeah,
comes
this,
here, I won't
did an
ask.
entire
He's welcome to come in if
Hold
he
on.
He's
wants.
welcome.
Hold on. Here's the thing.
is.
If he comes here, I'm not going to sit in the chat talking about how he shouldn't be platformed, and anybody who platforms him should be excommunicated from the community, and he should be banned, because that's not what I'm here to do, especially on somebody else's channel. But he's the kind of person that thinks that's his job, and good for him. I don't got time
I
for that
don't.
nonsense.
All right,
I don't believe that. I don't believe
Okay,
that.
so here's the thing. If y'all want to see it, don't go to my channel. Look at it. Go to the flavor. That's Oz's channel. Go to the lives. Go down to where the bigot stream is. Watch it for yourself, and then you decide for yourself. That's all I'm asking. Do that. You can, and I'm talking to you too, Knock. Before you start judging, watch the damn thing. How about it?
And you are, in fact, being insensitive.
I am insensitive.
And
I
the
agree.
easiest way to nip this whole thing in the butt would have simply have been say, hey, look, I love raccoons. I did not do this to offend people, but I recognize that it is offensive. And now that I recognize it's offensive, I'm not going to continue doing this because every single time. Hang on, I'm just saying it's an option he had. All I'm saying it's an option that was on the table. He could have simply said, I still love raccoons. We're still going to do streams on my channel where we talk about raccoons. I'll get all in the raccoon bio, but I want to be a little bit more careful because I recognize that this is a thing that's a problem. What you instead demanded was that everybody else see this and then look the other way, assuming that you meant something else. And I'm just like, dude, that's just not how this works. And I want to make this other point, because here's something I think that gets lost in all of these conversations about marginalized people. And I need y'all to hear this and please think about this sincerely when you go to bed tonight. We all have incredibly different lived experiences. Some things are not about what you understand. There comes a time in the place where being understanding means understanding enough that you have to let the people who are living through it lead the dance. And when those people say, hey man, this hurts,
but who gets
we're having
to lead?
a real hard time right now.
Who gets to lead? Okay, say who gets to lead? Him? I don't get what
The argument is the person that gets to lead is the lowest common denominator.
I should lead. Because I'm the lowest common denominator.
To be offended or hurt by what's going on. I don't think he understands. It's actually kind of an insult.
Yeah.
You're basically saying, well, they're basically a garbage person in some fashion, so we have to dance around them.
2 PhDs, everybody. Sorry, I had to. That's my shtick.
We're having a real hard time right now. We need everybody who doesn't want to see harm come our way to do their part to help out. And the bare minimum we're asking is don't deliberately be racially insensitive right now, okay? And you might have to accept, after a lot of thoughts, maybe doing your own research, maybe having conversations with some of your Black friends, family, you may have to reach as far as you can reach, but then ultimately come to an understanding where you say, I may not get it, but I do get what's being asked of me, and I can do that. Just saying.
See, I totally agree with that. However, the other side is saying, well, wait, what about my freedom of speech? Am I going to walk on eggshells every time I want to express myself in a particular fashion?
Can I take that one, Jay?
Sure.
Yeah, and that's where things get a little tricky, because I agree with everything you just said, Jay, 100%. But at the same time, where do you draw that line between, having your personal freedoms violated and you making an attempt to not arbitrarily offend people? That's where it gets a little tricky. And my solution to that was, okay, in a particular environment, I guess, if you want a serious conversation with someone about a different topic, you're going to do everything in your power to not offend that person in an unnecessary fashion. However, in other environments, where it's just kind of open range and stuff like that, people have more freedom to express themselves. I think that's where, people who are offended by the things that, other people say, just need to avoid these people altogether. They could protest, maybe get other people attention to what this person is saying and, join in protest to what they're saying. But as far as, I don't know. That's my view. Go ahead.
So if you don't, I'm not answering for Jay. I'm just, you asked, Jay may have another take on this than I do, but you asked how do you work through the a potential conflict between somebody's freedom of speech and the results of that speech. Is that fair? Is that a question? I'm not strawmanning you here, am I? You want to clarify that at all?
Who you asking?
Did I get that right? Well, I'm asking you because it's your question. How do you balance between you said to Jay, you agree with everything he said, but my question is, the difficulty I have is, how do you balance somebody's freedom of speech with somebody's freedom and freedom of expression with the possibility that speech or expression may convey to another person.
Yeah.
Now I'm going off on what do you do in that circumstance? Is that a fair posing of that question?
Yeah, because again, this is a very, very nuanced situation here. Freedom of speech versus arbitrarily offending people. So,
well, it depends on how arbitrary we're talking here. So that the balance of equities is, who will I offend and when? And you need to establish in this particular thing, which is a representational thing. It's an icon, if you will, or as Dawkins says, a meme, right? And the meme has been used. It has a history. It has a long history. You agree? It has a long history. You can call it poon, with malicious intent. So it's not something out of the blue here. You need to balance the notion of when it's called to your attention. What do you do with that? And the answer is to learn that history and appreciate that history and think about what that representation means. And if you continue without indicating some sort of awareness there, and want to
There's my problem
engage
again. That's why they don't want to know
conversation
the
rather
history.
than shut it.
Am I remembering chronologically correctly that this is after you've spoken to Oz, right? This is after you've spoken to Oz.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but did you not display on Oz's that you knew better than Oz the history of that word? But they want to sit here and tell you that you don't understand it, and your correct response is to learn. And I find that really
a way
interesting.
out. They're giving me a way out so that I don't have to be called a bigot. They're saying, look, you must not know, because if you knew, surely you would do something about
It off.
You think that's what it is?
Do it quickly.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think the whole point is an appeal to, don't you feel bad for us? Don't you feel bad enough to do this thing we're telling you that you must do? And I'm like, nah, not yet.
Think about it. Do it quick. Ask the question. Find
real
out what
ugly
is,
real fast.
How come these people are so upset?
It ain't Stephanie's
Figure
fault.
that out.
She's doing great.
And engage it that way. That's
right. And that I did attack Stephanie in the past, and I was wrong, and I've already apologized, and we're trying to get past that. So just getting that out of the way.
That's my thing. Or you can just sit and blithely.
Do you think doing this will get past that?
I'm not making fun of Stephanie, am I?
Well, no, but the reason I decided not to stream tonight was because I thought the sides were deciding not to continue the war or something.
I'm not sure what you mean about a war.
What sides? I don't have anything against Stephanie, and Stephanie and I have talked. She's the one person in all this, I think, one of the few people in all of this that was willing to hear out the other side. I don't have a problem with Stephanie. As far as what I don't know what sides are deciding to drop this. Nobody dropped me a memo.
What are the sides you're talking about? Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Oh, I don't fucking know. You guys were the ones talking about sides earlier.
in this argument, in this issue here. But I mean, I can't tell you who's
I'm talking about the whole fucking thing, man. Like you guys were the ones talking about your side versus their side, and earlier when I first came in here.
Okay, so
now you're jumping on me for mentioning sides.
Well, I just want to know: can you define what the sides are? Do you have enough information to define who's on what side and what it's about?
Well, I mean, it's Jay Bundy and his crew, and then there's the side chat thing. So Ox has become involved. I'm not sure how. Ox told me, go ahead and take my wrench because people are gonna be mad at you if you don't. And I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck you did, dude. Why am I gonna take your wrench when I don't even know what you did?
He spoke his mind.
Yeah, so I'm probably not gonna take his wrench.
But you might get some pressure. You're going to be meeting with Jay, right?
No, I'm not. I don't know Jay from Dick.
You need to interview him, bro. That would be a great show.
He wants to talk.
Please do it.
One time we tried to talk, Cerberus was there. My computer kept dying. I was in it, so I moved my computer out here now. I'm sure we're going to talk soon.
Mm-hmm.
You were
I that would
there.
be
You were
awesome.
fucking there. Like, weren't you there in the back room when Stephanie told me to go fuck myself with you and Server Sex?
Yeah,
I'm
it was
at the
it was
other,
that first hangout where you asked about being pro-trans.
and you're right. I did say other side when I was speaking of Stephanie seeing the other side. I meant the other side of the issue.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what I was referring to. Was like earlier in this conversation.
Oh, I just thought you had
And
talked to someone that said there was about to be peace between some sides, and it would be nice to know who's.
Well,
on what
no,
side.
because like that's what everybody said. Like on Girl Streams last night when I did my stream, everybody was like, Stephanie even said it when she went on. It was like, I didn't know Knock was gonna stream. Like the sides we're good now, right? Like everybody's been kind of like talking like that. So that's why I didn't stream, was because I don't want to poke the bear, and then you guys are talking shit about Oz, talking shit about everybody.
Well, there was a Gurr stream last night, and Jay came on there, and they only talked about one part of this where I told Jay to get in the back of the bus.
Well, no, that's what I said. I referred like he acted like he won World War III, like he was in victory
Right. So I'm
formation.
giving
and
context.
shit,
I'm bringing the context to it so that people understand why it was said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and to answer that,
Yeah,
Nog, the
There's
issue
no
is
peace.
it was pretty
hang
much
on, let
done.
Hillary speak.
Yeah, it was pretty much done, except Jay brought it all back up by totally flipping things around. And so now we have to go back and clarify what actually happened.
And the thing
I got
wanna
you. So
point out-
I didn't do it with my stream yesterday.
No,
No, not at
You were
all.
doing Gurr stream. That's all you were doing.
And I just want to point out to Knock, to take a broader picture, right? Yeah, we're going Oz and Jay. That's basically it. We're not even going Maya. We gave her the chance to come talk. She spoke. You heard it. That's it. We've not said a word. This is about Jay and Oz, right? And we're not talking shit about anyone else. But what has happened, it's not just Ox. It's Richard. It's Pixie. It's me. It's Hillary's. There is at least 5 or 6 of us who this issue with William, we've all been dragged into it, whether we got involved or not, simply because of our association. And this is the only point I'm trying to make out is it's bigger than just Will and whether his avatars set shit off. There's this part of the community who is raking people over the coals at the moment for nothing.
I mean, they were ending James Apperson's stream, or trying to, from the side chat, and putting all kind of pressure on him just because they didn't like that Richard was on there. They were calling Richard a transphobe and shit.
See, I've heard about this James Apperson thing, and I don't know what happened there. I'll actually attest to that. Not these same people, but I've had it happen to me with an element of this community, and I spoke about that.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's what
I'm saying.
they call me a right winger for it, because I talked about something that really happened to me.
And that's what I'm saying, is that they don't just do this in one community, right? They keep talking about the community, but they don't just do this in a community. They jump from stream to stream to stream doing this, canceling everybody. And then if you don't cancel them, you're also problematic and need to be canceled. And they say like, oh, it's because we care about the creator. Well, I think that's gaslighting, and they're mad at me for saying so, but that's where I stand. I think it's all shit.
People don't understand when the purity spiral starts. You have to swim upstream.
Well, no, I understand it because I understand it, sir. Like, you remember my old Discord server. The moment that I didn't go with the purity spiral, I was ostracized. But
yeah.
I try to look beyond that, because I think that both sides are kind of right in this situation. I don't know, like, the transphobia shit that occurred that people imply, but I've never heard any specifics. I
called
don't.
Stephanie Uncle Steve.
And
He has apologized and corrected, and has not done it since.
Can I say he should have had to? Because I don't think Will was even being transphobic when he said that. I think just thinking of something that will hurt the feelings of someone that you're mad at is just normal.
I've definitely seen Will be transphobic in side chats. Do you no longer feel the way that are you so totally different than the Will I met, I don't know what, 6-8 months ago?
We all
mean,
make
it depends,
changes.
doesn't it?
I mean, 6 to 8 months ago is not. I mean, when I say past, I'm talking like 20 years ago. 6 to 8 months ago, that's like
Right. And
that's like
what did I say?
yesterday, yo.
What did I say? You can
Maybe
accept my answer or
processing.
not. I said, people change. I'm
even
working on
just with-
myself.
Are you still like paramilitary? I'm gonna take, like fuck the government, and if they come take my guns, I'm gonna kill everybody.
Well, just hope you never have to find out then.
Wait, is that anti-trans or pro-trans?
I don't know. It's anti-Will Freeman.
No,
I don't mean to stop. Go ahead.
You're good, man. You're good, man. But before we go further, this quote by Richard Madsen is really interesting because if coon is the equivalent of the N word, why are we allowed to say coon at Stephanie Helms? So that's an interesting
that's a
thing.
good question.
Yeah.
Why don't we say
Richard?
On the screen, my bad.
The assumption that
I'll
everyone
answer that.
is aware and educated on the connection between the raccoon image and the black people. So, so the real question is, what's the intent behind the use of the connection?
Well, you already know that it has the potential of causing the
right.
of
but
what it caused. I mean, people were upset.
Right. Yeah,
right? So you need to just in your own through your own process, whatever that may be, process that information and take it as new information.
And I agree with that. Vekl, a couple things to add that. One, I'm not opposed to them using it. I'm not opposed to them saying it. But
it's signaling.
But it's signaling. And let's add a couple other pieces to this, right? He's got his thing he's built up because he's been using this forever. It's called the Coondom. Cool. Again, you like coons, y'all want to be the raccoon kingdom, have at it. But now you got another guy.
Wait, who has a coondom? Who has a coondom?
Hey, Will.
Did I hear the word coondom?
Yeah, what?
Buddy.
Can I ask Knock something? Because you're friends with John Hudson, aren't you, Knock?
All right, 1 sec. Sorry, I was AFK. I'm back. Just let me put my headphones on.
Do 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 do.
All right, yeah, sorry.
You're right.
I love John.
Now, John, I've spoken to and has the stance: if people came to him and tried to take his guns, he's going to be hauled up there shooting motherfuckers. Now, exact same opinion as the gun nut militia crazy, whatever you call Will.
Well, but
do you
like
have the same opinion of John?
John's not an actual part of a militia, though. See, that's the difference.
Actually, that's
the
You're
difference.
between the ages of 18 and 55, aren't you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm 93.
You're 93. Well,
He's
until
40 odd.
Until you got that old,
he has a medical
you were a part of the militia.
No, he doesn't
Now, there are
qualify under
organized and
medical.
unorganized.
I am not part of the militia, yo.
Well, only because of your criminal history.
Technically,
I'm not allowed weaponry, my man.
You're correct. You're
I was
right.
trying
Thank
to
you for
avoid
reminding me.
Second Amendment don't apply to me.
You're right. Okay, cool.
Do you get the point Hillary's making, though?
Well, if we're gonna have to fight for you, you're asked to work in the fields, boy.
I know the point Hillary's making, and it's a like he realized real quickly, not the point you want to make against Knock.
Oh,
one of the people that had that right stripped from him. Basically, I probably should have. I was stealing illegal guns and selling them on the black market. I probably should have had that right stripped from me.
Okay, but the point is, the regular military age people are all part of the militia. So to say somebody is a part of the militia, there's
He's part of one of those. Admittedly, by his own mouth, part of a right-wing militia. He won't give the name, but like it's supposedly there's like thousands of them.
Such a thing as a right-wing militia. That seems almost antithetical.
They're pretty much all right-wing militias, but thousands of them, and the revolution's like fucking tomorrow, man.
Is that right?
You have a woeful misunderstanding of what a militia is. Then,
Hillary,
Hillary,
I have an understanding of the conversation I had with William Freeman.
Okay,
that's what I have an understanding of.
I'm happy with that. Let's continue.
Thanks, buddy. I know you want to get into this, but
last thing, because it's kind of come full circle, and I commented before, but I had headphones on, you just didn't hear me, was about has Will changed? And this is what I need to pull you up for a second, Will. You, in my opinion, brother, need to change your approach, because your approach is a large part of the issue. And I get your stance is, why the fuck should I? And I agree. And the only answer I can give you is if we don't want this, if we're happy to keep doing this, then that's fine. But like, for instance, when Knox said about 3 times now about you're a militia this, militia that, yeah, you might still be part of a militia, but he's asked a few questions that could have give you the answer to get specific on your stances that can soften people's understanding that you're not this right-wing crazy nut. That I know you're not, right?
Yeah, we've talked about this before. I know how these conversations go with Knock. It doesn't matter what I
But
say.
it doesn't have to be about Knock. It's about the whole audience, this whole thing.
What do you want to know?
I'm trying to think back to Knock's questions. He was like, so have you, he said specifically, have you changed your stance? And instead of saying clearly yes, and then maybe even giving some examples, you said everyone changes. It's like, I was like, what is that cryptic shit, dude? Fucking answer the man.
I've made some changes. Okay, I've done a lot self-reflection. I've walked away from Christianity. I've reevaluated some of my political opinions. But
well, that's awesome. That's what I'm asking, man.
This is what I thank you.
In my shit, you've done it in the past. So
yeah,
I
but
try not to
Rage,
give
you
anything
never
important.
believe him. That's the thing. He can change all he wants.
Well,
but
no,
let's not do the same thing, Midnight. Let's not presume. That's the point.
If he's telling me that, all right. So now I'll wait to those moments when he doesn't know I'm around and he's in a side chat and he's comfortable, and I'll see what he fucking says. Does that match with what he just told me? See, that's how I do things, Midnight. That's how I do shit, Midnight. See, that's how I knew Midnight when you was laughing and chumming it up with Will Kincaid and Smokey Saint talking about my kid, right? That's how I knew, because I was there watching it.
Anything else?
I mean, shut the fuck up, Sparkles. That's all I'm saying.
Let's not confuse the William
Freeman and William Kincaid, right? So William Kincaid comes.
I have never been
with
confused
this
in
whole
that
thing
regard.
called the
Club cult.
Right now, they're using KKK as their initials, and they got the coons going, right? So that's another piece.
But no, hold on, Jay. It's crucial to understand that they were using in the other stream, not Will Freeman here, Will Kincaid in the follow-up knockdown stream, where everybody shows up in solidarity. Oh, let's laugh at these ridiculous people, with someone using the imagery and even more imagery. So it's piling on. So it's I'm not saying, Will, that you're being deliberately
Please tell me that gets corrected at some point.
But
What's that, Pixie?
I said, please tell me that gets corrected at some point. That this whole everybody grabbing the raccoon image to pile on, like it had anything to do with the situation ever.
I can't tell you that.
Ger's stream, people were provoked. I was asking in Ger's stream, I was asking, what is your motivation here? Because I was sincerely curious. What the hell?
But I answered you twice, and you didn't take my answer either time.
Both times you said you didn't have one. You just.
I was there.
Basically, the answer was, I like raccoons, and then
it was never discussed. No, it was never discussed in Ger's streams about that. My reason from being there. I want you to pay attention when I try to explain it. I get cut off because it's not important what I'm about to say. You asked me the question, and
go
I
ahead.
told you
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You asked me why I was there, and I told you I was there for the conversation because I was just leaving the Christian community and I was getting to know the atheist community.
Okay.
And I mean, I was there for the conversation to find out, what do you guys talk about?
Okay,
What are
but
you
she
guys?
asked you repeatedly, did you have anything to say or add to the conversation? Also, we're getting a bit sidetracked from what I was trying to say, and I want to stay on point here. So we're not talking about, let's be clear, y'all have always had the right to say all the fucking racist shit you want, and you do.
Yeah.
What you're participating in is what we
You
call
have the same right.
It's called dog whistling.
Yeah, you have the same right.
And it's brought out the dogs. And what we're saying is you can no longer play dumb
I've
as
never
to
played
why
dumb.
it is a problem and as to why people
I
have
haven't
now a
played dumb,
problem
Jay.
with. Okay, so then when Maya showed up saying that she was hurt because of the type of racial insensitivity she has witnessed, this is what she was talking about, which is why when I showed up, I said, let's talk about why Maya showed up to talk to y'all. And you never
I
wanted to address the fact that Maya showed up to talk about some actual racial insensitivity, and y'all danced around it.
No,
with,
she didn't want to talk to me. She did not want to talk to me. She kept telling me she didn't want to talk to me. How did you miss that?
That was why. And she was trying to relay that this
You
is what
can't
has been
resolve the
going
problem
on.
if you don't hear the other side,
Because
Jay.
she was trying to explain it to you. And again, we don't need, and again, this
You
is,
can be
did
talked
you hear
down to.
that? Did you
I
hear
don't need to
that?
be
Did you hear
condescended to.
that? We don't need a both sides on this. We actually don't.
And then I don't need to hear your
think
side
about what
either,
no.
then I
We
don't
decided
need your
both sides.
side.
Again, we don't actually, I'm gonna be very
No,
clear
then I
about
don't
this.
need your side.
When black people holler,
I don't
speak
need
up,
your side,
and we're
Jay.
like,
You just told me
yo,
that.
this is what's up. No.
You just
If
told
you're
me I
gonna
don't need your side.
see, this is the issue. This is the issue.
We don't need both
Do you
sides.
not understand?
No,
Or are
I
you
don't
here to
need it
teach
now.
me?
You just gave me permission to not hear you.
Why?
Because you said we don't need both sides. So I just will assume
Because
that where
we
I'm at is
don't, because
what I
this
need.
isn't a both sides issue. I'm talking about racism. There's no both sides to talk about. There's racism, and we're going to deal with what it takes to take racism. So if you talk about, well, let's talk about.
No, it's my perspective and your perspective. And you're saying it doesn't
No,
matter.
it's not. It's
a
not
one-side thing.
individual. It's I don't see it as individual.
There's
I
not
don't
some
see it.
mystical
I don't
stream of racism that people are
see-
tapping into.
But this is the games we play. Do y'all really? Is that? I'm asking a very serious question. Is that your real understanding of racism? Because I mean, like, you're right. We're not going to have Vekl. You're right. We're not going to have a seriously productive conversation if this is the type of stuff we're talking about. Where people are going to look black people in the face, and be like, yeah, I'm being insensitive. Yeah, well, I chose I'm being insensitive. Too bad. Deal with it. Vekl, do you see that? I'm talking to the black man in the room. Again,
Guilt minority.
Yes. That's the point. White boys going to have to learn to hush. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Okay.
Yes, I'm being very serious.
Yeah. You just sit backstage. You get in the back of the bus then. Since we're going to talk about race, we're going to talk about the white boys. You like being backstage?
Wait a minute. So like Hillary's emails is like busting you out in the side chat, William, because like William and I don't want to overthrow the government. We want to defend the rights that the government is there to protect. So you still in the militia or not, dog?
Hold on. I didn't say anything about that. All I said was we're not. You said something about overthrowing the government, and I'm not saying whether he is or is not a member of any group. I'm just saying
people are trying to like, why
CNI.
don't you hate John Hudson? And oh my God, so hypocritical. I'm like, there's a difference between a gun owner and somebody in a fucking militia. Like, this is
And what
fucking
was my
ridiculous
point?
at this
No.
point.
You say
You guys
between the
complain
gun
about
owner
Jay
and somebody
Bundy in the
militia.
side chats, but do
Hold
the
on.
same goddamn shit.
The lone shooters more dangerous than the group.
No, I don't. I don't
No.
do the same stuff.
Okay,
Actually.
well let me address that.
Hold on.
no,
I
you
have
didn't-
never asked someone to shut down their stream because I didn't like the direction it is going. I have never emailed creators to tell them that I was disappointed in them and they will be losing my subscribership and that they should unsubscribe from me because I don't like who they platformed. I have never gone onto a stream that was not my own and told them who and who they could not have there. I have not done these things. So don't tell me that I do the same thing that I'm upset about because no, I fucking haven't.
Well, y'all, I'm from the South. Y'all.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and get my point since you
I get
decided to
muted now.
overtalk.
Okay, cool, sweet.
Well, there you go. I'll put you in the back. I'm going to address this point. I'm a domestic terrorist because and the comment you had made before was my dad owns guns. Understand the gun stand. My gun stance is idealistic. Well, yeah, you forfeited your rights, so you want to take everyone else's. That's your idealism. There's a difference between a gun owner and someone who wants to overthrow our government. And then verbally, just now, you said that you changed overthrow our government to being in a militia. So in your mind, that's what it is. You don't seem to understand what the U.S. Army is. The U.S. Army is also an armed force dedicated to preserving our rights. And then down later, when I made my statement, immediately following up on yours, I said that we're not looking to overthrow the government. We want to defend the rights that the government is there to protect. And this led to you calling me a terrorist. So you got it, everybody. Everybody on the left, if you want any of your rights, Raging Atheist is calling you a domestic terrorist. And I'm the one, whatever part of the spectrum you want to put me on, I'm the one looking to defend your rights. Who do you want as a friend or an ally, if you prefer that term? Me or the person me defending your rights, or the person wanting to take your rights? For you to choose.
Okay, and I also like to say something else. Rage, never tell me to shut the fuck up again. Okay, I got your point. There was no need.
Y'all ran Rage off, I think.
Yeah, he wouldn't shut up.
Anyway, I want this on the record. I was literally typing in the chat. Oh, sorry, dude, but I got cut off like 4 times.
Yeah, okay, that's
I
fine.
was writing in the chat, literally, and when Hillary's came in to say it, knock. Have you asked the fucking question, William, do you want to overthrow the government? I just called William out on his ambiguous fucking bullshit, and you just went and done it. Have you asked the question, Knock? No, you fucking dishonest prick. All you have done is say you like guns, and you're in a militia, therefore you want to overthrow the government. That is fucking Hillary's point. That was my point I was about to make. Don't assume shit. Just ask the simple question. And if I'm here and Will doesn't answer it, I'll call him out and say, answer the question. But that didn't happen, bro. Would you agree, Hillary, that's the point you were just trying to make as well, or am I off the mark there?
No, you're exactly right. Thank you.
Yes. It's dishonest rage if you don't ask the question, but you assume the answer. Come in and ask Will, do you want to overthrow the government? Don't ask him, are you in a militia? And then say, being in a militia equals overthrowing the government, dude.
Come on back in, Rage. All right. Rage, you coming back or?
Come back in, brother.
And can I ask that everyone just remain respectful on the panel? That's the difference between, quote, our side and the other side.
Yes.
We want to be respectful and
I
listen to each other.
Guys, if I unsubscribe from a channel and I subscribe again, will I get notifications better?
The mystery of YouTube is mysterious.
Like, I don't get notifications for almost anything, and I keep missing like the reason I see these is because you post them in Google Hang, and so I know when you're live, because I don't even get like you guys' notifications most of the time. Anyway, I just saw that I missed Math Pig stream again, and that made me sad, and I don't know how to make my notifications behave.
Pig, I'm sorry, I don't think about you on Sunday like I should. I'll have to make a note. I think it's like 6 p.m. my time. So my bad, I didn't think about it. Sorry that we were running a stream while you're trying to do yours. But we've already started, so we're doing this thing. Don't talk about the white boys. You like being backstage?
That's
what?
This is not.
Did he not just say white boys need to hush?
This is not the way.
Yeah, and if he'd have come out here and said black people need to hush, he'd have been in backstage too. So I want to hear it. You're going to hear both sides, and if you're going to ask me to hear both sides, you're going to hear my side too. Don't talk down to me, Jay.
You're talking down to me, being condescending. Racial and racist is not the same. An observation of who's doing something is not the same as racial. I gotta watch. Do you hear how you talk to me? And you've been talking to me like this all.
A slow learner. Is that what it is?
I don't right now.
Stephanie, you need to go backstage. What? What?
I was asking if he's live now or if I missed it already. Never mind.
I'm talking. Jay, listen. This is not Gur's stream. You can get mad, you can get upset, but if you keep trying to insist that you can be racist and no one else can,
You're going to end up backstage. You sit in the corner until you recognize that you are no different than anyone else here. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand, Master. What else would you like me to do for my butter biscuits? Nigga, I got a double piece.
All right, now that
You
was
can find something
racist.
better to do. That's right. You can find something better to do.
No,
Move along.
No.
Go together.
This was
Bye.
So he's got a right to be racist. That's cool.
This
Denies that what he was doing
May I
was
speak?
sensitive to
I mean,
somebody, and adjust
I'm not going to yell, okay? May I speak?
You are. Go ahead. You can. Please go.
This is unfortunate. I don't think there was an awful lot of listening going on.
Okay. Oh, you
And
mean
I'm not.
obeying?
I'm not gonna. This is what I mean about. Look, I processed all of this stuff. I'm trying to make. Trying to do the best I can with all of this. I think that it's just not useful to I don't know, deflect, I guess. I mean, it seems like we may be beyond. I think a lot of this had to do with tone. Everybody's so concerned with tone and taking the right tone. I guess I just don't know where to go with this at this point in time. Everybody wants to think everybody else is a racist, and now we've got dueling racisms going on.
Yeah, we
here.
do. I guess so.
And Jay, please just that I want to try to throw some dry ice on this. Got to get out of these habits if we're going to be kind to each other. Now, I tried to lay out, we were going in a relatively, I think, productive direction here. Where, all right, we recognize that the term, the imagery, and all of that has a long history. It's problematic. That's not racism, that's fact. It's part of the facts. It's associated with racist symbols. Where do you go with that? You talked about the freedom of speech issue. You're gonna, you evaluate that. You evaluate it in context.
Mm-hmm. I've already admitted that I'm insensitive.
And the way you evaluate it is up to you.
Right,
You
and
make
I've
the
already
decision.
said
I'm
that
not,
I'm insensitive. Stephanie, you're just going on and on. Can you wrap this up at some point?
I tend to go on and on.
By the way, I appreciate what Stephanie was trying to do. I was still a little incensed, but I do appreciate her trying to make peace. Be rude, but Jay's back in the room and he's fidgeting. Go ahead, Jay.
I just didn't know if I got enough lashings from my tone.
Say something else racist. Go on.
How is asking if I haven't got enough lashings from my tone racist when you've been doing
calling me
nothing
master
but
earlier?
bro?
Is there any
like
acceptable solution to this?
Look, I was raising my voice, not having the right tone, yelling. But here's what you don't understand: amongst the insensitive things that apparently you know but don't know, you're not sure about, but you really don't care, is that it's called tone policing. It's what happens when
you don't get to yell.
No, it's what happens when marginalized voices try to speak up. What
Okay,
happens is we start at. Let me finish.
Jay, I've
we start at zero.
I've admitted that I'm insensitive. You're gonna have to work around that.
But that's the point. You keep asking people to work around your insensitivity when the insensitivity of people like you is the problem.
You don't have to.
I don't. And then you're gonna stop being racist when I go away. That's gonna reform you. You're gonna start.
What if I've been racist?
I go away. So how about this? I'll make you a deal. You never hear from me again. You stop using the avatar. I'll make you a deal right now. Well,
that's not going to happen. What's happening here is everybody. What's happening is everybody.
What?
I said they have nothing to do with each other.
Jay, I tried to make that deal with you once before. Sorry.
Richard Madsen, I've asked you nicely to never speak to me again. I'll just read.
Okay, well, he's here. He's here. You don't have to talk to him. But
I asked you first, but did you do 3 more shows on me?
Richard Madsen, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. Do you want to revisit our history here? Because I'd love
to.
Sure,
except I can show that it is.
No, it's not. So I got tapes too, Richard.
Sure, absolutely.
You're rude. I tried to be nice to you for the longest time. I had you on my program. I've had you on my show a million times, and then you were rude to me. And then we had a beef because you tried to embarrass me on my own show.
I've never had to put him.
What's my one black friend think?
Right, you never had to convene. Richard Madsen, my one black friend doesn't know you or care about you.
But what's your one black friend think of me? Answer the question.
God, Vekl.
Is he really going there? This is the type of racist shit we deal with, and he won't even let me answer the question. I told you, my one black friend doesn't know you. That's the name of my co-host. And why on earth would you reference my co-host opinion of you when I'm talking about my problems with you? My co-host doesn't have history with you. I do. And why do you keep putting up Vekl's picture? That is not who we're talking about. So I'm having a conversation with Richard. You keep pulling up Vekl because we are the same. We are
Please don't change the
Title, my
subject.
one black friend.
Yeah, don't change the subject, Jay. Stay on what you're doing. Don't worry about what I'm doing.
Okay.
William, this whole thing has been about what you're doing.
Is it? Because you seem to be
yes,
talking
and
about
you're just like you were called out for that avatar you're using right now, being a character that people in the community found problematic. But
yeah, is there one they don't find problematic?
Okay, so Vekl, I just want you to know this about your boy. This is the problem with him. It's not just the insensitivity, right? It's the fact that the insensitivity comes admittedly in the process of trolling. These are people who we have a history
I'm another
with.
black man. Vekl, support me.
I'm
support
only
me, Vekl. You have to because you're another black man.
No, I'm informing Vekl because Vekl's name was thrown into this, and I want him to know what his name's being used for. But if you think I shouldn't inform him, and you'd rather talk over me, then
so he's so stupid he can't see this though he's in the talk.
He can't figure it out himself.
I'm pretty sure I have had a productive conversation with him, and I have filled him in on a couple things that have been going on. Vekl, tell me if I'm wrong.
No, I agree with everything you're saying. But I also agree with William too. I mean, what it really boils down to, Jay, is that whether you choose to be in this environment, this type of environment or not, you know, I mean, because what's going to happen is even if
Between me and you, I'm not out here.
William, like most of us here, we're strong advocates of freedom of speech, and we don't. Right.
Vekl, please
Let
finish.
Vekl finish.
No. Go ahead. I wanted to hear what happened. Did he lose his?
Okay,
so you can finish. Now
they acting like we can't have a conversation. Anyway, I'm trying to tell you because I think he's being genuine. I don't like. Stephanie is my friend. Maya is my friend. The rest of these people are not NPCs to me. And what's happened is they've made themselves pop up, you know, on streams on my friend's channel. So that's the only relevance they have to me. I don't lose any sleep over these people. So I'm just telling you, I get that I don't have to participate. I don't care. People keep losing sight of this. I don't care what these fools do. To be honest with you, I don't think I'm dealing with good faith actors. I do think there's some good faith actors watching who have seen a lot of drama play out. And there's been a lot of people trying to recap that drama who are trying to rewrite history in the process. And I've just been here like, no. Let's be real clear about what the issues are, why the issue started, and what's going on. And now that that's happened, all I'm trying to bring to light is that these people are committed to this. So I'm with you, Vekl. They've got their freedom of speech. We were suggesting they might want to consider the social consequences. They clearly don't. I'm done wasting my time with it. I just wanted to be clear. This is why we're saying they're insensitive. This is why we're saying they're bigoted, because when you do insensitive stuff using things that are clearly problematic to marginalized groups, and you say, yeah, I'm being insensitive, but they'll just have to deal with me being insensitive. Yeah, that's where accusations of bigotry come from.
And that's
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
They'll have to deal with that
exactly.
as a consequence.
That's boom.
Yeah.
Me and you on the same page, bro. We on the same page.
Right.
Have fun with your raccoons.
I'm there too, actually.
Have fun with your raccoons.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I adore the freedom of speech, but I also recognize that there's consequences for what you say.
Yeah. So. Yeah, we do too, because we know who they are. Like you said, like you shouldn't be around here, right? So we know, like when we go to our huddle, we're gonna be like, yeah, any extra stress or headache we brought into our lives tonight dealing with them fools, we brought on ourselves. Let them have fun with their raccoons. Let's have our little nightcap and go to sleep. And we'll be up tomorrow fighting whatever bigots happen to be on the menu for that day.
So it doesn't bother you? You're creating a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, bro, it's a self-fulfilling process. I will have to deal with some racism. I had to deal with racism yesterday, today, tomorrow. Yeah.
It's like racism is just everywhere you look, isn't it?
My
right.
You
it's everywhere.
Everywhere.
I know, but not everybody sees that. Is that a problem?
Man, it's almost like everybody isn't black people. It's almost like
everybody isn't black people. I don't
know. You're getting it.
Every income, every age, every passion-plated rage.
What
grows up along a borderline? You're talking about, well, this silo over here and that silo over here. I came in here, to try to tear down the walls. Ain't happening apparently.
When a boy's got a hammer, everything's a nail.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking.
I mean, you can hammer a screw though.
Cat.
Hello.
You sneaky.
What? I have never been.
Cat comes in and the mood changes and everything goes back to sunshine and rainbows, and Jay goes back to racial insensitive land or whatever it is. So, but that's pretty much. Go ahead.
I was going to say I can never take people like Jay seriously, and I don't mean people that behave like him. I mean people that think like him, because they act like they're so aware of all the problems, and I don't really take the benefiting off the genocide of my people super seriously, right? But they're so aware of all the injustices, and then they'll sit there and just do that and not mention it and cry and complain that someone uses a raccoon picture.
There was one more part, and I don't know if anybody wants to stick around to see it, but it's one of my favorite parts of it. It's pretty quick, where Beck gets to come on and speak, and it was really, really good, really blunt, very blunt. And if y'all are cool, I'd like to play that. If Beck's still out there, don't get mad. Don't know if you would. I don't think there's anything on here he wouldn't want anybody to see. Oops, this is the wrong one. I'm so clumsy. Talk amongst yourselves.
I just realized what my new thing is going to be when I go into Gur's room with them.
You got a new plan?
Yeah, I'm going to ask them to constantly apologize for benefiting off the genocide of my people.
That's the same one you said earlier. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Let me find this part with Beck. So good.
Yeah, I'm gonna plan on missing that whole thing.
All right. I'm going to share it.
Probably should.
He owes my grandma a blanket.
Classic Jesus should be in there too, though.
Right on.
I mean, even though I'm a member of a tribe and you're not, you in their eyes, you probably have more of a right to make that complaint than I do.
Yeah, I could probably pull that card off pretty well.
Is I associate my person
about whopping people's
for religious.
Here we go.
I can let you finish. Go ahead. Most people in Western culture see it as a symbol of hatred. That's not the way it's seen throughout the world. That's just the way that we see it because of our particular experience, right?
I'm gonna speed it up just a little bit.
Well said. She's gonna. Yeah. Can I ask you one question to take with you?
I think this is it.
Because maybe you can talk to people and see what their thoughts are. Is there room in the conversation for Will to approach people that have had and that it's been with the raccoon, like things?
Back, it's going to basically say,
"Oh Christ."
You know, there was accusations being thrown at my brother.
What the
and
fuck
no one
just
came
happened?
to his trans brother.
What's
You
that?
just, I don't know if it was just me. Can you just tell me, did that just skip right through all of that?
Yeah, I was just trying to get to the part where Beck, because this is really long. It's 11 hour.
But you should have let my question at least finish. I thought it was very poignant.
I'm sorry. I'll go back
Yeah.
and just, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you the link and let you stream it.
No, because I'm on a phone. I'm not at home, so that's even worse.
Wait.
I'll back it up.
Doc, I'm not quite sure who put you backstage, to be honest, but I wouldn't.
It was
think
Hillary.
It was Hillary's. Okay.
Yes. And Knock, and a lot of people don't like this, but so far there are 7 people that have the keys to my StreamYard, and which means they also have permission to kick your ass if they feel so inclined. I just want you to know it wasn't me.
I wouldn't do it.
No, he knows I did it.
Oh, but by the way, Knock, I would like you to be in that room too, with the asking them to apologize for benefiting off the genocide. I want you to be right there with me, talking about it, and I want you to see exactly how much they give a shit.
Like how far they would go?
Oh well, I'm just saying they don't give a shit.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
They're only self-interested.
Right. Yep.
Well, I'll just verbally say what my question was to, and see, this is why I think it was important to play that part, Will,
Back
because that was Stephanie coming to an understanding, and that was like we all ended in an agreement. It was the most positive interaction in this whole fucking debacle.
I'm sorry.
I look
It's
forward
all
to
right.
seeing
It's
it,
not.
but
I'm
before we
just
get
saying.
there, did we put him backstage or did we kick him? And can I ask why?
No, I muted his mic because I was talking and he kept screaming over me. So after twice I muted him and he kept unmuting himself. Finally, I put him backstage, and then he chose to leave.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clearing that up for me.
My avatar for 10 years, I associate my personality with the raccoon. It's part of my channel and everything. I am in support of the black community. I just want to express that this is not a racist thing. Or is there no room for that? Do we have to get rid of raccoons? That's my question with this whole thing.
Look, I think you need to be aware of that. I think there's room for discussion with that. I think that you may get pushback from people, but with that, I think that part of the issues that there's been a lot that's gone down. I don't remember who's saying it, but it's like I've been in a lot of discussions where people basically say, well, you take offense, but I'm not responsible for that, and therefore you're wrong and I'm right. It's like a whole it's like a Pee Wee Herman argument. I know I am, I know you are, but what am I, or something like that. I forget how it's an absurd thing.
Yeah,
and that is again a conversation stopper. And there's been a lot of conversation stoppers going on here. I don't know how to untie this. Is the toothpaste out of the tube? I don't know.
Okay.
It's not. No. Do what you. It's not that if somebody offends anybody, it has to go. Just consider the fact that it may need to be explained.
Yeah, and
Thank you for
and
explaining
on
it.
that,
Right back.
and
Right.
on
What was
that,
that?
I'm going to go now because I've been patient. And on
So that's. I just want those last words she said was the most reasonable thing I've heard so far. Is no, it shouldn't go. Just know that there might be need for some explanation. So that would imply that an explanation is asked for and allowed to be given. Thank you for being so reasonable, Stephanie. That's all. You can skip to wherever you like now.
No.
Well,
I wasn't even trying to skip past that. I wasn't even sure where that fell in there, but I did want to get Beck's part in here because I saw Richard was out there a minute ago. It doesn't matter. I don't know. I am sorry that I jumped on Stephanie. I've said that a couple times. So.
Don't.
No. I
Oh,
want to say
no.
that.
Yeah, gotcha.
I want to say that. I mean, I'm trying not to lash out at people and hit them, in the worst possible ways. I'm trying not to do that. So I haven't mastered it yet. I still got a bit of a temper. My bad, but I'm working on it. So Stephanie, forgive me for being so bullish.
on that, I also want to say, speaking of bad communication and being disappointed, there was accusations being thrown at my brother, and no one came to his trans brother and said, "What do you think about this?" And I'm really disappointed by that.
Beck,
Because
I was
everybody
gonna.
that knows me, hold on, let me finish. Let me
you
finish,
go.
please. Everybody that knows me, which is at least half the people here, know I don't bullshit, and know I would sit down and have a serious conversation about it. And I can't believe that people went off on my brother and did not speak to me, and these people are in my Twitter DMs. So that I'm appalled by that right now. I'm extremely disappointed in this community. So that's all I have to say.
Beck, I didn't want to pull you in a discussion about trans issues.
It's my brother. It's trans
and
issues. If I'm not pulled in, that's fucked up.
I didn't want to. I didn't want to.
Amen.
I didn't want to pull you in a. There's a lot going on here, and I didn't want to. First, I was trying to figure out. Should I ask back what's going on here? Maybe you're probably right. I probably should have DM'd you and said, "What the fuck's going on here?"
Yeah, that would have been fine, and I would have explained all of it. But let me just say real quick.
I just
here,
felt it was sensitive. I don't want to get into family matters, mate.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to debate you on. I'm just telling everybody how I feel about it, and I want to clear a couple things up real quick here. I'm gonna give you guys a few statements, and I just want you to hold on to them. I had my top surgery. You know who was constantly bugging my friend Deb while I was in surgery? How's my brother doing? How's my brother doing? Do you know who came and saw me the day of my surgery, the day after my surgery? Do you know who took care of my cats during my surgery? Do you know who took me to my first follow-up appointment? And because I was in there for a little while and he wanted to stretch his legs, he came and walked up to the Breast Institute to check where I was and everything. You know who that was?
Yeah, that would have been Richard.
Yeah,
and
that
I knew that.
my brother Richard.
And I knew that, and that's why I said when I first got over to, when I first got on Sparkle's channel, with an invitation to do so before the whole thing exploded, and I said, Richard, I hope you heard this. As you were going out the door, I wish you would have stayed. But wishes are horses, and when things get charged, whether they're over symbols, whether they're over reality, it's
well, the point is that
whether they're over
community.
assumptions.
We are in a skeptical.
That was on the video, but I had to throw that in there to her because that's the fucking whole crux of this thing. People assuming shit. So I wanted to point out. Oh, you mean also including over assumptions?
Yeah, it fit nicely into the theme. But I do hope that that I'll continue to progress and not be so offensive to the group. I know that everybody here. I know DT just joined, and I've already apologized to him. But for a lot of you people, I really do feel bad that y'all got drug into this, and especially standing beside me, even though I've said some harsh things and been mean to people. I mean, you've chastised me over it, and in private mostly, and I appreciate that. So I'm working on it, and I'm sorry. All right, so I'm gonna give the controls of the video or whatever you want to do over to you, Sammy, because I got a couple things I gotta do.
Was Vek done talking?
Well, he can stream it, but I have a couple things I need to do. I got to put my chickens up. All this chicken talks remind me that it's getting dark, and I got to put my chickens up. So, do you need the link in the private chat or?
Does Serb or who's here? Hillary's whoever's at a PC want to just run the video for us and pause for commentary?
I'll put it in the side chat real quick.
Cheers.
There you go. Sorry for the delay.
Like, I will if no one else will, but I'm also doing work while I'm in here.
Yeah, I'm pretty much
playing a video game. Pixie?
Well.
Do what?
Pixie. Are you able to share the video for us?
Oh dear, I've never even been with you guys on a PC before. It's always been on my phone.
I'll handle it.
Oh, that's right.
I'll handle it. I got it. I'll handle it. It might be a couple minutes. It's going to run for a second while I run.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Our streams. I don't think we'll get a copyright.
Yeah.
Community and I am skeptical. Well, my ask you are. We all need to remember that we are skeptical. And even if it's an emotional situation or it's an emotional topic, we need to be skeptical and do our research and find out what's going on before we jump to anything. That's just
well,
fair,
it works.
Right?
It works every which way back. It works every which way.
It's more fair for ourselves than to be that upset over something that might not be worth it or might not denote that much anger or frustration or resentment or whatever's going to come out of that.
Can I jump in on that?
So,
can I jump in on that?
Yep. Go ahead,
I just want to ask one thing before I do leave. Do you appreciate where I'm coming from here?
Oh, I absolutely appreciate where you're coming from.
I mean,
100%.
is it worth?
I know you're a good person, and what?
you know, is it worth giving anything I said some thought? Because I think that the whole use of stuff is, you know, we've gotten too used to waving signs and expecting everybody to understand exactly what they mean. And when someone says, "This is what this sign means to me," maybe you could listen to that too, so that the discussions are
just like
okay. And
okay.
now I am leaving.
totally jumping in.
I appreciate.
I feel
I'm
like
losing my.
everybody in the
Wait.
Me?
Good night, Stephanie. Have a great
I've
evening.
been attempting to get a message through. I want
Damn it.
to hear it.
You have a sus avatar.
Who the hell said that? I mean, I'm on full screen here. I have no idea who said that. Right. I want to reiterate.
I mean,
hang on. Let me fucking speak. I want to reiterate the key point from Chaos about the swastika, because this is an absolutely key point. It's a symbol everybody knows has got specific connotation, as does SS symbology, the Waltz angle, the Germanic cross on a tank, 1488, C18. Those symbols are really well known, as is KKK. And I'm absolutely with you on that. And I have mentioned that to Wilkin Cade a couple of times. But where certain symbols are obscure and are not understood by everybody to be a specific dog whistle or whatever term you want to use, and other people assume that there's a link to those symbols that do not exist, that is someone trying to force an argument and to shame people incorrectly. Some symbols are bad. They are known to be bad. They should not be used. KKK is one of those. Others should not be assumed. We are within an objective community here where you need to ask questions rather than just make assumptions. Shame is not the first thing that you should jump to. And my avatar is nothing to do with a dog whistle. It is everything to do with a very specific raccoon that was from Kherson in what's now Russia.
I'm not sure what
My K avatar is
God damn you, Cat. Don't overtalk me.
I will overtalk you.
We've been over and over and over this for quite some time. I'm leaving. Good night. Thank you for having me. I don't know as anything I've said matters. Good night.
Of course it matters.
It does. You got through, Stephanie.
Important part of what I'm trying to say is that I feel like everything Stephanie said, and I know mustache it.
Yeah.
No. Fucking Stephanie. Everybody in this room fucking fully supports you, and I think that's the most important thing. Like, there's nobody here who actually disagrees with you on the most fundamental points, and so that's what I keep gathering from this is like we get you, and nobody here is against you, and that's I feel like
I might be a little bit.
Well, you might be a little bit, Cap, but you're against everything.
Yeah.
But seriously, like, we're talking to another group of people, but we're talking amongst each other as if that's the case, and I don't think that is the case here. So I just that was what I was trying to say. I guess I totally lost it, but no, I think most of us agree with the fundamental points that Stephanie is making, and
well said, Kev.
That we're just trying to find more constructive ways to have the conversation.
Well, and also, like, hey, like, look into shit a little bit more. Well, okay, once again, my avatar is a K, right? And the channel banner, if you go to my channel, it's a raccoon. I don't...
Okay, sorry, I'm back. I don't know how long that went. Sorry. Anybody still there?
Yeah, we got quiet because you started talking.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Sammy. Sammy, are you there?
Okay, apparently I was quiet because you were talking.
Yes, I couldn't unmute for some reason.
All right. Remember that tree I told you about?
Sure do.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what took me so long. Some of the puppies have been chewing on it, so I just found it. But I got it. I saved it, but like all the leaves are gone. So, but anyway, I was just letting you know about that because you know why. You know why I mentioned it to you.
Yeah, can't be mad at puppies.
Yeah, you can, little bastards. Did y'all want me to share any more of this, or y'all want to do something else, or?
I think the main part of it's done, but it's up to everyone else.
Yeah, I just want to open
Yeah,
it
I
up.
think it's
chat. And...
I don't think we're beating a dead horse yet, but I think the horse just died.
Yeah.
Yeah, we I think we have all the parts on there that kind of justified all the positions that were being taken. So, anyway, so what y'all want to talk about?
I don't know.
Me either. I'm fucking exhausted.
So, William, I did notice I caught a little yet in a certain sentence that you uttered recently.
What's that?
Said, I'm not an atheist.
Shut up. Well, no, I'm not. I'm not. There's a chance that I could be at some point. I'm not there yet. Oh, welcome back, Jody. Thank you for being so cool for earlier. You still in front of the fan?
No, I'm in the truck. I'm in my truck.
Are you stalking your boyfriend again?
I think we're stalking each other.
That's what all the psychos say. No, officer, he was stalking me.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here.
I see Bond's out there.
Who?
Bond official. Bond. Bring the van around, Bond. You know,
Bondleton.
He's got the gimp suit in the back. I know he should.
What are you talking about?
You don't know Bond? Everybody knows Bond.
What
Oh,
about
maybe-
Bond? Oh, the bond between Gene and I?
Hey, Silver.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
I'm still
She's still part
here.
of. Yeah, she's still parked out in front of Will Kincaid's house. She thinks that's her boyfriend. Wave
What?
at her, Will. Wave at her, Will.
What are you talking about?
You see the guy at the window right there waving at you?
Not your bond with reality, that's for sure.
Bond invites you. Look for the large windowless van pulling up behind you. He's inviting you to come wear the gimp suit.
Well, repeat that again.
Look, it's a lot of fun. It's not like with Serb where you have to wear the roller skates, but it's still pretty fun.
What?
But it is like Serb, as in you do have to wear the short shorts.
Yeah, only
Oh.
one person. Only one person would have to wear the roller skates.
What the fuck? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You're telling me somebody's in a van in the parking lot behind me?
Yeah, you see him? Bond, you're on the wrong street. You're going to have to go over a street, I think.
I don't see a van.
Are you sure?
Wait a minute.
There he is. Look at her, Bond.
What?
Okay, well, I don't know who that is coming up behind you, but you should probably run because that's not Bond.
that wacky weed may be making her paranoid.
She doesn't smoke weed.
What the fuck are you guys doing?
I don't know. Are you smoking weed? Or are you getting really high?
I'm not super high, but yeah, I smoked a little weed.
You know that Cerberus is a cop, right?
What? You're joking.
Glowing.
Glowing. Oh, the truck.
The truck is.
What?
So why while we're on the topic,
Oh,
Jody,
the truck in front of the garage.
Is that the right one, Cerberus?
Jody, are you at a stop sign waiting for it to change?
Yeah.
Okay.
while we're on the subject, Jody, how do you feel about leather and roller skates?
I'm in the truck outside the brick building.
Are you avoiding the question?
From the
Jody.
traffic light. What?
Tell the truth.
What am I telling the truth about?
Go ahead, ask her again.
How do you feel about leather and roller
Ask
skates?
what? What's going on?
How do you feel about leather and roller skates?
Do you like leather and roller skates?
Do I like leather and roller skates?
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
In that order.
Sure.
Do you like money?
I like how money makes you feel.
Do you like how roller skates make you feel?
Sure. What are we getting at here?
Nothing. It's an inside joke.
Sounds like you're
Said
coming to
putting
an
together a roller derby.
Yeah, I used to roller skate a lot. I loved it.
All right.
What are you guys getting at? I know what you're getting at. Never mind.
Do you?
Uh,
I'd like to know what image is in your head right now.
What?
How would you feel about becoming like a pro level athlete?
A pro level athlete.
Yeah. Like, let's say, baby, you became the fastest.
Yeah, this sounds
person on
like
roller
a lot of work.
Yeah, but that won't be a problem. This hypothetical.
All right, hypothetically, I might consider something like that. Just consider, though. I'm not saying I will. Okay. We'll leave it at that.
Serb, she's an experienced negotiator.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Jody, I got a question for you. Will Kincaid wants to know: is it possible that you could be higher than giraffe pussy?
Where do you guys come up with this crap? Higher than giraffe pussy? I have
that one
no
for a
idea
second.
what that even means.
Okay, let's break that down. Have you ever seen a giraffe?
I think so.
Yeah, you ever seen a
I
giraffe?
definitely have seen a giraffe.
Okay, so they're tall, right?
Right.
All right, and have you ever seen a giraffe in leather and roller skates? Right.
I
So
don't
on the giraffe, imagine
think
yourself
so.
walking up to the giraffe. Can you see it in your head right now? Like you're walking up to the giraffe? I want you in your mind, I want you to circle the giraffe, and I want you to imagine that you're lifting its tail. You imagine how high that would be? Okay,
Why am I doing this?
because that's how fucking high you are. You're as high as a giraffe's pussy.
Oh.
You're stoned, darling.
What are you getting at?
Right. Roller skates mostly. Will, could you just order her a meal and have them deliver it to her car?
Why?
Gonna be
I
out
don't
there
know
all
what you're
night.
getting at.
We're trying to proposition you.
Oh. So where do I go?
Serb, where does she go?
Oh man.
No, I already have a
Follow
wife.
the man at the end of the
I
parking
can't
lot.
own another woman.
What?
You can if the price is right though. Right?
Sammy like that. Okay.
This is how Sammy dates, by the way. He's got roller skates and leather in the back of his moped.
Okay. Is moped?
Yeah, it's really hot. Isn't that right, Red Fang? He's seen him around town.
Where's he at?
Don't give me, don't put me in this.
Oh God.
It was either you or DT, and I'm not even sure that DT wants to be part of this action.
What action?
What are we trying to hump?
We're trying to get Jody to explore the possibilities of a leather gimp suit and roller skates.
Let's forget about that.
That's too late.
I
It's on
want to
the table.
relax.
There's money involved, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know all the details, but if it's the same offer that Jill got, there's money.
Look, I don't even. I'm not even sure I would have to pay for it. Like, if I got enough together, I'm sure I could find advertisers for the Gimp roller derby.
Will you stop?
Just shut up and take my money.
Just try on the roller skates.
Come on, Jody. Go up and knock on the door and get Will to hand you some roller skates. You can use his. That house you're in front of. Go knock on the door. Go on.
You just want me to knock on the door and what?
Yes.
Wait for Gene to get really pissed off.
No, not Gene's door.
I'm gonna
Will's
interrupt
door.
his.
What's he doing? What's he doing, Jody? DT, what's happening, buddy?
What? Just got home from the hockey game. I assume I missed a whole bunch of shit.
Oh yeah, probably. Nothing you'll regret missing, though.
Yeah, I'll watch it later.
So how's everybody doing? Did everyone miss me? Or no?
Hello.
Hello.
Somebody.
I missed you, but my aim is improving.
Try two hands.
I mean, try no hands. See how that works out for you.
Well, giga.
You'll be. What do you mean you'll be back, Red Fang? Where are you going?
He's leaving because I'm here.
Lord Red Fang.
He didn't bring.
Oh, he can't share the same room with you, Midnight. What is he afraid of you?
I would.
Yes, he's completely afraid.
Have you seen Powder? Don't fuck around with albinos. They'll fry you and fly away.
He's been a lot better today.
Who will? No, Gene. You're talking about Gene.
That sounded wrong. Okay, yeah, I don't have him figured out.
What are you talking about?
I have no idea.
Jody.
What?
Jody.
Yes. Can I
What are
help
you
you?
doing? No,
Oh,
tell us.
Lord.
What are you doing right now?
I think she's high.
You think?
I am so high.
Okay, well, we don't condone that here, so I'm gonna have to remove you.
We think this is Bro
You're gonna
Joe's
remove me
chat?
finally?
She's so high, she keeps speaking in emojis.
You're also
Giraffe
high.
emojis.
Giraffe emojis.
I love you all.
And we love you too, Sparklet.
Sparklet. No, it's Spackle. Okay, get it right.
Spackle.
Yes.
Midnight Spackle.
So you laugh, but it took me a long time to not call him Spackle because of Holy Spackle.
Right.
Yeah, if he and Deirdre are in the same room, I'm just like I can't. I just from the side chat's the best I can do.
Can't be afraid of midnight because I have a flashlight. What the fuck? Oh.
You light
So
up.
now what's going on?
You give me hope.
So, like tomorrow, I'll be making chicken breasts.
To carry on.
Chicken breasts for tomorrow.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Oh, you're cooking.
Yeah,
you're not
tomorrow,
stealing again. I thought you were
No.
stealing chicken breasts. It's your next adventure.
No.
I thought it was a dog whistle.
Yes, it is. Chicken breast is a dog whistle. Fight me.
Sparkle came in here thinking he was safe. Jody.
Yeah.
Okay. All right then. Sparkle came in here thinking he was safe since Will Kincaid wasn't there. He's like, no one can get me in trouble. Then comes in here and starts dog whistling at everybody. Sparkle, tell me about this avatar you got.
Me?
Well, you're not Sparkle.
Oh no, I'm not Sparkle. I don't sparkle.
But every time a car goes by, she thinks she's illuminated. So, Sparkle, there's a lot of talk about you, you know, being able to like move metal objects with your mind. Is that true? Is that something that all albinos do, or just you?
Oh yes, yes. We all can do that. It's just it's just people. They, God damn it, they have different degrees, but they can do. Every albino can do that. Even the
Okay, so then it
effeminate
must
ones.
also be true that you all smell like curdled milk. Is that true?
I like the way he's having to think about it. It's like,
He's
I don't
sniffing. He's
know.
like, maybe.
I have no idea.
I can only speak for myself.
Hold on, I've got to go sniff some albinos. I'll let you know what I find out.
What would
I
be a
mean,
good
I don't
sample size
know.
for that?
Where would you find them?
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know any local. Well, okay. I mean, well, okay. My
Oh, you
my
know where you
mother.
gather.
You don't belong to like an albinos club or anything like that?
You guys meet.
I mean, not really. The two,
Oh, I mean-
the two
You know that rest-
albinos. Okay, I guess
The
I
only
only
one.
talk.
You don't all know each other? I thought you did.
What
Well,
about
no,
that
see-
rest area? Rest area on the New Jersey.
If I can
Turnpike.
talk for a minute.
What?
My mother has a cousin who has two albino sons. Right
Can you
now,
see each other from miles away?
No.
No. See,
And honestly, shut up, sir. And honestly,
correct
they do
me,
not. They do not want to interact with me. I don't know why.
I know
but they
why.
don't.
I know why.
Why,
It's because
huh?
when two albinos meet, the larger one absorbs the smaller one.
Terrible. It's terrible.
What the fuck?
Oh,
I mean, okay, sure, I'll go with that.
What do albinos eat? What do you feed them?
Other albinos?
Yeah, I missed that part. I didn't know that was. Yeah, that's all they eat.
Yeah, they're like reptiles. You give them one good feed, and they're good for a couple years.
No wonder they're so rare. Albino convention. Yeah. So are there albino conventions? I got to look that up. I'm going to look it up right now.
I feel like there should be.
There has to be.
There's like tall people conventions and twins conventions and all kinds of crazy stuff.
What did you say to me?
You know what we said, you filthy creature. Noah.
That's how I lost my damn beer.
It is. It's called NoahCon. NoahCon.
But it exists?
Yes. Yes.
Wow, really?
Go to www.albinism.org.
Post it in the happy chat.
What?
Albinism.org.
Post the site in the happy chat. No.
No, you can
I'm
do your
guessing-
own Google search. I can't be responsible for bringing you guys together. One of you is going to get absorbed.
That's not even true, okay? And stop spreading misinformation.
And
about
you're asking me
the
to
proud
believe
race.
you over Serb.
Yes, I am. Okay? Serb may never lie, but,
Yes,
but, it,
no.
but it doesn't mean he can't lie.
He has a
No.
PhD.
No. See, that. I can say false things if it's clearly a joke.
So there you go, Will.
Yeah, the whole thing is I can't. Yeah, never mind.
I'm guessing they don't meet in the summer in Las Vegas.
Well, no.
Oh man,
Play at night.
I need to send them an email. I will pay for a convention if they do it in Vegas.
Yes.
How does noon sound?
Yeah.
Fuck you. Okay. Are you trying to be like knock here and telling me to get a 10?
No,
Is
no.
that
I
what
was
you're
thinking.
doing?
No, I was thinking we could get you all together in a subway, like in a subway car, just all because there's
my
like
God.
7 of you. And then when somebody gets on, don't say shit. Just act like it's normal.
What the
That
fuck is
No,
wrong
everybody in the
with
when I
you?
get them, when I get them all trapped in that building in Vegas, I'm gonna get the deepest head I can to look like Blade, dressed like Blade, and get UV lamps.
Getting a lot of mileage.
to try and dress like Wesley Snipes.
That's so fucking stupid.
I don't think that's PC.
It's not.
No, it's not.
But like,
Basically a vampire hunter.
Really,
Fuck
but
you,
who,
sir.
Throw into jail,
who
sir.
should care about that when I'm attacking albinos with UV lamps?
Well, it would be pretty cool, except for the whole murdery part.
Like I'm afraid for my life here.
Ouch.
Oh no! Certainly, Serb wouldn't attack his favorite albino. You're just gonna have to lead us to the rest of them and help us infiltrate.
He would be the last.
Fuck. I must be the last.
The rest of the albinos?
Yeah.
Are you talking
Giraffes. We're not quite sure who we're going
about
after.
my
Jody.
offspring?
Although,
Wait, your husband's albino? I'm confused.
although if I managed to herd them with my UV lamps, I could get them to all combine.
What the fuck?
You can get. So you're saying my husband and my children? Or just my children?
No, albinos.
And their children.
Unless you have albino children, then I guess yes.
You don't misplace those.
Yeah,
I have.
That's not a
What
thing.
the fuck are you even referring to when you say albino?
White.
You're missing.
What the fuck?
Oh,
You don't
blue-eyed
know-
children.
No.
You're missing.
What?
Missing albino giraffe children.
What?
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what, Jody? That's fine. You just sit there
Look
and
it
be
up.
high. It's okay.
Look it up. Use the Google. It's magic. It's like magic. Check it out.
You know what? Maybe
so
I will look for albino meats.
Have you ever seen Milk, Jody?
Oh wow, no.
Milk with
Jesus Christ.
Anybody seen Brojo?
Brojo is not an albino. What
Speaking
the
of milk as a person, have you seen Brojo?
I've seen Mark Reed. Like it's one shade lighter than Mark Reed.
Yeah.
How did he feel?
He knows who Mark
Speaking of which, he still has me blocked. Ah, well.
No.
Missing out.
Don't tell me like that.
Oh yeah, don't about your feelings. Yeah, tell me about your feelings. Not like
I mean,
that.
I literally did, but I guess the
I
way
don't
I
wanna talk
communicated
about
it
my
wasn't good
feelings.
enough.
No, not like
Do
that.
I?
You did it wrong.
Jody,
Not you, Jody.
What?
Jody, tell us
What?
about your
Jody,
feelings.
Take 5 minutes, okay? Just
Tell
take
us
5
How am I
minutes.
feeling?
Yeah, can you feel anything?
I'm feeling frustrated.
Why?
Can't find the doorknob.
What?
That's where I get frustrated when I can't find the doorknob.
You want me to find the doorknob?
I know. Well, yeah. Feel around.
What?
Where's the doorknob, Jody?
Oh, that's right. Back of my head?
All right, I want you to lean against the door, and I want you to pull it hard.
You want me to
Pull the
lean?
handle. Lean against the door, and then pull the handle hard.
What the fuck? I can't pull that.
Oh.
What are you talking about? Oh, you want me to pinch it?
It's so weird.
Yeah, I want you to pinch hit, I think. What did you say?
Pinch it or pinch hit?
Yes. You
I hate
choose.
it when people do that. Like, you ask them a question with more than one choice, and they say yes. It's like, okay, well, which is it? Yes.
Yes.
God damn it.
Sparkle, do you smell like almond milk? Clockwork Rex wants to know.
No, but I smell like
What do you smell like?
Man, ass, and bud.
Like what?
You know, you guys are horrible.
Why?
Because you're my friends. That's why you're horrible.
Well, Yeah.
Who's got the rainbow nuclear
Oh, that's
icon?
Sammy. That's Sammy.
All right, on.
Sammy, are you still with us?
Then we got Serb.
Yep.
Sure am.
Nice.
Who's the voodoo goddess down in the right?
The possum is healthy.
That's the lower left on my phone. Who's in the
Okay, so
must be Jody.
I'm gonna go all the way across. I'm gonna go all the way across. We've got Will, Hillary's, me, Sir, Midnight, Sammy, Jody, you, Halsey.
Yep.
Oh, that's a fucking a possum on the lower right?
That's right. I am a raccoon ally.
Yeah.
Ally man to the rescue.
Yeah. I just had an idea for a new character. I go into rooms like that and just defend everyone's feelings and chastise anyone that hurts anybody's feelings.
Even if you're totally in
Oh, please
conflict.
do.
I love
Please do.
that.
Stop triggering people, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, yeah, and I'll be offended for the hurt feelings of people that aren't in the room and are not watching.
Okay.
Gotcha.
No, you're gonna need another sidekick or two.
Yeah, probably.
I think it should be. I think it should be Midnight.
He's already
He
labeled the transphobe.
He's the signal. He can be the. He can be the signaler, like the virtuous signaler. I can't even say it. Stupid whiskey.
And let's just mark it here on the public record. I predict that in reaction to Serb's hyper tolerance, they're going to call him intolerant.
Probably. I got it. It includes the inside joke of being an albino. I want Midnight to be the character, the lamp of righteousness.
So what's the bite?
The lamp of righteousness?
Yeah.
Oh, because he shines in the dark?
Yeah, allied man's lamp of righteousness.
You're gonna hold him. You're gonna hold him by his scalp, drag him around.
He's like it's like, think of allied man like who's the green guy that flies around with the ring? What's his name?
Green Lantern.
Green Lantern. He's like my Green Lantern, except for he's albino.
You have to like touch
Weird.
him
I
and
look
say
at him
magic
and I
words.
just see.
What does that
see,
even
like,
mean?
Why do I see
He's
a Planet Earth
albino.
knockoff?
Albino is when some living thing, has no pigmentation in their skin and possibly not their eyes or hair.
Which makes them very, very fair. No, I'm trying to use
I've
words
known
that she
albino
knows.
people, and I don't look anything like an albino.
I know.
Yeah, I'm talking about Midnight.
Oh,
Wait.
okay, Midnight.
Yeah, are you sure you're not an albino? You didn't know what one was a second ago.
Well, I've known albinos, and I don't look anything like an albino.
Well, then why the fuck did you ask what an albino was?
Are you telling us that you have an albino friend? Is that?
Oh,
are you playing an
I don't
albino?
what?
I'm highly offended. I have to
No, I
practice
have
it.
no problems with
Never
albinos.
offended.
Yeah. Just because you have an albino friend, we're supposed to think you're not anti-albino? Come on.
Yeah.
Oldest trick in the
No,
book.
I mean, when I compare myself to that person that is albino,
But wait,
I
I
do
mean,
not look anything like an albino.
that's offensive to mean people everywhere.
What do you
Ally
not
man?
wanna, you don't think they're beautiful? You don't want to look like one? What's the problem here?
I'm not saying they're not beautiful, but I don't think I'm one. I don't know.
Come on camera. Come on camera.
Well, okay. I can show. I can say you're not one because you can drive. Okay, albinos can never drive. Okay, we are legally
Wait, are they
impaired.
You're like Asian ladies.
Yes, we're like
jokes.
Asians. So you're not an albino. Congratulations.
So everything in the world is either an albino or not an albino, just like it's either a
Yes.
potato or not a potato.
It's either us or them.
True dichotomy.
So, Jody, if you were an albino, we'd be able to see you in the dark. So that's not. Ah!
The fuck
What the
was
fuck
that?
did you? She gave us an extreme
What?
close up for no reason.
She
Sorry.
flash us?
Is that really a
Not
thing?
making out
Midnight
what you're saying.
that albinos typically have vision problems.
Yes.
I did not know that.
And anger issues.
Yeah,
They're angry people.
Among other things, they don't have the pigmentation in their eyes to protect them.
But their sense of smell makes up for it. They can track you on a winter's day to your lair.
Okay,
and
well,
they will
are we
cannibalize
raccoons?
you.
Will, are we raccoons? Or albinos raccoons? So wait a minute. Okay. Raccoon sense of smell is already pretty good, right? So if you have an albino raccoon, does that mean the sense of smell is double?
It smells through time and space and dimension.
Okay.
It's an interdimensional sniffer.
Yeah.
Do you really think I'm a raccoon?
I mean,
I'm just
obviously
curious.
not.
Okay, no, just
Obviously
want to
not.
make sure. What? Look at the hands, though. Are you sure? Stare at the hands.
I mean,
Can we-
honestly.
What?
I mean, honestly, William, if you were an actual raccoon hiding inside, hiding inside the body of a man, I still love you.
How do you know I'm not?
Well, that's the thing. I don't. So if you
Who you been
are,
talking
then
to?
everybody.
I'd like to hide inside your body too.
Yes, Will. Tell us if you identify as Raccoon Man, so I can be offended for you later.
I've been considering it. I was thinking Raccoon Lad because I don't want to be, revealing my age.
Hi, Vekl.
I can still fit into my tights. Vekl, you can come in if you want. Jody.
What?
Put your shirt back on. You're on camera.
Holy shit.
My shirt is on.
Then what the hell am I looking at? Just kidding.
Yeah, we just talked about how Midnight doesn't have good eyesight. You just scared him.
He's like, I'm missing something good.
What?
Jody, what the hell?
What the hell?
You're not an albino. We've established that. Why do you need your feet right up there on the camera like that?
My feet?
Well, then what the hell is that?
What are you talking about?
Hello, Bree.
Should I leave? Should I leave?
I think we got room, don't we?
No, I mean, well, yeah, we have room, but should I leave?
I don't know if Bree wants
Only
to
if
come
you
in or not.
request.
I don't know. It's up to you. I don't see.
I can't drive. I've been drinking.
No, come on.
That hot
Give it a
rod
shot.
drinking.
Goddamn
Oh, I thought-
creeper!
Thank God. I thought you were just high. I thought you were just high.
No,
What did I
I'm
confess
both.
to?
Yeah, I did both.
You came back. You came back to everything.
Bree, bring your ass in here and stop playing around. Come on.
Light banter.
Hey, pretty lady. Hey, Bree.
Hey,
No pun intended there, Midnight.
I didn't even hear the pun, so it's fine.
Pixie said, "What did you come back to?" And I said, "Light banter."
Okay, that was good.
Good. Counts to
You get a pass. You get a pass for that.
Well, the best thing, well, I can't really take credit for it because it wasn't intended. And then I realized after the fact, hey, that was pretty fucking funny.
Jokes by accident are still jokes. You get credit.
Bree,
Put it
I'll
in the
go
book.
so you can come in.
I don't think you're the problem. Maybe I should leave.
No, it's not. I don't know about you, but
What is this all about?
It's not me, it's you.
What's wrong with me?
How long you got?
I don't think she wanted anybody to leave, guys. I think she's not coming in because she has a stream to do. She just came to say hi.
Oh no, well, oh god damn it.
Yo, what up? Y'all getting high or something? What's going on?
No, Judy is getting high.
Yeah, all right.
Hello,
Hey,
Will.
listen, guys. I'm gonna out midnight right now, but I really want you to think about this. All right. Okay, he's got pale skin. All right. We've never seen him eat or drink. He's got a funny accent. Midnight's a fucking vampire, yo.
Yeah.
Well,
that's right.
I think if he drank blood, you'd be able to see it run through him. I'm not sure that's true. We'll have to get him to drink blood on camera.
He contracted Vampira sanguinari sometime in the 3rd century, and he's been a vampire ever since. That's why he's got that goofy, silly ass fucking Dracula fucking accent.
Blah, I want. I can't do it.
Oh, go on. Tell us what you want to suck. Go on.
I want to suck your blood. There you go.
Yeah, you do.
I was sure he was going to say cock.
Well,
He'd had me dead to rights at that point, you know?
Well, I mean, I always wanted to
So
suck blood.
you should have heard what he said in front of my wife the other day. I was mortified. I was like, he's gay. I mean, he's, you know what? Reasons.
Wait, what did I say?
You called me and you go, hey, sexy. And my wife was standing right there on fucking speakerphone.
So what? I can't call you sexy?
That's hard to explain.
She'll come to your house and kill you with a fucking wooden stake.
Yeah, exactly. She's
Like,
a vampire
like-
hunter, you imbecile.
Hey, she can keep you. I just wanted to call you sexy. Is that so wrong?
There's another one, too. Aversion to crucifixes. That's another thing. I bought him a pizza
didn't
once.
seem to have any problem with Catholic
Specifically, no
priests.
garlic.
No more than is expected with Catholic priests.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Him too.
You guys aren't laughing because you know I'm serious. This dude's a fucking vampire.
No, I just made the joke earlier about dressing up like Wesley Snipes.
You were gonna do
know
that
what I was
anyway.
thinking? You know what's funny? I heard you say that, but I was thinking about it, and that would work as a euphemism. Man, you stuck out like Wesley Snipes at an albino convention.
Jesus.
What wonderful euphemism.
Someone's gonna have to take that as a dog whistle.
That's definitely a dog whistle.
That's not a dog whistle.
This
that's
is a job for Ally Man.
I need to workshop it because I need to practice being offended.
Will's here. You can practice being offended. It's really easy.
I need to
Listen,
plan it out in my
we
head.
talk about Pocket Locker like that anymore because he's not only is he an ally, apparently he is also trans. So we can't say that anymore.
Will, you're very versatile.
We not
So,
go
like,
there.
no, stop. Say so. Like, Will, watch this. I'll just give you a random one. Say something negative about Peruvian basket weavers.
Please don't.
Well,
We have to.
well, they're first of all they're of the Hunding, so there's that.
Okay, what does that mean?
Google that shit.
I wouldn't even know how to spell it.
I'll Google
Yeah,
you.
we're gonna need a link. I'll hook you up, fam.
I bet you will. You've got it saved. Jody, okay? Jody. Who is that man? Who's that man behind you, Jody?
Had a double check.
Jesus, don't scare her like that, Will. What the
There is no man behind me.
Oh, that must
Oh,
be
you talking about me?
Oh, my bad.
What do you want me to do? Walk out in the lawn?
Yes, that would help.
Why did you just say that?
I should have. I don't know what I was thinking.
Oh my god. Oh. Do I need my beer?
Yes, obviously.
I don't think I need any more beer.
Well, it's all about God.
Jody, are you up here getting crossfaded in front of God and everybody? Shame on you. You are a filthy woman.
Wait a minute. I think I have a cigarette burning. Hold on.
Oh, don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
What the fuck are we doing here?
You guys are
Making
terrible.
sure I extinguished all fires.
I'm gonna go for a little bit. I'll see you later.
Yes, we are being terrible.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Are we?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh man,
a little bit.
I dropped it
Okay.
in the side chat.
All right. Well, you were right, Jody. There's no one behind you. You can get back in the car now. I feel like you're safe. You're
For
totally
real.
safe. No, you don't have to get back in the car. I'm not forcing you to. You can walk over there to that gas station and see if you can get some beer.
There's no gas station. Oh,
Well, you
over
have
at
to walk
Burn Dairy.
farther,
I'm
I
not
guess.
walking that far.
Well, you can't
It's really
drive.
far.
Look what you did.
No, I can't drive.
Okay.
I'm right next to the house.
All right. Well, I'm happy to light this fire and then leave you guys to tend it.
What?
I'm fine.
I'm fine. Do I sit down?
Yes.
I want Sammy to hurry up and come up with his outline so we can all record it.
I came in and everyone left. I'm proud of myself. I did something today. Oh, it's incorrected.
People, yeah, no, I was making sure there was no one else trying to get in. We can't have anybody like associated with you that doesn't want to be punished.
What?
No,
I'm
not you,
gonna
not
punish
you,
anybody.
Jody, not you, Jody. Everybody else but Jody. Jody, you're safe.
I'm safe.
Yeah, Will's evil has no effect on you. The power of Pabst Blue Ribbon will protect you.
Are you drinking? What are you drinking? Are you drinking Bud Light? You drinking that gender fluid, fam?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Oh, okay. Are you from fucking Wisconsin or something? What's the matter with you?
I have no idea where it's from. I just like the way it makes me feel.
Okay.
Good night, Sandy.
Love you, Sandy.
Love you, Sandy.
I have no idea who Sandy is.
Of course
You
you
will
don't.
love her.
She will love you.
I highly doubt that. Few,
Well,
seldom have.
Okay, but if you try Serb's recommendations for leather and roller skates, you got a good shot.
Will, I've been terrified of this day, but I think you're growing on me.
Why did you click the Hoonding link?
I'm peeing myself. Okay, what?
Did you just say that you urinated inside of your undergarments? Is that what you're?
No, I'm bare-assed right on the ground.
Oh my god, you fucking Noir.
Clockwork.
Fucking milk drinker.
Hey, false alarm. I don't have to go quite yet.
Good, because Jody was getting way ganged up on.
I thought for sure that Pixie left because of me and the Hoonding thing.
Hey, Sammy, if you got a growth that is like Kincaid, you might want to go to the doctor and get it checked
Get it
out.
looked at? Yeah. I was thinking about having it frozen off.
I do have a tendency to reproduce via cellular mitosis, sort of like a parasitic host situation. So she's not wrong.
I need to know about that.
Okay, you know what?
What's going on?
And no, I did not leave because of you.
Because of
I don't
Jody, because she kept putting her boobs
I
on the
don't
camera.
approve of certain statements, but I have no problem telling people I don't approve of
I
them.
think you have enough footage of that.
So, what are y'all's favorite racial slurs for white people? Let's change the topic.
Cracker ass cracker.
White bread.
I'm a cracker ass cracker.
I'm partial to mayo monkey. I like that one. Snow roach and
Ooh.
chalk food demon also good ones, and snowback was another one, but it got a little redundant with the snow. So.
Well, I heard cracker ass cracker growing up, so that just kind of stuck with me.
Well, you stole all the good ones, Will. Now I don't have anything to top it, so I guess
I
you
have a
fucking win.
I have a friend who, like me, is mixed heritage. She's part native and part European. And people who used to call her a cracker. She used to tell people, I'm not a cracker, I'm a crouton, I have some flavor.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I think Vekl and I were having a conversation once, and he did call me a chalk demon, and I thought that was hilarious. And it was joking. It was in the context of a joke, so nobody calls him a fucking racist or something.
Love awkward silences, don't you?
Oh, they're great.
I try to maintain every time Will says something. I'm just like, don't laugh. Not because I want to intentionally give you the awkward silence, but because if I laugh at something you say, they'll burn me alive.
It's okay.
Well,
Don't
I
run
was
away.
going to say that.
Don't run away from your feelings.
Son, he
Well, I'll
liked
dry hump you. I'll do that.
Yeah. So
I'm glad Stephanie and I made peace. I like that. I can't remember if that was 420 Atheist or your channel. It was one of them fucking things.
So y'all are at peace now. That's good.
Yeah, I was gonna make a Morbius joke too. I feel like I missed that opportunity. I probably
See,
should've
you couldn't let this pass without getting that one in because you worked so hard on it.
Yeah, you know what? I wish I had you on some kind of social media so I could show you all the art I've done of the. Like, I've been weaving a tapestry of the tail of the raccoon and the fucking offended people.
Oh, good. A whole nother platform that I don't even really associate with will hate me. That is so awesome.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, Candy loves
I wanna-
me. Fuck all the
I
rest
drew
of
a
it.
raccoon as a Greek god. That was also a thing I did. But
So,
the wraith stuff, the corpse bride thing came out with the whole, stuff. And all I could think was, like Morbius memes. And at some point I got to it's Mammon time. But it's a little
So-
esoteric.
I want to ask everyone's opinion on something that I've sort of just come to realize. And again, poor Will, I'm just fucking piling on him. But again, it's been Will Kincaid that's made me realize this, which makes me question my whole existence. But I think that, like with the argument between atheists and theists, how I've tried to point out that they are having different arguments and they just basically talking past each other. I think that's similar to what's happening here. And I think I've realized that the real discussion should be, do words matter and how much, and how responsible should we be for our words and other people's feelings? Because that's the only argument I've had put forward to me is you don't respect my feelings. And I'm viewing people like Will Kincaid. Now that I know a bit more about you, Will, and I realize things that you do in your personal life, and you're not the horrible person that I assumed you to be because of the things you say, it doesn't mean I have to like the things you say, but it means I have to accept you're not the person I thought you were. And
I view the internet through a very specific lens. I can have a serious discussion, but for the most part, I see a lot of these arguments that happen on Gur streams or fucking what the hell is that guy's name? That was James Apperson or wherever the hell it is. All these really serious conversations as unproductive and pointless, because I've been sitting here for I go all the way back to Brett Keane, a guy you probably don't even know the name of, who kind of kicked off a modern day debate style series of channels with the nonsense that happened there. And so for 15 cocksucking years going on, I think I've sat here and I've watched people have the same motherfucking discussions about the same 5 or 6 things using the same, 10 or 15 arguments. And it's just boring as shit. And I've never seen anyone be swayed one way or the other. But you know what I have seen be really effective? Entertainment. People for some reason, at some point in my life, started looking at comedians like some kind of like fucking politicians, and then at some point politicians became comedians. Like I like Donald Trump because that's, whatever, but he's a fucking comedian first, an entertainer, or if not a comedian, and then he's the president second. And I think people voted for him because he's funny. And
No,
that
people voted for
affected real
Donald
fucking
Trump.
change. And then when Hillary Clinton said Pokemon go to the polls, and the fucking CNN SummerSlam meme that they tried to fucking dox a guy named Han Asshole Solo, who wasn't even the guy who made the fucking meme, and they people threatened him and shit. Like at some point in my life, people started taking comedians seriously, like they were fucking like it was fucking like Bill Burr was Aristotle, or some shit. So now I don't take any of this very. I'm capable of having a serious conversation. I just don't see them generally as productive or meaningful.
Yeah.
So I come in here and I make a bunch of jokes because I don't give a fuck. Nothing that's been said on the internet has seriously affected me in any way. And I've been doxxed no less than 2 fucking times. And you know what happened? Nothing. Some bitch sent some photos of some dead babies to my wife, and my wife told her to go fucking eat a bag of dicks. And then she escalated, and then the fucking the person from fucking Canada with the dead babies or whatever, and then the fucking cops got involved. And now where the fuck is she? Not in this room talking to me. So it was resolved in I don't know, a week.
So how would you respond, Will? Oh, sorry, Midnight.
Well, no, you know what's funny? This is the same girl who had who said, hey, sub to my YouTube channel. I'm like, well, no, I really don't want to.
Right, yeah.
Well, you're a bad friend.
Well, Quentin went out last night. We went on Praise's channel and we were trying to make peace, and that lasted till 5:30 in the morning.
With who?
Praise, and Quentin went on. I'm turning into midnight. I'm stuttering.
Sorry.
I'll flog myself later for that. Anyway, so that went on till from the piece lasted from 8:30 my time at night to 5:30 the following morning. What is that? Fucking 8 hours or some shit?
Not even 12 hours.
Right. But Quentin went on and he told God and everybody, which I wasn't expecting to do, that I've been helping him with his fucking drug addiction problem, and that I've been supporting him through the fucking. He said it, so I can say it now. But the suicide attempts and all the other fucking shit. So now people are talking to me like they know, with everything that's gone on, like that I'm a real fucking person that actually gives a shit about individuals on an individual fucking basis. And I guess people are waking up to the fact that that this is all just a fucking shtick. Even Stephanie is starting to kind of understand where I'm at. And I'm fucking 30 years old. I've been here too long, and I just don't give a fuck about some dumb shit somebody said on the fucking internet, and I don't get my feelings hurt. Even when Knock called my fucking yet unborn child, which by the way wasn't public information at the time, the fucking Antichrist, didn't really bother me. He says it does, but I called him out for it because he accused me of doing something similar, and then somehow it was fine when he did it. That was the call out, was the hypocrisy of the whole fucking thing. But ultimately, what the fuck is somebody gonna do?
Dude.
They're not gonna show up at
Well,
my fucking house.
that's a perfect time to segue into my point. I agree with you 100%, to the point where I had come to the realization, the same as you, that, as I said, people were talking past each other. And that's when I realized I needed to not take a side as such and call everyone the fuck out for their bullshit. And this this Will Freeman thing could have just gone the way that it's always gone. He would have stayed, in the eyes of them, a bigot. They would have stayed left radicalists. And it pretty much has been that, except Stephanie, and I want to keep pointing her out. She is the only one who has come in and seen reason, had the discussions, and shifted her position, even if it is ever so slightly. And if Will Kincaid and Will Freeman can come to an agreement with Stephanie, all the rest of you motherfuckers out there watching need to, yes, I'm going to say this to the minorities, pull your panties up and have the fucking conversation. Do not make it one fucking sided because you're a minority.
And this is the other thing too, is that I've apparently met Stephanie in real life 3 times. I'm in her area, and when my father-in-law was alive, God rest his fucking soul, we had a fucking sailboat. We had to sell it because he died. He had some debts. He had cancer. Whole fucking deal. So we don't really sail anymore, except for like a tour situation. But I go up there, and I've met Stephanie in real life, and I said, I'm going to be up there again in August. If you want to have fucking coffee or some goddamn thing and fucking talk in real life, I'm up for that. And she was like, yeah,
But you're a
sure.
transphobe, Will. You can't do that. You're a transphobe.
If Stephanie and I are going to have fucking tea and discuss the weather in person and be civilized human beings, I don't see why the rest of you motherfuckers out there that are fucking, raising your fist for the trans folks can't fucking take several seats, in fact. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. We
Yeah.
had a
Not you,
spat.
Stephanie
We came
Trenton.
to a resolution. It's over. You being offended on someone else's behalf at this point is the height of silliness. Absolutely
Yeah.
fucking dumb. I'm a
And your
30-year-old
point about
with a
how
wife and a child. I don't have time for your fucking nonsense outside of the internet.
peace lasting from 8:30 p.m. to like 5 a.m. So after our discussion with Stephanie and yourself and Will had come to understandings, I woke up the next morning to an email saying that they have wasted their breath on the likes of us. I'm a filthy bigot, racist, transphobe. They hope that my channel. They hope my channel goes nowhere and my weed always has seeds in it.
How
Wow.
rude.
Yeah, that's what I woke up to.
Did they
So that
decide
lasted all of what, 8 hours?
What's funny is that Nock had once told me in a conversation on his channel that if the world was rid of religion, all the atheists would get along, hold hands, and sing Kumbaya. I don't imagine he holds to that opinion now, especially given recent events. Because I told him that eventually it would come down to a matter of identity politics, and here we are at the fucking the oppression Olympics and the fucking the goddamn fucking gender communism fucking nonsense. All I've ever advocated for is we treat people as individuals and we deal with people on an individual basis. Because asking me to be an advocate for the fucking trans community is like asking me to be a fucking advocate for fucking clouds. It's that nebulous. Look at Kat, then look at fucking Stephanie, and tell me that they're the part of the same fucking community. With a serious fucking face.
Okay. That's what I said. That's what I said. It's almost like we're different fucking people.
I know.
It's almost like it's not a community.
We've had this conversation about how Kat and I aren't the same person. Many times.
Well, until we see you in the same room on camera.
No, let them sing together.
Well, not to joke, but there literally are videos. Kat gave me pink eye once. And not fun.
I have been haunted by that story ever since you told it. That crusty finger across the eye one time, and you just have the outbreak.
No,
of the citrus.
It wasn't a finger across the eye. It was a fingernail in the eye.
Right, but there's duty in that fingernail.
She hit me
No,
like
it's not duty.
Alucard
It's
from
trash.
Duty.
Hellsing.
It's duty.
She like tried.
Well,
she
it's
like
not
went
mine,
to go
at
cut
least.
me in half at the torso with her fingernail, like it was fucking Hellsing Ultimate. And she got me in the fucking. She got me in the fucking corner of my goddamn fucking. What
Right
the
in
fuck
the
are the
tear
whites in my
duct.
eye called?
Cat,
She was
can
living
I
the
just
dream.
confirm, actually, Cat? I'll send you a video. Not only would your shit and your partner's shit be on that fingernail, but the shit of about 6 other people would be up there too.
Oh, good. Should I kill myself now or later?
Well,
Do you want me to
In
do it
Minecraft,
right
this is
now?
why
in
this is why
Minecraft,
one shouldn't
This
bite
is
their
a problem
nails.
for Will, not for me. I have no
Right.
say.
Right, you don't get
Listen,
sick from it at all. You were totally fine.
listen,
Will has
I
no
killed
immunity.
I'm like an
myself.
Argonian. I do extra disease damage. I have poison
Listen,
resistance. It's great.
I've killed myself live on stream more than once, and I'll fucking do it again.
Come on, Gio.
I went into a Smoky Saint stream once before we were friends, and I hung myself live, obviously fake, because what they were saying was so goddamn boring. I just couldn't fucking take it anymore.
wow.
I did
that
the
is,
old invisible death
that is
chair
so
routine.
I'm starting to sympathize.
I hear you. Have you heard my nasally Jew voice? It's not exactly appealing. I'll tell you this much: my wife's not with me for my fucking voice or my bubbly personality. I'll
Oh
tell you that
yeah,
much.
it's those shekels.
I wear a size 13, and that's all I'll say about that.
13 in boys.
Women.
It's that Jewish ability to make money, right? Oh, sorry. Is that racist?
I actually don't know what condoms are. I'm sorry. Do they come in numbered sizes? I think I used a condom once when I was like 15, and yeah, that was unpleasant.
So you don't think you did? You know you did.
I just kind of.
So it could have been a
No,
condom.
it's
It
fucking
could have been a vacuum cleaner. You don't know.
It might have been. Might have been.
Who
a
hasn't
fucking
been
hefty bag.
Hey, remember the time I was pregnant with your child, Will? That was fun.
Yeah, I remember that. That was really great. You
Time.
for a brief, faint moment, Catherine Simpletran achieved what no other Tran had. She had actually grown a uterus.
Don't they call that butt pregnant?
I mean, is she? I'm not even gonna touch that.
And remember the time that me and Kat, remember the time that me, you, my wife, my child, John's mom, his sister, and him were all living in a 2-bedroom apartment in Queens? Do you remember that? That was really fun. That was a wild...
back in Roslyn, yeah.
Yeah. Rosalind, good old Rosalind, the brownstones, the nice ones, not the shitty ones that the moon being occupied.
Yeah, and then we kicked John out of his mom's house. Yeah, I
Right, we
remember
kicked
that.
John out of his, and then he married a Muslim for the green card, of course.
I lived in
Yeah.
Queens. I lived in
Well,
Sunnyside.
John needed the green card, just so everyone knows.
You know
Well, we live
Sunnyside?
in upstate New York now because that didn't work out.
Upstate?
I started a harem. It was a whole
There you go,
thing.
Richard. I'm about.
I have a child sex slave. It's pretty great.
I provided
I
I provided
could've-
Kat with a wife, so she's free
I
now.
could've
It's kind of
helped
like house elf rules, like the sock
Oh,
and the
well.
old book routine.
Well, can't you just nail the hand to the door or something like that?
I don't know. I'm not up on my Harry Potter lore, or is this trans lore?
Yeah, it could be.
I don't, honestly, at this point, I don't know, because clearly I'm not up on the full lore, apparently.
You guys ever done DMT?
No,
Yeah.
but I want to.
Oh, sorry, wrong podcast.
Okay, now I really do have to go for dinner, but if y'all are still going later, I'll be back.
Bye, Pixie.
Love you, Pixie.
Adios, Bill Satan. Oh, bitches.
Just sorry to drag us back into the bullshit, but I have one last question I wanted to put to everyone. I'm not going to mention names. I'm just going to give a scenario, and I'm pretty sure I know everyone's answer, but I thought I'd ask anyway. If the definition that has been given of bigotry is preferring your own group to another group. If you were a black person and you referred to a black person and put them in the group of coon, would that be bigotry? Because you're preferring your version of black to their version?
I think so.
Is
Yeah.
it bigotry or is racism and bigotry the same thing in this case, or is it different?
Yeah. Because
Well,
the
define
discussion
bigotry,
was
though.
bigotry. The definition given was preferring your own group over other social groups. So, say if I'm a man saying men are better than women, that's bigoted. I'm putting myself above
Yeah.
a different group. So,
Yes.
if a black person does that to another black person, it's the same or different?
No, I believe bigotry is, if you look at
Colorblind.
yeah, it's kind of colorless in a way.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Cool.
I could be wrong, and I'd like
Well,
somebody to
depends.
challenge me on that.
Well, okay.
I do
if
think
I can
some
ask
people
a
just really
clarifying
hate.
question,
Sure.
is the black person a Christian, an
No.
atheist, a
Atheist.
Muslim, or
Well, they
a black
say
Hebrew
that
Israelite?
their definition given was, I don't consider myself an atheist, but I have not been religious for 10 years. I haven't believed in a God for 10 years, so I don't know what, maybe they consider themselves spiritual.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. That's kind of like me and Serb when we went back and forth, and he said, "Do you believe in God?" And I said, "I don't know." But hey, you asked the question.
Yeah. So I think the general consensus, it's bigoted. You don't get a pass because you're like, if Kat starts going, Stephanie, for being trans, that would be bigoted.
So hear me out. Hear me out. Here's my hot take. People, these particular
if we can
individuals.
hear you,
Yeah. Can you hear me? Am I complete shit audio?
barely.
Oh, hold on.
We can hear you, but you're in it like a tin can.
Let's see. Is this better?
That's good.
Much.
Okay. Sorry.
That's better.
StreamYard's retarded and likes to use these. Oh, I'm sorry, I said a slur. These tiny little microphones in my headphones instead of using my actual phone.
Cat has the retard pass.
Well, I mean, yeah, I do. I'm kind of dead brain damaged. But so basically, I don't give a shit what the fuck these individuals say. If it's like mean things or slurs or whatever, I don't think that's necessarily bigoted. I just think it's incredibly hypocritical if you go at other people for not calling out every single time anything happens, whether they see it or not. I think that's bigoted. I don't know against what. I normal humans, I guess. That's my hot take. Say whatever you want. I don't give a shit. I'm not the
really
goddamn police.
I appreciate that position.
What do you mean not normal?
Well, I'm more normal than these people, which is saying something.
You come into my channel and you become a lot more normal, Kat. Just saying.
Well, I'm actually a reasonable person, despite the fact I cause shit and I'm an absolute fucking cockweasel. But I don't know. These people got an extra shot of hot sauce, if you know what I mean.
Is that why you gave Will the pink eye? Okay, I get it.
Oh yeah, you know it.
He got that extra shot.
Yeah.
In the face. Yeah. But no, look, if I'm in my house, in my bed, asleep, and some bullshit happens outside my house, Am I responsible for that? No, I was in the bed fucking asleep. Somebody else caused all that shit. If you get what I'm going at, maybe I was unclear. I don't know.
No, I got that.
Well, kind of like policing, right?
Yeah. How can I do that if I'm in the bed asleep?
And if they come knocking on the police,
you are
come knocking on
required
your
to. You have to be a good ally. God, you have to be constantly vigilant. You know, just always paying attention to everything. You don't get to sleep.
Fuck that. Don't
Good.
wake me up. If
Yeah.
I'm asleep, don't come wake me up. You gonna get your ass kicked.
Yeah.
I had someone in the trans community send me an email defining an ally, and I realized that by that definition, I'm obviously not an ally because I can't. I have a fucking 2-year-old who's dying of cancer. I'm sorry, I don't have time to go and rally for your fucking personal bullshit. And it is bullshit to me because I'm not fucking going through it. I have my own bullshit, which I don't put on anyone else. And I guess the shit that I'm experiencing kind of makes me some sort of minority too. But I don't fucking view myself that way. I wake up, I get on with fucking life. So, and people say shit I don't like. It's words. It's fucking words. And if it hurts me, I chose to let it hurt me. And I know there are the people out there going to scream, oh, you're ignorant of mental health. Fuck you. I suffer from that bullshit too. Chronically. So I can't understand it. If I don't expect everyone to be the same as me, but if I can do it, then I can't be expected to think that no one else can do it. Sorry, that's my rant. Over.
No, that was well put.
Understandable.
Well, I thought
I'm
of
sorry.
something.
I'm sorry about your 2-year-old. I didn't know that. That's...
No.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Actually, clearly,
That's
you
what I
just
mean.
need
I
to
don't
be sucking.
advertise it.
You need to be sucking trans dick constantly. You know, fuck everything you just said. I didn't hear it. You need to rah, fight the fight, or something.
Well, I'd like to take a moment.
Am I straw manning someone's position? Because it's not Sammy's. It's sarcasm. We're all on the same page.
I'd like to selfishly
it's
take a moment
easier to
and
tell sarcasm when you're talking to somebody than it is when they're typing. So yeah, I got it. I got it with sarcasm.
All right. Okay. Good.
But
I'd like to
Sammy,
selfishly
I'm
take
really
a-
sorry to
Yeah,
hear
Richard.
about that.
Oh, Richard.
I'm really sorry to hear about that, Sammy. I had a
Thanks,
cousin
mate.
who was
That's okay.
like, well, no, she was like 4 or 5 years older than me that suddenly died of cancer. And I did not even know she was sick. And like all of a sudden back in January, she died. And I was like, what?
Well, while we have the
Yeah,
opportunity to help somebody where there's still hope, if you wouldn't mind, Sammy, I would share for others to share the link to the GoFundMe to try to get your child the best medical care possible, if you don't mind.
Wait, you just made it?
Yeah, thanks, Richard. No, I've had it for. We didn't make it. A friend made it for us, but
I was gonna say
it's
that's pretty
been there
fucking
for a couple
fast.
months.
It's pretty fucking fast. Thinking of go fuck.
Oh, Richard's good.
You know, when you were speaking, Sammy, my thought was that you're dealing with a very special like minority of one, which is your daughter. You know, like that's the only thing that you need to concern yourself with as far as protecting someone and all that stuff, you know?
And I think that's why, maybe 6 months ago, 12 months ago, if someone had come to me and said, oh, help defend my feelings, I might have been more willing to. But now it's like, okay, I'll defend them, but give me a reason other than your feelings. Because if that's all I'm defending, well, I got other fish to fry.
Yeah, your feelings are all internal too. Those are your business, you know?
Yeah.
Also, like, hey, I'm out here, I can defend my own feelings. Why the fuck can't the rest of y'all? I mean,
Yeah.
if
I mean, these
can do
guys
it,
have these groups and these tribes to defend each other. So I don't even know what their issue is, to be honest.
yeah, okay, that's the thing. I'm exiled from their fucking community for wrong think or saying mean things or whatever. But like, I can hold my own and not be a pussy, right? I mean, double entendre right there. Get it?
Yes.
It's because I have a dick. But for the people who didn't get it, but it's like, what the fuck? Just, I don't know. Grow up. Get good. I don't fucking know. There's real problems in the world. Some of them you have, yeah. But like whining on the internet, calm down. Touch grass. Jesus Christ.
You know what I was wondering earlier is that like I read the statistic and maybe somebody could find it real quick because I can't leave the call without getting kicked. But there's like a pretty high percentage, like a surprisingly high percentage of people who identified as trans that had some kind of child abuse or sexual child abuse, like in their own past. You know, they got abused. And childhood trauma is no joke. And I'm wondering if people out there that are going through all of these issues with gender identity and everything are also concurrently, or even, maybe before diving completely in, dealing with that.
With other traumas, yeah.
Dealing with if there is childhood trauma, to deal with that, because it will not, the effects of it aren't going to go away, and they may not be solved by the issue that you see as in the forefront, because it's still kind of lurking.
Are you insinuating that getting raped as a kid makes you trans and you're too much of a pussy
No.
to say it? Or what's what you're saying?
No,
you need to be more clear. You're kind of beating around the bush. Be upfront. What is it?
I'm saying that there's people that get into all different kinds of sort of results from childhood trauma. I'm not saying that being trans is a result of childhood trauma.
You just did.
No, I said that a high percentage
Can I?
that identify
go ahead.
Being victims of like sexual child abuse.
Yeah.
And
Now, I can only do it. Sorry, I was going to try and steel man you a bit. And I can only do it anecdotally. And I don't believe that Halsey said it was speaking generally or, overarchingly in any way. I think it was pretty clear that it was a portion. But I have also found in the gay community that there is I have found anecdotally that a vast portion of people in the gay community have also suffered childhood traumas, and not just sexually. So I think she's right to say trauma.
I've got your source in the side chat.
And again, that's only anecdotally. It's people I was speaking to. But there was that aspect of the community that I didn't expect. I thought that was a right-wing dog whistle or,
Well, it's part of the issue is a lot of this comes from what's called corrective rape, where straight cis people try and rape trans or gay people into being straight. Like women will fuck trans women to try and make them a real man, and men will fuck, like cis men will fuck trans men to be like, yeah, you like it in your pussy, you're a real woman now, bitch. Shit like that. So like that's also a serious thing that happens in, rural areas, most of Africa. I mean, that's Chick-fil-A has like openly supported the fact they've said that they support that and give money to that sort of government and regime. This is a real thing that happens. It's not like you get fucked and you're trans. It's you're queer and then you get murder raped, because that's just, I don't know. Straight people want to fuck us, and I don't fucking, it's the weird, it's usually Christians who are gay, I think, is mostly what it is. It's gay Christians who.
Yeah. But that's
And I
a
wasn't
society thing. I mean, you go to Africa and they will have sex with babies because they believe having sex with a virgin will cure the HIV.
Not only that, in Africa, they will rape albino women because they believe that raping the albino women will somehow transfer, the HIV from them to her. They don't realize they're just spreading it. They still have it.
Can I just clarify? I don't know if my point was taken the wrong way or not.
No, you can, Cassian. Go ahead.
No, okay.
I
My
was joking.
point is that like the whole thing, like the results in adults of childhood trauma are kind of, I would consider them like a separate thing that may have overlap into issues like gender identity, but it's not like something, I'm not saying like, oh, if you had childhood sexual abuse, then you're going to end up this way. No, there's like a whole symptom set that kind of goes with if you experience this as a child and this many years of your life, you have these symptoms as an adult. And I'm just wondering, like, people in I'm not just saying trans community, anyone, if they deal with those issues as part of like their whole outlook, I'm wondering if that's being done,
Yeah, and
dealt with.
to maybe even make it clearer, I was thinking the same in the black community, because I clearly have black friends that don't act the way Jay has and Maya has. So that, like, and it may be race related, their trauma. They may have been, treated terribly because they're black.
Yeah.
But the point House is making is that there's this other trauma that they pin to the minority group that they're part of as well. So they try and deal with the trauma through that rather than actually understanding there's a trauma to be dealt with. Is that more stalemanning it?
I think so. I think that, just by sort of default and by proxy, they may end up dealing with some of it kind of by accident if it's not specifically acknowledged as what it is and what needs to be dealt with. Like, sort of overtly acknowledge it.
I mean, I would argue that, like, a lot of the social and legal issues and, particularly large swaths of, flyover states in the Midwest and, even worse, flyover countries and shit like that, where things are actually terrible and people don't have rights, or a more immediate thing to tackle than, because I feel like that's a more immediate issue that is affecting people in a much more visceral and direct way than something that happened 20 years ago. I mean, that's definitely an aspect to it, but I mean,
yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying, this should take priority. I'm just saying individuals, if they had, anything like that in their past, regardless, because, someone who has had zero adverse childhood experiences or childhood traumas, may be trans, right? And there's really nothing that has to be dealt with that maybe is kind of connected to that. But there may be individuals out there who do have things that have not been dealt with, and they're going through regular therapy. They're going through the process of transitioning.
Okay, why are you hung up? Why are you hung up on, like, kids being, like, having some negative emotional experience and then being trans? I'm kind of confused, because, like, there are plenty of people who were abused as kids who aren't gay or trans. I think that's actually the majority.
It's not so much a hang up. I'm just wondering, like, I'm hoping actually that because this topic isn't necessarily something that comes up when you're in therapy for different reasons, and it can
Almost
just be like,
because they're for different reasons, like you said. I'll shut up now. Go ahead.
I guess I don't know. My I don't know if my point is gonna land well at all, but I guess, like, okay, because I know people that that have unresolved issues, right? And well, you're resolving yours, right? But there are people that are unaware that they have these issues, and these are like, we were talking a little bit about this earlier. Like this is the kind of stuff. I'm not saying like something that happened 20 years ago is more important than anything. I'm just saying that like sometimes when there's something that happens to young children, be it like neglect, abuse, or whatever, they have what is called the developmental trauma, which is like
You become stunted, basically.
Yeah, you become.
Okay, what does this
stunted
have to
and
do with being
damaged
queer? Again,
I'm just saying that if people are going through a process where they're getting like therapy for stuff, they're going through like a process that's kind of intense. Like, I hope that they are dealing with that stuff if that happens to be part of their picture, because that stuff won't go away on its own.
yes, that is correct. Just like any other mental hang up, any other traumatic experience, any other mental illness. I don't know why you're hung up with this and
I don't know.
being
Read
queer.
about complex post-traumatic stress disorder or childhood PTSD.
Yeah, I'm aware of what CPTSD is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really confused as to why you're specifically talking about getting fucked as a kid and...
No, I'm not talking. I didn't really say that. You did.
Okay, so childhood sexual abuse isn't getting fucked as a kid?
No, I'm that's
I mean,
not
you
it.
said other things too, like,
Not limited
negative
to.
things.
There's all
Yeah,
kinds
but
of-
like,
to.
I know,
you know what?
I'm
It
not
was a
being
crazy- it was
dishonest,
a
but like,
crazy
one of the
number,
things
like-
you said was getting fucked as a kid,
It
so.
was like a 50% or something statistic that was very surprising to me. That people in the queer community reported like really high instances of this, and I'm just saying, I'm not saying it has anything to do with where they ended up. I'm just saying if
Yeah, well,
people...
I want to know what the hang up is what I'm asking. Like, is it just that you saw a statistic and now you're convinced they're connected? Because like when you go to therapy, generally they do tackle each thing because like a person is a series of interconnected experiences. That's what consciousness is. That's what therapists do.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they
I have
they
shitty
don't
therapists.
dig,
Just saying.
Yeah, there are shitty therapists, but like generally that is what they're supposed to do. Yeah.
I don't know.
I
Like,
mean-
I think that like I'm just trying to make a point that it's a thing that if it's not dealt with, even after someone transitions and they think they're going to be happy, these things that have not
Yes,
been dealt
getting
with
fucked as a kid will make you miserable. That is no
I think
bearing
you're
on
fucking
being
my argument
trans.
up by keeping saying that. You're using really inflammatory language.
If I
So I'm
Yes,
gonna
that's
stop.
what I do.
I'm just gonna
Oh,
stop. It's cool.
wow.
I've never talked to you before, so just stop.
Please,
Oh, no.
if I could.
No,
Cat?
fuck you. I won't stop. I'll stop. I'll stop for Sammy.
Cat. Actually, it's Richard, but Cat,
Oh, shit.
I know I'm going to say something to benefit
dumb.
you. I'm going to say something to benefit you and this talk and the future relationship between you and Halcyonic. You have to take Halcyonic minute by minute and hyper literally. Like you can never think that they're trying to get to something until you have a cumulative case. Okay?
Well, I was asking and not getting an actual answer other than, well, people just need to like treat all of the
Okay, can you
things.
fucking drop it? Go on to something else if you don't like my argument.
No, I want to tackle your argument and understand the argument.
Like,
I'm
rip
sorry.
it
I
apart,
thought this was
right?
a
And
skeptic
being an
community.
Fuck
mean-
off. Seriously.
Okay.
Well,
Sorry.
I was.
Well, we actually had a conversation about this exact thing a couple of hours
I'm
ago.
trying to have a conversation. Look, I'm an asshole. I'm sorry. So that's how I talk.
Hey,
But
no.
I think you're right. You were right, Kat. It's kind of goes across the board. I think.
Yeah, but we don't have to be. We don't have to yell at each other about that shit.
I wasn't the one who brought it up, so.
let's move on then.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about me, the
Let's
raging.
talk about oh, that would be just perfect, Will.
That would be
Wait,
great.
my
What a
God,
breath
no.
of fresh air from whatever the fuck it is you guys were yelling at each other about. Isn't that wonderful?
Well, I just think
I have been fact checking this whole conversation in chat. Like the statistics
I know.
that you're asking for is like there.
I pointed it out in the chat that you were fact checking it.
Yeah, I have GPT-4. I pay for that shit.
So you're using an AI to help you.
Yeah. But I'm not using it to make other things that could have just been made from whole cloth.
He's
Not
using
like
it to access information more quickly than he could Google it, essentially.
Right, I'm not using it because I'm like handicapped with Python or whatever. Like speech. Yeah.
Oh, you're handicapped with something, but it's not programming related.
What do I find that's so funny?
Because you and I are both, well, I'm coder by education but not by trade. So Speed of Sound of Gravity was trying to code something in Python, but he was using AI. He was using AI to do the code for him by telling the code what he wanted to do. And I said, isn't that a lot like sticking a snail's penis in its own vagina? You're just gonads with that's just an AI coding itself with extra steps.
Right. Also, I didn't know you were a programmer, or you programmed.
That is what I went to college for.
Oh, cool.
Initially.
Yeah. When is Skyrim 6 Bendigo coming out, by the way?
I have no idea.
Oh, I thought you were talking
Go on
about...
down to Bendigo, mate.
I thought you were talking about the Skyrim, the quest for Jerry's money.
I don't have $60 to throw out.
Oh no, that's a different Skyrim release.
No, because there was a Bendigo arc that I was planning on doing, and
Yes, I know.
Okay. We're going to Bendigo. Get me green sword.
Get me some pack of ciggies, you know, mate.
Oh, mate, when you're on your way to Winterhold, can you stop it?
Okay, so, Will, I have a quick question for you.
Pick me up a pack of menthols and some stubbies so we can put on the footy when you're done, yeah?
Hello?
I'll throw some prawns on. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just ignoring you as per usual.
Yeah, well, that's per usual. Everyone hears me, but they just ignore me. Right, Sammy?
It's because you're a fucking soulless vampire, as I pointed out
Well,
earlier.
I mean, that's true, but at least I have more soul than Q.
So anyways, Will, we were talking and there was just a really long dead space. No one was saying anything.
Nobody said a goddamn word. That was
Yeah.
Okay, I do have a quick question for you, Will.
Do you hear something?
All right, whatever.
Okay, I'm just kidding. Fine, get on with it before you run away like last time. Coward.
Is Python the only language you know, or do you also know C++? Like what language?
No, I know C++.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a requirement for graduation, actually.
All right, we can talk about this. We can talk about this later. I just wanted to. I was curious about which languages you learned. We can talk about it. We can talk about more in detail.
A++, Python, yeah, all that.
Yeah,
shit.
we can talk about more in detail, in depth later. Anyways, continue.
Do you still have your course books? You still have your course books?
Oh yeah, actually.
Yeah, but it was from like a fucking decade ago now.
So what? I'll take them. You want money? Actually,
Give
I'm
me
poor.
your course books now.
Why are you? So wait, are you an autodidact when it comes to programming languages?
Yes,
Or?
I like to learn on my own.
All right. Well, if I can dig them out of my fucking mom's basement, I'll let you know.
Will lives in his mom's basement. Basement.
He's 30, he still lives at home.
It's a giraffe. See, that's a callback and a reference.
The best kind.
Well, I've looped it back around to giraffe.
You know,
where is Jody?
I know a guy who has a giraffe tattooed on his dick, so it looks like a deer when he's flaccid, and when he gets erect, it looks like a giraffe.
What the fuck? Why would you get that?
I don't know, but
How
it's really
dare you-
impressive.
How dare you dox Bugs a massive erect penis?
Hey, it's my boyfriend. I doxed your dog, Will. I already doxed your dog. I dox who I want, damn it.
That's a special kind of doxing.
In
Yeah.
our community, you're not friends unless you dox your friend's penis. Apparently.
Well, I mean, your dick already got doxed, so.
That is true.
I'll say.
Many a person has seen my dick.
Yeah, but
I mean,
when
I
you
doxed my own dick. I pulled a nacho
I mean,
sushi.
I don't know what I was expecting. I mean, I did pornography, so like, I guess I expected people to see it. I just didn't expect them to link it to like a fucking address.
yeah, but when you're 60, that tattoo will look like Jabba the Hutt talking or something, right?
Yeah, I didn't say it was a smart tattoo. I just said it was a tattoo.
They have those? Smart tattoo, that is. Imagine that.
Yep.
Pretty sure that's the mark of the beast.
You're the mark of the beast.
So I've been told. Or
Your
actually,
face is
Your
the mark
child
of the
is.
beast.
yeah, that was my son is the Antichrist. That was the height of comedy.
Trust me, I've seen the thing. It's definitely the Antichrist. Like 12-inch horns. It's like 3 feet tall, 12-inch horns. I'm telling you, man.
Antichrist were just Jewish. God damn.
Well, so how much time did you spend worrying about that?
Let's see. What's less than 0?
A
-1.
nanosecond? A nanosecond.
I'm pretty sure that's
Snap of a finger. That quick.
Yeah. So
It's such
not at all?
it's such a believable accusation, isn't it? Sarcasm.
I mean, it really is.
It is, right?
Especially as atheists.
You know, I like to point out that Sammy is doing a lot better than William Freeman. 7 and 4.
Oh, are they simul streaming?
Yes.
Aw, shit.
Simos is live?
No.
You said Simos, right?
No, Sammy.
Simul streaming.
Simos Funk.
Oh, yeah, Simus Funk. Yeah, that's Simus Funk streaming. Simulcast, not a thing. Simus Funk. Ass. Hell yeah.
I don't know why that man hates me. To be honest with him, I mean, I could imagine why. But I don't know. Is he the guy?
Simus is like
Funk is someone
besties with
else. Not
Peter.
Peter, not Peter Ducker or Tucker or whatever.
Is he the guy in the wheelchair that I said if he talked like that to me again, I'd push him down a fucking hill?
I don't think so. I don't know whether.
No, I'm pretty sure that was someone else.
This guy came in to a stream and it was Gur's stream and he got all anti-Semitic with me and I said, don't fucking push me. And Gur said, just keep it above the belt. Well, I'm like, okay. And I kept it kosher for the longest time. And then he said, he called me the K word or some shit. And
Not Simus, no.
No, yeah, the wheelchair guy. He called me some fucking anti-Semitic shit. So I said, if you call me that one more fucking time, I'm gonna come over there. He was controlling his phone and his wheelchair simultaneously with a straw. So I said, if you fucking say that to me one more goddamn time, I'm gonna come to your house and push your wheelchair down that fucking hill, you dumb cunt. Something to that effect.
No, that's not Simos.
I know Simos now.
That's not something. No, that's not him.
No, I know. He was
okay.
Peter and Simos were there for the whole
Peter.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Peter since the fucking incident.
Yeah, I wonder how he is.
I
mean,
I hope terrible.
Well,
I hope he has fungus in between his toes. Like, I hope he's fucking miserable. Fuck him.
As a famous trans once said, I hope your weed forever has seeds in it, or whatever the fuck that was.
Someone's saying beer?
Peter.
Peter. Yeah, Peter. Like like Joe Swanson says, Peter on. It's no longer funny. You killed it. Congratulations.
I mean, I have
I am
beer.
funny.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
I'll be back. I mean, I'm well. What?
I'm sorry. I'm in one of the offices eating my dinner quietly, trying to avoid my coworkers. And I'm fucking somebody just walked by when I did that. I just go, and they just kind of fucking looked at me.
God damn it.
Well, I've had to stop streaming on my lunch breaks at work because sometimes someone will come in to buy something from the vending machine and I'm like, shut up, you're gay, I'm gay, your mom's gay, or something ridiculous like that. And they're just like, I'm just here to get my Dr. Pepper, sorry.
Yeah, I love that voice. It just sounds like such a geek voice. Such a
My
meek.
coworkers are very used to me doing this because at this time of night there's really nothing going on. Sometimes we get bleeders and coders and all that shit, but for the most part it's very quiet. And so some of my coworkers will occasionally get involved in my antics, and I kind of enjoy that. They know I'm a shitlord.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to eat
I would imagine. I would hope.
Trying to eat soup.
It is 11 p.m.
You know what's funny is, Kat, the last time you were at my house, I still have that can of Campbell's, the chicken soup and the big fucking can, the Hardee's. That is way expired
hell yeah.
right now, but I keep it. I keep it there as a reminder of not better days per se, but you know what I mean. Like it's a nostalgic thing. I look at the can.
Simpler times.
Simpler.
Less
times.
complicated trans.
It's just me and a couple of trans folks up to no good, making trouble in your neighborhood. Will Smith was involved. It was a great fucking show.
Yeah, him and his kid were selling water on the roadside. It was a whole thing.
Everything was fine until Gorm attacked or whatever the fuck you said to me. What did you say to me, Kat? Everything was fine until the dog pussy attacked.
Yeah.
You said to me on Discord.
Oh
Okay,
my god.
And then
I was-
everything changed when the dog pussy attacked. That was fucking great. I was drinking water when I saw that, and not anymore.
I was seriously
Okay,
considering
that's-
starting a stream called Of Meat Flowers and Canines.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
What the fuck
I almost
is
did
going
one
on?
called Dog Whistles and Dog Pussy.
That's pretty good too.
I
That's
almost
fucked up.
did that because Stephanie had this one stream called Dog Whistles and X, Y, and Z or whatever the fuck thing was. And I almost did that, but everyone kept streaming, and I was like, "There's no point in me doing this. I'll just join one of the many bandwagons that's driving through my fucking internet neighborhood. I'll just fucking jump on. It's a party. Put on your fucking clown wig."
I mean, look at your avatar. It looks like you already have enough makeup to be your own clown.
Actually, all it did was apply makeup to my face, and if I was able to do it like the fucking AI did it, I would look fucking amazing. Actually, unironically. Also, my hair is great, and you're fucking jealous, so shut up.
I
I mean, I look like someone's meth dad, so.
Yeah, you know what? Bug sent me a picture, and you know what? I like Meth Cat.
I have aged so much in the past year and a half.
I fucking hear you, buddy. I fucking turned 30, and I was like, well, I guess
I mean, I'm 38 and still look young.
Well, Kat was right about that statistic. She said, Kat, as far as trans folks go, she's reached her fucking shelf life. She should have been expired a long time ago, but she's still fucking going despite the rock.
Statistically speaking, I should have killed myself or gotten killed, or I should be a sex slave or something.
Minecraft. Let's make sure we point that out in Minecraft.
Oh,
hey, Sammy, are you still around?
No. Oh wait, you have Sammy.
Is Sammy a male or a female?
Male.
Male. Okay. I don't fucking know. I don't know who the fuck.
Australian.
I see. That's the. See, people say there are only two genders, but the third gender.
I'm female. I'm fucking female, bro.
Okay, sure, Sam.
Okay, I like this guy
Hey,
already.
Sammy, I'm going to drop because
You
this
like this
conversation's
girl
gotten
already,
fucking
William.
ridiculous,
I'm
and I've been
sorry, I
sitting
like
here quiet for
this-
half an hour.
I like this
So
day
I'll catch up with you later.
already.
Bye.
All right,
Rex.
later.
All right, see, Clockwork.
Fuck
See
off.
you, Rex.
Oh no, Rex is leaving, so I'm not leaving because I rule the stream.
Yeah, Sam reminds
Sammy,
me
I
of my
put
friend
something in
Niles.
private chat.
Every time I hear an Australian accent or anything approaching it, I get misty eyes thinking of
Okay,
my
that's
old
interesting.
war buddy Knives.
Yeah,
Not
that's
that I was
still.
in a war. He's my buddy, and he was in a war one time, so not.
Well, yeah.
I'm not
war
doing
buddy,
Von
not-
Halen stolen
Look on down
valor.
the Bendigo, mate. Pick me up a pack of ciggies. Go see some elbow stuff and some petrol, right?
Oi, I'm gonna get down. I'm gonna get down on all fours and siphon this petrol out of the bloody ute, and we're gonna make it to Bendigo. Come hella high water.
What is going on in this 7-hour stream?
These fucking
Have you never
morons ain't gonna
interacted with
barbecue
Knives?
themselves.
No, I never met Knives. At least I don't
God, he
remember.
was
Oh,
amazing.
I found a fucking Chazwater. I'm going to sneak up on him and I'm going to stick my thumb up his ass because it's fun.
Look at
And
the
get killed.
size of this goanna. I'm gonna touch its butthole.
Yeah, what could happen?
Oh no, it was a pecker. It was back in the day. I'm gonna touch its pecker.
What could go wrong?
I love it.
Where's the right? There's ancient trees. And back in the day, it was called Gawanda, right? And they got these old fucking trees, the goddamn hollow and shit. Are we just shouting Knives quotes? Because that's.
Do you guys remember Joe Cartoon from back in the 90s?
Cat, that's a talent.
Hillary's
Holy-
emails. No, he's not a twink.
I don't know. I'm just. Look, every time I talk to Knives, he was high on painkillers.
I'm high
He
on
would
life.
often
Does that
forget
count?
who we were.
Yeah, he forgot who I was roughly every other time I talked to him. So he would
was
just
fucked up.
great people though.
Several cancers all at once, plus fucking missing
A leg.
Well, a leg, an eye. Well,
Yeah.
not his whole leg. Part of his leg was
Yeah, well, yeah, it was like I guess
ass.
a third. Yeah, half his
literal
ass.
ass. Yeah.
The Cat and Will show.
And fuck you. Nobody else is trying to.
No one's interrupting and no one's talking.
Well, I
You know
am.
what?
And I'm commenting.
How the fuck do I start streaming to my channel from here?
You need to be on the list.
Oh,
what,
Will's
you're
on a list.
God damn it.
Schindlers.
No, if you have StreamYard Premium, you should just have a big blue button that says stream this to my channel.
You know what's funny is I do have premium and I see it sometimes, but like not this time. I guess I don't know what's going on. It could be because I'm on mobile.
Probably.
Some fakakta thing.
Lonely. I'm so lonely. Let's see.
So you didn't know about the conventions for albinos? You had no idea?
No,
about
but I'm
that?
not surprised.
And you're an albino. So I would be like, if I was an albino, I'd be like, where's those conventions, man? But I guess That's just me.
Whenever anyone sings that "I'm Lonely" song, all I can think of is, "I'm just a Jew, a lonely Jew at
I
Christmas."
mean,
It's all right, Gio. Most people don't know there's left and right socks either.
What?
And on some socks there is.
Oh.
Kincaid is almost a twink. Wow.
When I shave the beard, yeah, unfortunately.
I'm not going to say that long hair.
If you blindfold yourself and just feel the freshly shaven face, I suppose. Once again, I look like someone's methed out dad, so.
You know what? You know what? I like Uncle Catherine. I do.
Yeah?
I love that look. Yeah, I really do. I'm a huge fan.
Here's the thing. It
Remember
looks
when you got
good
off
on
the
me.
plane? It
know
does
that
look
you're-
good on you. It's
but
not
that-
like feminine, but like I don't
No.
give a fuck.
You know that actor? He lost all that weight and he played that.
Jonah Hill.
I don't know.
Also,
but
Joaquin Phoenix had to lose a lot of weight
What?
for
Maybe
to play.
him, maybe him.
Adolf
He's-
Hitler also lost all of the weight when he,
He was
shot
Batman.
himself in
He
his
also-
bunker.
He was Batman too.
Nah, he survived.
Oh, Christian Bale for
Yeah,
the
he played
Mechanist,
this-
where he
yeah,
lost a shitload of weight. Yeah.
Yeah, that image of him as a drug addict flashing through my head when you said meth addicted
Methed
dad.
out dad. Yeah.
Yeah, but like with a beer belly. Imagine that with a beer belly and crazy eyes.
I'm gonna tell Bugs that your new name is Uncle Catherine.
Crazy googly eyes.
Well, unlike Stephanie, I take the compliment.
I'm not kidding. I did say that to Bugs first. I said, you know, this is gonna sound fucked up, but I don't know. Cat's looking pretty good these days. You look like well, when you got off the fucking plane, you were all emaciated and shit. You're like, where's the tobacco?
Yeah, I was just like, I need some tobacco. I just got out of the plane.
I think you even asked me for a cigarette, if I remember
I guess
correctly.
that's attractive.
I'm like, I didn't know you
in its
smoked.
own way.
You're like, I don't.
It's more or less how that went down. Yeah, I
Well,
was not.
no shame in thinking Cat's attractive. I may have fapped off to one or two of your streams with it on mute. Don't worry.
Oh, giggity.
Well, my problem is I'm attractive both ways if I actually put effort in either way. However, I don't put any effort in, so I just look like if a if like a methadone clinic had a mascot, that's what I would be. That's what I look like.
So I think I figured out your problem. See, you're riding to work on a bike. I don't think it's a trans thing either. I think you're getting random shit thrown at you because you're on a bike and people think you're poor and they don't take kindly to that. Sort of thing.
No, I know full well it has nothing to do with the fact that I'm queer. It's just because it's New York and I'm poor. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just they think you're homeless and they don't want you camping in their yard.
Hey, I lived in New York and rode a bike to work for 20 years.
What part of New York? What New York?
How many battle scars do you have?
I lived at Sunnyside, and then I rode my bike to Woodside every morning.
Oh my God, you live in
the city.
In the Queens.
See,
Cat,
yeah,
here's a question for you.
He lived in New Jersey Light. That's where he lived.
Cat.
Yeah.
I was born in Staten Island.
There's a reason people jump off the George Washington. That's all I'm going to say about that.
I don't know anybody who has, but I'm sure
You don't
many
know
have.
about all those suicides on the George Washington Bridge?
All right,
I don't know anything
There was
about
tons
that.
of them between 2012 and 2016. There was just a rash of people just fucking offing themselves off the fucking George Washington. I mean, like some of the bodies they never recovered, so by all means they could have just went off the grid. But I'm gonna guess they broke every fucking bone in their body on the way down.
I'm sure they did. It must have been terrible. I never really thought about that, but I'm sure it happened. One of those things. Hey, bridges. People jump off bridges, man. Right?
In Minecraft.
Yeah, But for some reason, that was a popular jumping off destination.
Well,
I
the
don't know what
The Verrazano was very popular too, but it wasn't very accessible. I think the GW was more accessible.
Yeah, because there's like a footpath
Yeah,
situation.
There's a walkway on both sides.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm out. Love you all.
All right, bye. Oh, I made fun of New Jersey. I'm
Hail
sorry.
Satan.
Your precious fucking Garden State.
I mean, I hate
Love you,
living
Midnight.
here, but I like living here. If that makes sense to you.
Yeah,
Yes.
you know what? Yes. All
We're in
that
upstate
shit.
New York. Yes.
It's beautiful here, but the people might as well just fucking, shit on you. It's awful.
I mean, I'll still be around a little longer if you want to talk later, or I guess.
Look. The worst part is the sun goes away super early because there's mountains everywhere, but it never gets dark because we still get light pollution from the city.
Yep.
Yeah, light
Well,
pollution.
most people wouldn't think of our city as a city.
Yeah, well,
Smokey came down here and went, "What is all this redneck Yahoo shit?" And I'm like, "You think this is fucking?"
There's
redneck?
2 Walmarts.
I took him out to Argyle, and he was like, "Where are we? Are you gonna murder
Okay,
me?"
fair enough. Argyle's pretty far out there.
Yeah.
Well, I lived in the city. I lived in the city most of my life, and then when I went to the desert and saw all the stars, I was like, "What the fuck is that?"
I know. Yeah.
Okay, I'm having the opposite thing. Every night I'm biking home from work. I work second shift. I'm looking up and it's like, God, why does it look like coffee without creamer? It's just sad. Like there's like a half a squirt of creamer in this. There's not even sugar. It's just.
That's a good day.
I mean, I'm up on a mountain right now, and there's enough. There was enough. There's not a lot of light pollution up here, is what I'm trying to fucking say. And when we had that eclipse, I got some banger the last lunar eclipse. I got some banger fucking photos in high definition because there was just no fucking light pollution. Everyone turned their lights off up here because the only thing to do is look at the sky, basically in this part of the fucking.
It doesn't matter if people don't turn off their lights where I'm from. Because no one has lights. Half of the people are goddamn Mennonites. And the rest of them are poor.
I know. You do come from fucking. Everyone's last name is Yoder.
I've sent you articles about where I came from.
Yeah, I know.
This is not jokes. This is not me memeing. This is real, like, everyone's named, like, fucking, oh, yeah, there, bud, my name is Matthias Yoder, haha, yeah, okay, yeah, there, bud.
Oop.
Oh, jeepers.
Jeepers, Bob. Oh.
And, hey, by the way, I'm just saying, this particular flavor of Mennonites, super nice, super helpful, very hardworking people. Goofy as fuck, though.
Well, they're all fucking goofy in my eyes, but you know what? Go with Godson. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, okay, there's the Mennonites who beat their wives, and then there's the Mennonites who make quilts and have chickens and are normal people.
You know what's funny is, more often than not, they're the same fucking guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
Beat my wife while she makes quilts.
Yeah. Look, the people around me were actually pretty well. I mean, they didn't beat their kids or their wives any more than what happened in my family. So,
yeah, that's fair.
Well, gotta go. Thanks.
I have that effect.
Thanks.
See you later, Gio. Love you, man.
Kat, everybody else. Well,
thank you.
Bye, Gio. I better be able to. I'll see y'all later.
Richard, all the way over there. Good night.
It is.
See you, Hillary's.
It is about to be the
Night,
Will and
Gio.
Cat show.
Night.
Look at that.
Hell.
And then there were 4. So about this dog pussy.
I mean, you want my opinion?
Oh, wait, you know what? Kind of.
So, like, you're not right, but you're not entirely wrong.
I will.
I mean,
I can't do it here because reasons, but I will send you the video that I saw. If I have to go fishing for it, and work is probably not the right place, but I will
yeah.
go fishing for it.
No, I
and
know
I
what
will
you're
show you.
talking about. That does happen. There are some real good ones. There are some real horrific ones, and I'm also gonna say you can say that about cis women too.
Looks like somebody.
Hey,
I don't
Will.
know. Yes.
Hey, Will. I just want you to know that not everyone in the community, and all these interactions that we've been talking about for the last several days. Some people really were hurt by the first time you said that. And I don't mean hurt like they were mad. I don't mean hurt like they were virtue signaling, nothing like that. I mean hurt like I
Threatening
had to I know that too. But literally in tears.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm aware of it. I was there for that whole thing and everyone with the messages, and I know everything that's been said, and I know who. I understand that.
Okay, well, I'm talking in vague generalities because it was a private conversation that I'd had with someone.
Yeah, well, it wasn't so fucking private, if you can believe that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
It may not have stayed private. Whatever, it's fine. But
but that's okay. I know what you're talking about. They won't come fucking talk to me, so I can't take responsibility for somebody who won't even address me directly. So if they'd like to do that, I'm open to it. Fucking call my cell phone. I don't give a shit. No, whatever.
I
However you wanna
mean,
do.
hot take, these people have done more damage to the trans community than I've done to literally anything in my entire life. And I'm out here trying to do damage. And by these people, I don't mean Will.
Well, that could be a two quoque fallacy. I'm not sure. Exactly
It might
what
be.
you
I don't
mean
know.
there, Kat.
Well, I mean, I'm actually building up. I'm actually, despite the fact I'm, a piece of shit motherfucker, I am actually building bridges and like helping. I changed Smokey Saint's mind on trans people.
Mm-hmm.
What have these motherfuckers done?
Well, until recently with the Stephanie thing, you really
Yeah,
wanna know.
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've done. I've been here for years. I've been here since before I fucking came out. Right? I've done a lot of shit. I've really helped people understand, like, hey, you don't need to be bigoted. You could disagree, but you don't need to be bigoted. And I've helped people understand that. And then these motherfuckers, fucking pocket pussy here, can't keep it in his pants and needs to make it a fight. And it's like, wow, hey, look at all this shit I fucking did. Fuck me, right? I'm the enemy now. Fuck you.
Look, Kat,
I actually was doing shit.
Kat, I mean, I think a lot of people recognize that, your real life and your persona here is two different things. I'm just saying that real people were actually hurt. Never mind anyone who's just like, riding the wave for whatever reason.
Maybe.
Okay.
I mean, I was hurt because it's like, hey, y'all people who are complaining and throwing fits and throwing shit every which way. Like, I've been trying to like make inroads and shit. Like I fail miserably, but like I've done some pretty goddamn good shit. Like between me and Brenda, we've done some goddamn good shit. We've been here for fucking years, and then everyone loses their goddamn mind over a fucking raccoon. It's like, hey, just chill out, man. There's a time and a place to fight.
Quentin was over on Praise's channel last night getting them to say, like, oh, well, maybe not all trans people are awful and whatever. And that's Praise's fucking channel. So there are people,
Yeah.
Like,
It's almost like you can convince people of things without having a fucking.
he went in a room full of rabid fucking Christians, and it was just him, nobody else. Just like
Them.
it was him
Quentin
and
goes by
9.
they, them. Remember.
Right, I fucked that up.
Well, okay, sometimes Quentin allows he, him, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if they're fuck me. God damn it! Now you got
It changes, to be fair.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, well, that's the other thing. Quentin doesn't get fucking overly offended when I fuck that up because he knows that for years he was going by him, and now they're going
Yeah.
by they. So I don't,
Well, yeah, I mean, fuck Will Kincaid and all of his. Remember that time we had 3 trannies and a gay kid plus Will on a podcast? Oh shit! I said that. I said the slur. Fuck.
No,
I'm getting
we did a
hanged.
whole podcast about fuck. Why can't I remember the thing where they killed all the cops? Why can't I think the name?
Which time they killed all the.
Stonewall,
Yeah,
the gayest episode
they didn't
ever
kill
of the
him.
show.
Yeah, the gayest stream ever, the one I was in charge of. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still like your 3rd most popular video.
Yeah, on that channel. I hate.
Well, yes.
I hate that my shorts do so well, and everything that I put any effort or thought in doesn't do well. But I drink a fucking blue milkshake and it hits 46,000 goddamn views. You know what? The internet is fucking useless for anything intelligent. There's no point. I make fun of a
Your
fish.
wife makes you one blue milkshake. I mean, I make you a cum milkshake, and no one cares.
Nobody care about that. It's totally
No.
missed.
Anyways, I see there's Stephanie here.
Stephanie's here. No, the Gorm thing. I spent 4 days in a goddamn fucking office working on that fucking thing, and the only person who said anything noteworthy about it was fucking Brett Keane. Because he was the voice of Gorm. And only because I fucking forced his hand by using 11 Labs to clone his voice. And then I made Doc say some hateful shit too. That was also fun.
I that will be saved on my phone until the end of time. It's on my.
I listen to it in the car when I'm on my way home. When I'm having.
It's on my Google Drive on both my Google accounts.
Not having a fake parasocial homoerotic relationship with Smokey long distance really does something for me. It really does. Well, the number of times he brings him up apropos of nothing, maybe, but we can only speculate.
I mean, hey, I can confirm you have a real homoerotic long distance thing with Smokey.
Yeah, well, my wife said it was okay, so.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, that is the thing.
Hey, you know what? I don't go poking my nose around your sock drawer,
Yeah, well, it'd be, well, by the way, hey, the food pantry gave me socks 2 weeks ago. Oh my God. Like, the cuts on my feet have actually started to heal. I'm so fucking excited. Just, inside baseball or whatever the fuck, the cuts on my feet are starting to heal. Everyone, it's fucking great. They smell less bad. Well, I mean, they still smoke when I pull them out of the socks.
Oh, less bad. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, well, you've smelled them.
Yeah, unfortunately I have. Well, at least you don't.
They're fucking horrific. It smells like trench foot constantly.
Liz in the cat piss situation was the worst. And then you would come in. Oh, go ahead.
I didn't want to break into the conversation.
We won't shut up otherwise, please do.
Yeah, we're just talking about nothing anyway.
Okay. Well, saw I was mentioned, so I thought I'd come in here and tell you a little bit about myself.
I don't remember in what context.
Well,
I was probably just being an asshole randomly.
That's okay. I mean, that's fine.
Well, no, just in reference to you being mentioned.
I'm here to fight you. I'm not really. I'm here to tell you about a little bit
What do
about
you
me
want me
because
IRL? Sorry, go ahead.
Cat.
no, I'm here in earnest to tell you a little bit about me because I don't think you understand where I am in life. And this is not a plea for anything more than to listen a little bit. I don't
What?
pretend.
You have my ear.
I don't pretend to, or at least I may appear to be setting myself up on some golden throne as the voice of trans people. I am not. I was sincere yesterday in Gur's stream saying we all have different paths. We all have different approaches. Yes, I'm a sailmaker. That's what I've done for, God, 24 to 69. How many years is that? I'm bad at math and I'm tired. And I'm a sailor. But I'm homeless right now. I sleep in my car parked outside of my outside of my sailmaking shop. I make my meals inside the shop, which has a bit of a kitchenette, and I take my showers here. But I'm 69 years old, and I have maybe $120 in my bank account right now.
Hey, that's actually pretty good. I mean, other people here. No, that's not me being disparaging. That's actually pretty good if you're in that situation. Like, seriously, good on you.
It's better than most.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's not. But it's or better than some at least, and better than your situation. I mean, my God, no socks, bad feet.
Hey, I got socks.
You do now.
Well, okay.
Which is good. That's a good
The
thing.
problem was I had one pair of socks and I started getting a bit of trench foot, and it was like, well,
right.
Bad
so
for
yes,
you.
I have that, but I'm by no means. I have never complained about I've never whined or complained about my treatment at a yacht club. That's a misrepresentation of who I am and my.
You did say specifically you didn't want to be discriminated against at the regatta. I believe
No,
on
I actually
this
never
channel.
said that. I never actually
she
said
brought up
that.
the regatta, but it was
I brought up the regatta.
No, because you didn't want to. The guy didn't want to have papers. You didn't want to have papers saying you're something you're not. Am I misremembering that, or?
Yes, you are very, very, very dramatically misremembering that. That was in the context of the fact that even though I said at the beginning of that story, which is true, that even though I'm not living at the level of the rich and famous, I encounter them and have relationships with them, for which I consider myself very fortunate in that I am a voice in that situation to speak to people who have known me for many years and convey the position that I find myself in as a trans person into the ears of people that have the ability to do something about that situation, not for me personally, but for the issues that affect that will affect all of the trans people in this country. And I'm not saying that to be dramatic in any way. It's just that I consider myself, I want to do what I can, where I can, when I can, that'll be helpful and positive and make a difference. And Kat, I know you do the same thing. You were just saying
Well,
you did.
I'm
You were just
often
saying
intentionally negative, let's be honest. Don't blow smoke up my ass.
No, I'm not. I'm being truthful. You have your approach to things. I have my approach to things. Fine, but we're approaching the things that we care about with a desire to change minds and hearts, even with people who we know hate us.
Will Kincaid.
I don't think, you changed my mind. Will changed my mind in the course of this dialogue.
I would hope not. No,
Fine,
please.
and I know
Don't
that
let Will change your mind.
And
No.
I know because of y'all's description of what goes on in these contexts, that this is what you guys have fun with. It's not my cup of tea. Okay, not my cup of tea. But you do you at this point, right?
That's all I've ever wanted.
So I'm coming in here just to explain, and I know you'll probably have fun with me as soon as I leave, which is fine because I understand that's what you do. You have fun with it.
Well,
but I want to convey. I just want to convey that sometimes having fun with it is actually detrimental for people who aren't in the know, who don't know the game. And you can be mistaken, easily mistaken, even if you're doing things in jest. You can be easily mistaken and taken the wrong way and unintentionally hurt people, or intentionally go in with the intent of hurting people or provoking a response. And eventually something will blow up. We just spent almost 2 weeks dealing with ridiculous stuff. And yeah, Jay's responsible for coming in like a hothead and being provoked.
God, why do you have to be reasonable? God damn it, now I have to agree with you. Fuck me. Oh.
But what I'm trying to convey is
damn it.
there's a
Damn
reason.
It, you're right, though.
There's a reason that happened. You poke a little too far, and somebody's going to blow up. And maybe it's funny to watch. Maybe it's like, oh well, look at that. We owned the libs, or we did that, or we provoked a response, and it's like, okay, fine. But at the end of the day, that's just a whole bunch of stuff.
Jay went nuclear out of goddamn nowhere.
I just want to say, yeah, I did come out of goddamn nowhere, and because
Jay, not you. Jay, I'm sorry. Jay went nuclear without. That's look. I agree with you on pretty much the majority of things, and I thank you, and I'm sorry. Continue.
Well, I think he took offense with good reason, because he figured that y'all knew what was going on here, right?
Well,
and the thing
I
is,
didn't think it was a random black guy. I just saw Vekl. I guess is the difference.
I know what Vekl looks like.
Right.
So, like, I thought it was racist that he was calling him a random black guy.
I get it. I understand, because I gained the knowledge of what you guys do. But it's inside baseball. Nobody else knows that, and you can make the same argument. Oh well, nobody knew the association. I personally was amazed at how few people knew the association between raccoon imagery and the history of the term.
Well, I'll
but
tell
a
you
lot
that.
of people don't.
I just didn't.
A lot of people don't, and hey, that's news to me, because I knew it. And I knew the context and all of this stuff. But I'm 69 years old. Maybe people forget.
We live in a microcosm here in this corner of the internet. We're not used to new people from out of nowhere just sort of appearing. and being like new people is
Yeah.
a foreign concept to us because most of the time it's just us, maybe 50
Well-
or 60 yahoos poking each other with the fucking stick because that's what we've been
Well-
doing at least for the past 4 years.
Sure, and hey, and that's cool. And now I've
cross
got a
our
little bit
mind.
of an insight into what this little corner of the internet looks like. But I just, I'm here. The reason I would spend so much time with you guys was that I wanted to learn what the
I
fuck's
appreciate
going
it.
on here. And if because
It's nothing
I had absolutely, obviously, I had absolutely the worst
Yeah.
Obviously, I like
possible
that better
fucking
factly.
view.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean,
But the
when my
damage,
wife,
the damage got done, and outside of your little corner of the internet, and it could have, and still could, I suppose. Anybody who didn't get his like Apperson's stream, he didn't know what the fuck was going on.
I never
and,
heard of
and
that
here,
fucking guy until
well,
today.
right. See, this is the thing. We all live in our silos, right? That's why I'm here. We all live in our silos, and there are very, very few people who are willing, able, or have the stomach to tiptoe out of those silos and try to figure out what's going on. And it's like one of the things that came out of this for me is I'm guilty of that too. And really, if I want to be changing people's minds, it's like I should sort of wander into pick it up, wander into places that don't want me, and try to engage and try to learn why not. And so here's the
You've got it.
So
You've already got it, honey. Fucking Baruch Hashem.
In the context of that, through living my life and in contact with all this stuff, just because of what I do for a living, I've been there and I've done that in that instance. But it never in my life have I've done that unintentionally, right? Not with intent. Just because if I want to survive as a trans woman, make a living selling sales, teaching rich assholes to handle a boat, learn how to, win competitive sailboat races and shit like that, and maybe have some of their big bucks filter down into my hot little hand so that I can have $100 in my bank account at any given point in time. I had to do that. I had to convince people who otherwise never gave trans people, trannies, faggots, a second fucking thought. So
I am erect.
I'm
no homo.
Well,
Cat,
I mean,
Cat, put your serious face on for 2 fucking seconds.
No, okay,
Be an adult, could you please?
See what I'm saying? And I just
Yes, I know. I'm
just don't-
agreeing.
I know
you're
you're
gonna say
agreeing.
some
I know
shit
you're
like
fucking
that.
agreeing. That's why I'm not popping off.
I'm sorry.
So I'm just fucking coming in here to say, look it. This is who I am. Who I am is not who I am is not who you might have thought.
I read you loud and clear. The fact that you're talking to us on even ground is more than enough for me. That the other day when you and I broke bread and we're like, ooh, well, over tea or whatever, coffee or whatever, and then you were like, here's my link tree, and I'm like, okay. That was enough for me. The fact that you were just able to be a fucking reasonable human being was like, okay, I've clearly made a judgment in character. I fucked up somewhere here because this person is not what I thought it was going to be. I'm used to dealing with a certain caliber of person, and you're not it. So
yeah,
I apologize when I.
So I'm not trying to virtue signal here or anything else. I'm coming in here sincerely and trying to say, look it, and I know that it's like Cat, you're on your stream, and you clearly didn't get who I am in full, and I just wanted to convey.
You are correct. You are correct. I did not get that.
I don't live a lavish lifestyle at all. And, I'm at risk basically of losing everything right now.
Hey, you were right. I was wrong about this thing.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to convey my situation right now is pretty fucking dire.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't have gone off on you about that. Well, I definitely. Well,
I shouldn't have gone off on
mostly
you
definitely.
in the death stream that happened. You know, it's like,
God, well, I'm an ass. I'm inflammatory. It was my fault. Let's be realistic. I caused shit. You're fine. I have no hard feelings.
so that's
Seriously.
about, and I wish Richard, are you there?
I just got back. Yes.
I'm sorry you missed the last few minutes.
You guys seem like you were talking pretty good. I was happy to see it.
Yeah, most people find me to be a wholly unreasonable person, but it's because they miss the conversations like this that I do often have with people. So.
Well, people find me reasonable until they actually talk to me. So, opposite problems.
That's backward.
Oh no, I had no illusions of you ever being reasonable, you bitch. Jesus Christ.
Thank you. See, this. Hey, hey.
There you go.
See, okay, no, she gets it though. She gets it because if people keep on telling me I'm great and I'm awesome, it will go to my head. I need people like this. This is why. This is why you need to exist.
You may be great and awesome, but you know, and I did tell you that, but that was a fucking mistake on my part.
Yes, thank you. Oh, God, thank you. You're doing good. You're doing good. You're getting into this now.
Oh, I can get into trash talk very, very easily. Very easily, no problem.
Hell yeah.
As long as I understand the context. But when I'm talking about something serious, in the context of something serious, and I don't know the situation, I'm gonna probably take it the wrong way, and which I'm not sure it was being taken the wrong way, because you know, a platform like this, let's all get together in the back room, have a fag and go at each other's throats. Cool, that's fine. Do that in public, and you wind up causing a 2-week sensation about who's signaling what, and it's bullshit. You know,
Everyone likes a good old-fashioned dumpster fire, and I think that's why.
It sells
so
shit.
long.
It sells shit. That's why Knock is, holy shit, there was a dumpster fire.
Yeah, but you know what's funny?
Yes.
Nobody's making any money off of this. This is the fucking stupid
that's
thing.
why it's so fucking
Nobody's
stupid.
getting paid. See, because I thought that crossed my mind the other day.
I'm getting paid in emotion points.
Yeah. I thought about doing my own fucking stream about this on my own channel, and then I realized I'm not getting fucking paid for this. I'm not really like actually emotionally invested in the drama side of whatever the fuck it is that's going on.
Right.
I mean, I am a t-shirt merchant on occasion, but like I try going to Teespring and putting a dog vagina or some shit on a fucking t-shirt. It's not gonna be super popular. So you know, I'm not making a red cent.
Look,
out of
I
this.
know a place.
I got better things to do, but yeah, well, in terms of generating money or whatever the fuck.
So anyway, Richard, we should talk offline or something. I don't want to. I'm trying to convey the idea that you know, you drop the wrong bomb and you drop it in the wrong place, and there'll be fallout. You know, they'll just gonna be, and they're gonna be hurt feelings, and it's gonna be really hard to make stuff up. I know that you and Jay have a history. I don't want to know what the history is. I know, you know,
I was pregnant with his child.
Well, probably that's it, because you're a fucking whore.
Cat, mute yourself.
But
sorry.
But you know, I'm not here to patch up old wounds and try to understand every single piece of history that every single person has with every single personality everywhere on the fucking internet, because that would be a waste of my fucking time. And but you know, the bombs get dropped, if there are if people wind up being collateral damage, I think that's something you ought to worry about.
It is something
know,
I am concerned with.
I
I think
part
Yeah,
of the
like
collateral
Richard was
damage,
collateral damage.
part of the collateral damage to me, and it's hurting, is where Beck stands, because Beck and I are friends.
yes.
And I don't want that. The reason I didn't get in with reason I didn't send back a DM and say, hey, what the fuck's going on with your asshole brother, was because I didn't know how he'd take it a month after a major life-changing surgery that he desperately needed and wanted.
Best time in Beck's life.
Yeah.
So this is a great time to hit Beck with hard news. Actually.
Right. That's where I was at the time, because I had a lot
Beck
of
has
emotion.
bigger balls than I could ever hope to have.
Yeah, he's pretty tough cookie, absolutely.
No doubt.
But that's the thing. I mean, I sent him a raft of, okay, this is where I'm at, and blah blah blah. I'm really fucking sorry that I didn't get in touch with you in retrospect. And part of the reason is because I know what a sibling's bond is like at exactly that time of life, because my sister drove through a snowstorm from Chicago to Neenah, Wisconsin after I had GRS, and she was by my bedside and took care
You,
of me.
Wisconsin. Oh, I'm sorry.
Feel free to go ahead and grill me or whatever. I mean, I consider myself an open book.
No, I don't want to do that. I just want to
Well, I don't
convey.
mean grill me. Just, I mean, ask whatever you need to. Everything's fine.
So far I'm good, but I want you to understand, don't hit on Bree right now. Don't bang up on her.
Don't bang on Bree. Okay, I won't. That should be really easy because I don't want to.
Good.
And Bree and I just had a conversation offline. As far as I know, someone thinks it might not have been offline or whatever. I don't really care.
I don't really care either. I don't care about games of telephone.
Bree and I think Bree and I are good.
Okay,
as far
good.
as I know.
Good.
Just FYI.
Good. Great. Let's not talk about it online.
Right. Well, I'm happy to talk to you
don't.
anytime that you
Good.
like. I could create a stream and just not go public right now if you like. Since you're sitting behind the camera. Or is this a bad time? Whatever.
No, I could do that. I'd make myself another cup of tea if you want to.
Be an honor. Be an honor. I'm not tired.
Do you have my contact?
No, I don't have any contact information for you.
I'll put it in the side chat. Let's see. What's good for you? Twitter? Does that work? Or
oh my God! Let's not make things. I'm a worse boomer than most boomers. Actually, if we could just keep it simple on StreamYard, if I could just send you a StreamYard link, that I know how to do.
How is my question? You want my email address?
I give my email address out like candy. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
I got nothing to lose. Literally, I mean, steal my identity, you'll be screwed.
I wouldn't want to steal your identity. You're an asshole.
No, if anyone tried, yeah.
I think we're rubbing off on her, Kat. I don't know if this is.
No. This is. I do this all the time.
Oh, okay, cool.
There you go. Feel free to use it. And anyone else who wants to rebut my position or tell me why I'm stupid at how I look at ancient religions or for whatever reasons.
I don't want to talk about that.
No, I know. But anyone else who might want
to. Fuck all.
Give me a few minutes. I'll create a stream and just give me a little ping email and I'll send you the link. Okay?
Yeah, hang on. I gotta copy your, I'm challenged here at the moment for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, for what it's worth, I understand that Bree was hurt by something I fucking said. I just wish she'd come to me personally. That's all I said in this fucking thing. And I know it was said because she said it to fucking 6 other goddamn people, and everyone fucking come back to me with the same story. So there's, whatever. So if you want to fucking talk to me, I'm not really hard to reach. And again, doesn't have to be on fucking line. It don't matter.
Well, see,
Hey, Richard,
don't.
can I put my email address in the side chat here? Can you copy it and paste it?
Surely I would.
And private chat?
Surely I would.
Oh shit! I have Richard's email a second time now.
Dun dun dun.
I'm gonna send him hate mail in Arabic. Actually, I've never sent Richard hate mail in Arabic yet.
Do you know
It'd be a lot of fun decoding it.
Maybe I'll have to do that.
Anyway, I just put, Richard, did you get that? Do you see that in the side chat?
I'm almost there. Yes, I do.
All
Here,
right.
I'll just give you the link inside in the private chat then. That makes it easy. If you just hit that, it'll bring it there.
That makes it very easy.
Yeah. Okay.
Open link in new tab. Yay, I can do that. I have this shitty old computer that I didn't think would be able to do any of this crap, but I fucked around with it a bit, and now it can do some of this crap, which is nice. Love it to do more of this crap, but it ain't gonna.
I'd be willing to drop out now or whenever it's convenient for you.
I just before you both drop out, if you do, I want to seriously apologize, Stephanie. I clearly took you the wrong way. That was a me problem, and that's my fault, not yours. I'm sorry.
No problem, Kat. I get it.
Hey,
I get where you guys are at, and if I ever do come back here, go fuck yourselves.
Hey, hell yeah! God damn it, we'll be right there with you.
And I don't know if you're on my channel or Will's because we're simul streaming, but
I have no idea.
I don't normally hang out with this riffraff, so don't like come in and tell me to go fuck myself, Stephanie, because I'll probably get upset and cry.
No. You're just another fucking cocksucker that gets up in my grill all the fucking time.
He doesn't know whether
that was for the room.
Not.
Yeah, that was. I think that was for me and Will, not for you, Sammy. Sammy.
Yeah, that's not for you. Believe me. I figure, when in Rome, here we are. But I'm not going to be racist.
Yeah, no, I'm all good.
I'm not gonna go there, and I'm not gonna. It's just.
You did drop some slurs in context, but it was in context.
Yeah, I have I have no problem with that, so long as Maya isn't being a hypocrite.
Cat goes, I'm fully erect, and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway, sometimes.
See you over at the place, right?
Yep, be right there in a minute. All right. See you guys later. I'll probably come back over here.
Thanks for letting me
Bye, Stephanie.
explain.
Thanks
Yeah,
for
you're always welcome
to me. I appreciate it.
Okay, we were having a discussion about something from back in the day, and now I can't remember what it was.
Which thing about back in the day?
Gorm.
No, not Gorm.
Dude,
I was
I
talking about
fucking
Liz,
love
but
Gorm. Okay.
you do? Like,
You need to make Gorm. Yeah, I thought you were a stinky bigot when I watched it, so I wasn't going to give you praise on the comments, but I might go back and do it now. I loved Gorm, but I was never going to admit it. But I'll admit it now. You need to make him a proper thing and an ongoing thing.
Well, he was for the longest time, and it was a jab at Brett Keane, because there was a joke about he took his teeth out and gave his wife a Gorm jorb because he's got a Midwestern accent, and he says "orn" instead of "on" and things like that. So, and then somebody was like, draw Brett as an animal, so I drew him as a tardigrade, the little moss piglet things, the water bears with the and his anyway, so it ended up being like a Pokemon or something, and then eventually, like, this is now years later since that thing, and now Gorm has taken on a second life. And I do actually have plans to make a follow-up episode But I'm waiting. I actually screwed around so much with the 11 Labs AI that I went through 110,000 characters in about 2 weeks because I'm autistic and I was having so much goddamn fun making people I don't like say very horrible things in private. Like, there's so much stuff that I made them say just to make myself fucking giggle that that I just ran through all my characters. So the next renew is on the 23rd. So after that, I have plans to get back in the shop and make another one. At one point, I was actually
Wait, who touched my penis?
I was stitching a. No, I'm not talking about your penis stitching. I'm talking about making Gorm the plushie.
Oh shit, fair enough.
I never finished it. I meant to. One day, Gorm will have a physical form.
That was back when Lo was still around.
That was
Like,
before my son was even conceived, I think.
yeah,
No, yeah. No,
it
yeah,
was.
something like that. Well, almost 2 years ago now.
Well over 2 years. I was still living in Wisconsin when Gorm was originally conceived.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. I see Gorm as one of my children. My Gorm is my firstborn. Sit down with Junior and say, Junior, I hate to tell you this, but you've got an older brother. He's been living in the internet. Oh boy.
Hold on, I gotta do a thing with the other one quick. Give me a sec.
The other one?
Yeah, the other human I live with.
Oh. Okay.
Not that kind of thing, you jackbag. Jeepers Crepes Alfredo.
Just make sure he refills the bag of bags. Okay, there, bud. Oh, it's a miracle that anyone likes me or finds me entertaining. I'll tell you that much. I've had a complex about it since I was fucking born. Fucking being born on April Fool's Day is a blessing and a curse. On the one hand, it's hilarious. On the other hand, it gets old fast. Get a complex about it. It's like, oh, you're born on April Fool's Day. See something funny.
What? Oh, really?
Yeah. Every fucking year, every April 1st. Haha, you're a mistake. Haha. Anyway. April Fools.
Okay, I am returned. What did I miss?
I don't know, but Doubting Thomas is like giving out like EMS instructions or something in chat. I think he's had a stroke.
Yeah, DT does that. DT committed hate crimes against my people apparently or something. I don't fucking know. So he's gotta give out how to fix the hate crimes that he's committed or something. Yeah.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta go pretend like I have a job that I'm at right now. Give me 1 second.
Did I win? Why is it just me, Sammy, and Will? This is arguably the 5th worst combination of people you could have at the same time, especially considering one of us isn't speaking. Well, 2 of us isn't speaking right now. Hello, everyone. It's the Catherine Cienfuegos show. Welcome. Today we have me drinking beer.
If that doesn't hurt your throat, I would listen to an entire podcast of that.
Oh, I can do that. Oh, you have to realize I had to work to make my voice not have the amount of gravel and fuck off in it that it does when I'm speaking like this. This is actually much more close to my natural fucking, Wisconsin fucking. This is actually pretty goddamn close to my natural fucking voice, Like, that's just kind of how I used to talk. I had to work to like get all the awful out of it. So like, yeah, I mean, I could do a whole podcast like that, no problem. In fact, less problem even. It's because I'm Jewish, probably.
Yeah, well, it's very. I'm fully blanking now, but the dude that did Jafar in Aladdin?
Yeah.
Gilbert Godfrey.
No, Jafar wasn't Gilbert Gottfried. The parrot
Jafar
is
was the
Gilbert Gottfried.
wizard.
The parrot.
What was the parrot's name?
Fuck.
Sophie.
Fuck, what's the parrot's name?
I'm sure it's like Sophie.
Fuck. I honestly can't remember. I know Jafar is the villain, though. Right? Am I wrong?
No, Jafar's the villain and Sophie's the bird.
Doubting Thomas, Guru lady. Please, help me. Okay. Yeah, well, someone's trying to get some sleep now because I've made them not sleep for a whole week, apparently.
See you, Bugs.
Yeah, Bugs is going to bed. I can see the lights off. I'll try and talk quiet, or I'll try and yell a little bit less loud. I heard that laugh. Boy. Oh, you did. Look, there may be a domestic dispute midway through this video. That's a joke. That's a joke. I don't beat my boyfriend. Yes, he does. As he shouts, yes, he does, from the side. Thanks. Hey, remember, I pay for everything. Well, don't shout that I beat you. Okay. So, anyways, domestic dispute aside, how are we all?
As in me or the audience?
Well, I don't know. Do you just want me to talk about nonsense for 20 minutes until someone else comes in, or?
You might have to. I'm chasing kids. At least I will get back wherever he's gone.
I can talk nonsense all fucking day. So if you're okay with that, I will just say things.
Okay. The chat's asking you questions.
Oh, the chat's asking me questions. Oh, geez. What food do I like? Ask Bugs what food he likes, because I don't need food. The other one.
Cat eats food off the ground.
Yeah, I eat French fries off the floor. I work in a factory and I eat French fries off the floor at work. Like I'm an actual literal raccoon. Will can confirm when he gets back that I have eaten out of his trash can more than once. And he's gotten upset every time he's seen me dig through his trash can. But like, there's good shit in there. Right, bugs is don't make bugs eat out of the trash. Make bugs get the good shit. Although, Guru Lady, thank you very much. I appreciate you. You're good people. I mean, you're from Michigan, but like, still good people, you know. Yeah. See, Guru Lady gets it. Saves on food waste. Well, well, it's not like we make food where I work. It's just, you know, sometimes people are eating lunch and they drop food on the ground, and then it's mine now. Sometimes they throw food on the ground just to watch me eat it. And you know what? That's okay, because it's free food. Like, hey, I'll perform, but I'm getting food at the end of the day. Y'all motherfuckers are getting shafted, is all I'm saying. And Will can confirm, I look a lot fucking healthier. I look a lot more methy, but somehow more overweight at the same time. I'm not entirely certain how I achieved that aesthetic, but I look like an overweight meth head. When Will and I first met, I looked like someone who died in the Holocaust. It was pretty fucking bad, man. Like, hey, man. No, look, okay, hey, I'm sorry, Guru Lady, but Michigan, like, y'all folk, look, the UP is part of Wisconsin.
You're gay.
I'm gay. What? What did I do?
So where did Richard and Stephanie go?
They went into their own little area to talk to each other about gay sex and
Private or public?
murder.
I don't know. Anyways, let's shut this down.
Why?
It's been 8 hours.
Yeah, well,
Pretty sure Sammy's asleep.
so he can't shut it down if he's not asleep. How'd he let you in?
I have mod powers.
Oh.
You can shut it down if you want. I'm chasing kids.
Okay, well, I guess we're shutting it down.
Rephrase that, please.
Jesus Christ.
I'm watching my children.
Thank you. Much better.
Damn it.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Look.
Yeah, I'm Australian. Sorry.
Okay, if you think that's bad, hang on a sec. Let me end the stream. And